This meeting is called to order. Good evening, everybody. Welcome, Boynton Beach. Welcome to the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 21st, 2023, and the time is now 6:05 p.m. Now, before we proceed, I want to remind everyone of our rules of civility and decorum. Officials must first be recognized by the chair and not interrupt a speaker. Public comments must be addressed to the commission as a whole and not to any individual on the dais or in the audience. Personal attacks, insults, displays of rudeness, and lack of respect are strictly prohibited. Disruptive behaviors from the audience, including but not limited to yelling, stamping of feet, and similar demonstrations are likewise prohibited. Please govern yourselves accordingly, as offenders may be asked to leave this meeting. City Clerk, good evening. Could you please begin the roll call?
Mayor Penserga,
Here.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
Present.
Commissioner Hay,
Here.
Commissioner Turkin,
Present.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And just for everyone's awareness, Commissioner Turkin is joining us virtually today. Commissioner Turkin, I do hope you feel better soon. Our invocation for this evening will be led by Pastor Patterson of Seacrest Presbyterian Church, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance led by myself. Let's all stand for the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
Will you please join me in prayer for our city? Father in heaven, we begin our meeting tonight in prayer, acknowledging you, the living and true God. We need your mercy, grace, and guidance. For as the scriptures declare that unless the Lord watches over the city, the guards stand watch in vain. So we boldly ask for your care. As our nation draws to the close of Black History Month, we pray for the city of Boynton Beach that the recognition of remarkable individuals of every race and the pursuit of racial reconciliation and unity would not now go on pause for another year. For we grieve, we lament, we confess that the kind of relationships we long for, that this month calls for, that we are striving for, continue to elude us, and that the truth of the true unity of humanity, established by the scripture as all mankind being created by God after his own image, remains marred by racial divide. And we confess that we often have not had ears to hear one another. It seems that a month never passes at our commission meetings without some matter of racial divide and injustice being at the forefront of our discussions. So we plead with you that we would move forward with breakthroughs in regard to these matters. We confess our sin in these matters, both in regard to the things we've said, the things we have done, the things we have thought, and even for our silence when we've had the opportunity to challenge racism. So would you begin tonight once afresh in our lives to draw us close one to another. We pray tonight for the members of this city commission and their work. We thank you that you've given them hearts to serve our community. Will you give them and all of their staff wisdom, unity, insight, skill, and understanding as they sit to make decisions that will impact the direction of our city for years to come. We ask for your watch care over them and their families. So we would lift up Mayor Penserga, Vice Mayor Cruz, Commissioners Hay, Turkin, and Kelly, and ask, Lord God, that you would bless them and guide them in their work. We pray tonight for the schools of our city. Lord, as we see our nation rocked by the idea of a 6-year-old bringing a gun to school and shooting his teacher, and as there's so many other mass shootings, we pray for the security and safety of our schools. And we thank you for our teachers and our administrative workers. So we lift up our elementary schools, Freedom Shores, Forest Park, Point Siena, Galaxy, Cross Point, Rolling Green, and Citrus Cove. We lift up Congress Middle School and Boynton Beach Community High School. We lift up the church and charter and private schools of our city. And we pray for each of their students that they may grow in knowledge and wisdom, that they would not only absorb a series of facts, but they would learn how to discern what is truth and how to apply what they learn in their lives. We pray for their safety and security, that they might attend without fear. And would you give to us the very best teachers and staff for our schools, that our children might excel both now and in their future. We pray for the churches of our community. May they stand strong, unified, loving God and loving others. and strengthen our families, both physically and spiritually. Give to our fathers and mothers wisdom as they raise up their children. As we emerge from this COVID pandemic, we remember that it's not yet over, so we continue to pray for your mercy. And we ask that you would give us wisdom to best know how to care for those who are in need or who are infirm. Give to our city a spirit of generosity. Restrain any who would act lawlessly or do harm to others or act in ways that are detrimental to our community. Prosper our businesses so that all that are in this city might find jobs that would provide for them and their families and would be able to be generous to those who are in need. All this we ask to you, O Lord our God, in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Pastor Patterson. That was extremely heartfelt, and I appreciate every word that you said. Thank you. Amen.
Amen.
We're now moving on to agenda approval, additions, deletions, and corrections. I would like to move up 3 items. I know there are 3 items here that many of you are here to participate on. The first of those items is 10A. This is the item pertaining to Primetime Sports Group, followed by 10B. This is the item pertaining to the funding of our local schools, followed by 12A, which is the restrictive covenant pertaining to Leisureville. I'd like to move up all 3 items to immediately after public audience and before administrative. That's section 5. So right after public audience, if there's no objection from my colleagues. Let's go around the dais if there's any other suggestions or recommendations from my colleagues. Let's begin with Commissioner Hay. Any additions, deletions, or reorganizations, Commissioner?
No, I had one of those 3 to move up, and you've already done it, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor Cruz?
No, nothing to change in the agenda today. I do agree with moving up those items. I would like, if possible, to have a moment of silence. I had 2 losses this week. My uncle Jorge passed away this week, and Dr. Leonard Levy, professor of Nova Southeastern University, who was a great mentor and a really great person in my life, has passed away today. So I just wanted to have a moment of silence to honor their lives. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We're going to go to Commissioner Turkin. Any additions or deletions?
Negative, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. We're moving on to Commissioner Kelly.
No, I don't have any. Thank you.
All right, seeing nothing else, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Cruz, and we have a second from Commissioner Hay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously, and the agenda is amended. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on now to informational items by members of the City Commission. And now I'll begin in reverse order. Commissioner Kelly, would you like to begin with any informational items as well as any disclosures pertaining to our quasi-judicial public hearing items?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. I just wanted to disclose that I had an opportunity to speak to both Jeff Burns and Nick Rojo with regard to items under 8. And then I also had an opportunity to speak to resident Cortland McGuire regarding the Town Square project. It also contained in 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. Let's go to Commissioner Turkin, informational items and disclosures.
Yes, I spoke with the applicant for the Pierce, Nick Rojo, and Jeff Burns. I've also spoken with Phil Toronto and Mike Barwis about the Little League fields. And I've also spoken to the applicant for Town Square for continued negotiations.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to go now to Vice Mayor Cruz.
Yes, Mayor, I had a town hall this past Saturday at Leisureville regarding item 12A. And last night I spent about 2 hours speaking to Jeff Burns and Nick Rojo in regard to the Pierce project, and that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Hay.
Yes, I did have discussion with Nick of affiliated. And as you know, this is Black History Month, and I've been giving informational items all of this month. And I really appreciate Pastor Patterson mentioning it in his prayer. And I'd just like to continue that just for a minute and a half or so. Boynton Beach is a city of firsts when it comes to Black history. We have a lot of firsts. For example, many of you remember Dr. Samuel Lamar Wright Sr. Lamar Wright is a native Floridian. He grew up here in Boynton Beach. And Lamar Wright was the first Black city councilman in Boynton Beach. He later moved to Tampa in 1985, where he served as a professor at the University of South Florida. Then there was Lillian Otis, my blood sister. She was a school teacher and a commissioner. Lillian Otis was the first Black female city commissioner in Boynton Beach. Ms. Otis was instrumental in initiating the city's first Black awareness celebration in 1980. She produced a gospel concert that has evolved into what is known now as the Heritage Festival every February. And then there's a young man by the name of Perry Patterson, right here from Boynton Beach. He was the first Black firefighter. This young man is the brother of Sister Melinda Collins of New Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church. As being the first fighter in Boynton Beach Department, he is a well-known and respected young man throughout the community. Now we have this fantastic young lady by the name of Latasha Denise Clemens. Latasha is the first Black woman to be a deputy fire chief in Boynton Beach. Latasha Clemens was just a hometown girl from a small side of the town known as Cherry Hill, here in our great city of Boynton Beach. Then all of you know this young man, Lamar Jackson, the first Heisman Trophy winner. He is from Boynton Beach. For those of you who don't know what the Heisman Trophy winner is, that is the best NFL player in that particular year. And then we have Ezel Hester, which we have a center that is named after him. He was a member of St. John Missionary Baptist Church, which is where I also attend. Ezel Hester was the first Black mayor here in Boynton Beach. Then you have yours truly. Commissioner Woodrow Hay, I'm the first ordained minister to serve as mayor and commissioner here in the great city of Boynton Beach. And I'm almost finished, Mayor. I'm still learning about my own heritage. For even this week, I was watching TV and found out a young lady by the name of Gloria Gilmer was the first Black woman mathematician to have her papers in the Library of Congress manuscript collection. I did not know that. There are many others that I could mention. There's a long laundry list of contributions by Black Americans. So hear this, ladies and gentlemen. Black history is American history. Thank you.
How do I come after that? Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
As for myself, when it comes to disclosures, I'd like to disclose that I've spoken with Jeff Burns and Nick Rojo pertaining to the Pierce Project. I've spoken to Rob Singer, Harvey Oyer, and Bradley Miller pertaining to time equities. And I've also spoken with, what's his last name? Phil Toronto, thank you. Phil Toronto pertaining to the prime time group item. I also want to disclose that this past Friday, how did I spend my Friday evening? I went to an IT conference, a statewide IT conference, and I was very proud to represent Boynton Beach. And my purpose there was to try to recruit companies to move into our city. I don't know if it'll be successful, but I wanted to make sure I tried and give them the best pitch I could give. On Sunday, I attended the Boynton Beach Gold Coast Band. If you've never heard of them, absolutely check them out. I would say they are one of the prides of the city. So absolutely check out the Boynton Beach Gold Coast Band. They were performing their set called Music Making America. I also, for those of you that are not aware, every meeting I make it a habit to acknowledge at least one staff member because there's a lot of people working behind the scenes and they often don't get any credit. So today I'd like to read to you a handwritten letter from a resident. It's not every day I get one. And here's what it says. Dear Mayor Pensurga, I'm writing to you to acknowledge the professionalism exhibited by one of our city's employees. A couple of days ago, I spoke with Mr. Young, who I'm sure you know heads our Parks Department. Mr. Young was responding to a message I left on his voicemail concerning the tennis courts near the Galaxy School property. First, I am impressed that he actually cared enough to confirm that he understood my safety concern. Secondly, he understood my other observations about the courts and thanked me for the suggestions that I made. Will you please forward this letter to him along with a well-deserved attaboy? Thanks, David Blonda. So Mr. Casey Young, can we give him a round of applause? Thank you, everybody. We have a great team in our city, and I hope you will get to know them in time if you have not already. And I will circle back to this. We have an event later coming up that will allow you to have that opportunity. Moving on to announcements, community and special events and presentation. The first announcement is at the City of Boynton Beach, and the Boynton Beach Veterans Task Force will host a dedication ceremony during Black History Month for the Tuskegee Airmen Monument on Saturday, February 25th, that's this Saturday, February 25th at 10 a.m. The ceremony will be held at the Tom Kaiser USN Boynton Beach Veterans Memorial Park, 411 North Federal Highway. Again, this is the Tuskegee Airmen Monument dedication. The second announcement is actually a proclamation. It is for February 21st, 2023, as Robert E. Wells Day. Bishop Bernard Wright will accept the proclamation. Is Bishop Wright in the audience? Is there anyone who would like to accept it on his behalf? All right, seeing none, what I'll do is I'll read the proclamation. You'll like to accept it? Let me read the proclamation, I'll sign it, and I'll pass it on to you. Thank you, Commissioner. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Mr. Robert E. Wells, a merchant sailor from Cat Island in the Bahamas, settled in Boynton Beach in 1890, where he and his wife Elizabeth raised one son, Harry. Whereas in 1892, Robert and Elizabeth Wells helped found St. Paul's African Methodist Episcopal Church. Officially established in 1900, St. Paul's AME is the oldest church in the city. Whereas in 1896, Mr. Wells and other members of St. Paul's AME successfully petitioned Dade County School Board to provide a school for Boynton's Black/African American children. Originally called Boynton Colored School, a letter became known as Poinciana Elementary. Whereas on April 14th, 1920, Mr. Wells was a signatory of the document incorporating Boynton as a town. However, the land owned by him and the rest of the historic heart of Boynton was not recognized in the incorporation and was called Boynton Colored Town. Whereas in 1925, Mr. Wells platted the Robert Wells subdivision, he built the main thoroughfare in the historic heart of Boynton called Wells Avenue, now known as Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, and built a home at number 416. In addition to selling land and building houses, Mr. Wells donated lots to those in need, including St. Paul's AME for building of a church. In time, Wells Avenue became a thriving downtown for the African American community. Now, therefore, I, Ty Pensurga, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim the 21st of February, 2023 as Robert E. Wells Day. All right, Commissioner, I will give this to you. Moving on to our next item on the agenda, it's an announcement that the City of Boynton Beach Career Fair will be taking place at the Boynton Beach Arts and Cultural Center, that's right across the street from City Hall, at 125 East Ocean Avenue on March 30th, 2023 from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday, March 4th, 2023 from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Again, that is our Career Fair. March 3rd and 4th. City Manager, can I ask you about how many vacancies, or actually we have our HR Director, tell us about how many vacancies we have and what kind of process can people expect on these 2 days?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. Tennille DeCoste, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. We currently have 124 vacancies. That's including police and fire. We are pushing 72 vacancies at this career fair. So some of the positions include utilities, public safety aide, utilities, field technician lead, park maintenance assistants, police records technicians, and much more. So they can go on our website, which is www.boynton-beach.org/careers, apply for the position. They can attend the career fair either Friday or Saturday. They will get an on-the-spot interview. That's right. We will interview them on the spot and offer you a conditional offer. What that means is we have to check your background and we have to do a little verification to make sure you're sane and, you know, you can work for this beautiful city. So with that being said, once we give you the conditional offer and everything comes back, you'll be hired. So depending how much leave time you have to give your current employee, 2 weeks, a month, that's when you'll start with the city. If you're not employed, you can start right away. So it's great. We are marketing it left and right. Palm Tran has put it on their buses. It's on Hot 105. They're playing it on the radio all day last week and this week. And also they will be live next Saturday, March 4th. We'll have 3 live broadcastings as well.
Thank you. Could you just repeat for us how many vacancies there were?
Sure, 124, including police and fire. Without police and fire, it's 72.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the way you do a career field.
Big, right?
Yes.
Because it's not a job at Boynton, it's a career.
Very good.
Excellent.
Very good.
Thank you, Tennille, for stealing my thunder.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, Tennille. You've only been here a short time and you're making leaps and bounds. And I know everyone appreciates it. And I've heard nothing but positive things. I'm sorry if you can't understand me. I'm doing my best.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. And please feel better. And Eleanor wanted you guys to hear what's playing on the radio if you haven't heard it already.
I have not.
You have
So
not,
if it's ready to go, I would love to hear it.
Can you play? Okay, well, we'll move on. But thank you.
Okay.
I'm working on it. 1 second.
Well, you know what?
The city of
Are you ready to hear it? Can you guys hear me? Are you ready to hear?
Beach invites all job seekers interested in a career in local government to our career fair for our police, public works, utilities, and other departments. Attend the City of Boynton Beach Career Fair on Friday, March 3rd from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. or Saturday, March 4th from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. We'll be making conditional offers on the spot. It's happening at the Boynton Beach Arts and Cultural Center, 125 East Ocean Avenue in Boynton Beach. Again, join us March 3rd or March 4th. Go to www.boynton-beach.org for more information. Don't miss this opportunity. It's not just a job, it's a career.
Yeah. He's not shy, I tell you that.
Thanks, Sunil. No, she's amazing.
All right. Thank you so much, both of you. And I don't know whose voice that was, but I'm looking for you. All right. The final announcement, it's not on the agenda, but it's an event that I'm very excited about. It's a first. It's another first for our city.
All right.
We are calling it City Hall Social, and it's going to be held March 2nd. That's a Thursday. Again, it's called City Hall Social, Thursday, March 2nd from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. What is City Hall Social? You know, it's so important that all of you and all the residents of the city feel welcome in our City Hall. So what I'd like to do is open it up. I want residents to come to our City Hall, meet our staff, meet the members of the commission, get to know us, form a relationship. And we're going to do it over music. We're going to do it with some food. It's casual, it's fun, and it's a great way for you to start just connecting with people. We're going to have various department directors there. So when things go wrong or you have a question, you have a concern, you know exactly who to approach. And, you know, relationship building is so key. We're going to open it up. We're going to open up City Hall like it's never been opened before. And you guys are absolutely invited, and I want all of you to be there. I'm super excited. Now, related to this, I just want to share with you one item because this is a jazz event as well. And this weekend, I met an international jazz vocalist. Her name is Donna Singer. She has performed in London and around the world, in Switzerland, and you name it. And I recently heard her perform this past Sunday at the Gold Coast Band concert, and she will be joining us, international jazz vocalist Donna Singer. So barring any changes in schedule, that will be a great presence, just a great kickoff. So thank you so much, everybody. And now we're going to move on to the next portion of the agenda. Vice Mayor.
Mayor, very important.
Yes.
Will there be food and drinks for the residents?
There will be absolutely food and
Well, you
drinks.
should have said that first.
Food
I'm
and
sure people
drinks.
love that.
Food and drinks and music. What could be better?
And jazz, I love that.
And jazz.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great idea.
And I'm hoping this is just the beginning, but I want you guys to start building that relationship. City Hall is for everyone, and I mean it. The next portion of the agenda is public audience. If you have never been here, let me just repeat some of our rules. As always, each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Comments must be addressed to the commission as a whole and not to any individual on the dais or in the audience. Personal attacks, insults, or displays of rudeness are prohibited. This is a time for you to be heard by your decision makers. This unfortunately is not a Q&A. But if you have any questions and you need us to respond to it, please make sure you connect with the multitude of staff members here, and we'll make sure to get back to you. Well, thank you so much. And after all the persons in the chambers have spoken, that is the end by which we will accept digital hands raised online. For those of you online, that's the cutoff point, and I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining since you can't see the timer in the room. If you would like to speak on any items that is not on the agenda, please approach the podium now. We have 2 podiums. We'll go back and forth. And after those in person, we'll go online. Again, these are for items not on the agenda. All right, let me switch just the timer. 1 second. When you are ready, let's begin with former Commissioner Mac McCray. Please state your name for the record and begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Mike
Thank you.
McCray, 806 Northwest 4th Street, Boynton Beach, Florida. Recognizing the dais, when Commissioner Hay gave his list recognizing the Afro-Americans that served here in this city, that was one that was omitted, probably by oversight. But the first Afro-American police officer, sworn police officer for here for this city was William Bill Butler. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCray.
Sir, you may begin when you're ready and state your name for the record.
My name is Edward Tedman, and I'm a 25-year resident of this community and the previous president of Laurel Hills Neighborhood Association and presently a member of the Sustainability Committee. I had a problem with your red light camera at Gateway and Congress Avenue. 12 seconds to get through that intersection, and I know this is a DOT issue, but still the camera. A number of other cities have eliminated the cameras, and I think it's time for the city of Boynton Beach to do the same. I've been through that intersection twice a week. As I volunteer, I come through that intersection to get home, and twice a week, and for 5 years. And I've learned that if you see any more than 3 cars lined up to go to make that east turn onto Gateway, you can forget about it. And so I got a ticket for $158. I guess that gives the camera company an opportunity to share with that amount of money. And then there was a $50 charge for a hearing. And the hearing was by, I think he's called a barrister, or I'm not sure what they call him anymore. They've given him some kind of a British title. But anyway, he just essentially, I told him that the vehicle in front of me was an SUV and I drive a Corolla and I'm sitting, kind of low, and I look out and I'm about seat level of the car in front of me. Well, this guy's back windows were black tinted. I couldn't see the traffic signal. The guy just blew me off, called me a liar, essentially. I just felt that this whole process is nothing but an opportunity to make money, and it's not serving the community. If you normally you get pulled over for some violation, you normally get a warning. You don't have any opportunity for that. This guy travels, this fellow that did the hearing, he travels all over the state. And so he just, I told him, he said, something to the effect, well, even the big trucks, people say they block and they can't see the signals. I said, yeah, that's true. Well, they put the signals, an additional set of signals back probably 75 feet from the intersection so that the cars can see. And he just blew me off with that. So this was not a very good experience. And I don't think we need to have these cameras anymore. I think it's just it's a violation of the community in whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to ask if you could please leave your contact information with our staff so we can follow up with you, all right? All right, thank you so much. Next speaker in the chambers, please approach the podium now for items not on the agenda. All right, begin when you're ready.
My name is Flynn Holland, and I live at 618 South Seacrest Boulevard, and I have 2 issues. I spoke with my Commissioner Turkin, but he's sick tonight, but I'll pass it on to you. The road of Seacrest is incredibly busy now, and on top of it, it is really fast driving. Very dangerous, very crazy, and I think we need police presence when the children are there, and again, it's from 3 to 5. The other thing is we walk a lot, and all throughout Seacrest Boulevard, Ocean, all over our town, there is trash. Right in front of the post office, where they sit. We in Forest Park, when we had a meeting, we came years ago and asked for trash cans right next to where the buses come. They went out there. We also had a little bit of landscaping. The landscaping died. The trash cans have been removed. The trash is unbelievable. The new space that you're going to develop now, if you walk along there or along the gate, filthy. And Mr. Turkin said that it is the city that has to deal with the outside of the fence. We've got masks out there. We've got bottles. I know that on the swale, which I am a part of, we're responsible for it. I do clean that up, but it comes out of 7-Eleven. We've already talked about this. 7-Eleven doesn't have adequate. So I would really like to have the utility part. The other thing is we're not having our bulk picked up. We're between 5th and 6th. And so we're not on the right drive. They go down the roads. And last week we had a call 3 times. They never even picked it up for the week. And we take pride in our front yard. We take pride in our swale. And to not have them picked up and constantly have to call the next day, we're not nasty people. We just want the services that are supposed to happen in our neighborhood. So I thank you so much for listening. And if there's any way you can help with that, it would be great.
City Manager?
Yeah, can you do me a favor? The chief of police is back there and also the director of public works, Mario Guzman. If you go straight back to see where that clock is, it's ticking down, you still got 30 seconds. So, and they'll address both those concerns for you. Okay.
Thank you
All right.
so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next public comment speakers, again for non-agenda items, please approach the podium now. Going once, going twice. All right.
Cindy Falco Di Corrado. I just wanted to address a couple of things that I noticed this weekend when I walked down to go to the beach. I was noticing a couple of the artworks that we have out here. Well, it's called artwork, but it was a hammer and a nail flagellating all over the place using electricity. That I don't see that as art. I'm an artist myself, and that wasn't a pretty sight to see. I also saw just a A-frame. It looked like the hurricane blew through it, which reminded me of the tornado that hit through my backyard. And I don't see that as art. And also a quick throw up of some palm fronds painted. I don't see that as art. Like I said, I am an artist myself, and it's an embarrassment to me to walk down my city and see these things and being called art. Another thing I wanted to bring up is I know that everybody loves their doggies. I know you had the Doggy Beach Day. What about cats? What about pigs? What about horses? Are we being prejudiced against other types of animals? Because if you're going to close the beach and you're going to allow free parking from 9 to 12 for animals to come on a park when people actually pay for parking and people pay, which I took pictures of, the parking lot was so full, people were just going around in circles and had to come across the bridge and park over this area in order to walk over to the bridge. I just don't see where this is even legal, because I read the sign that says the Florida statute, which is your own statutes, that says no animals allowed on the beach. So we allow one species of animals, we need to allow all species of animals. Also, I never received anything from the clerk of court in regards to the dimensions that I was asking and requesting for, to have a cross and a dove placed on the street here. I don't know what the dimensions are. I don't know what the stipulation is or how I can get that done. I was never responded back to, and I did hand you the paper, I believe 2 weeks ago. These are little things that frustrate me a little bit because I live right here. So I'm walking the streets all the time. I love Boynton Beach. That's why I moved to Boynton Beach. But my Boynton Beach has changed in the last 4 years. And it's really disheartening because I spent a lot of time working and planning with other commissioners and with the city on what our city should look like. And I'm totally embarrassed, to be honest with you. We've got blue tarp over here with nothing being built. It's just not. It's not a pretty place to be at this time. And I don't know when or what. I did hear you say that, thank you, you're having social Thursday. That's nice. I mean, maybe we can talk to different people. And I have the same problem also with my garbage. Some days they come, some days they don't. Fridays, sometimes they come, sometimes they wait till the next Friday to pick up. It's sporadic. I mean, we pay for these services. We pay tax dollars and we want to see things that are beautiful. I do. I'm an artist. I love to see beauty around me. Unfortunately, that's not what I'm getting, and it's a little bit disappointing, and I don't know what you're going to do about it, but please do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment speakers, please approach the podium now, and please make yourselves known by forming a line. Again, we have 2 sides here.
So my name is Evelyn. I'm from Southeast 24th Avenue here in Boynton Beach.
I'm sorry, ma'am, 1 second. I'm going to reset your time. Could you say your name for the record one more time?
Okay, my name is Evelyn Joseph Loisville, and I'm from Southeast 24th Avenue, which is right off Seacrest. And I've been there for about 21 years. And we've had some issues in the neighborhood, but our main concern, which my kids just encouraged me to come and talk about, is the speeding. A lot of time people cutting through Seacrest and cutting through our street just to go turn by the railroad track to get on 23rd. And I know a couple of streets, like on 25th, some families even have to go buy some of the stuff that say, kids in the area, those yellow little kitty thing. So the last time I spoke with one person, I'm like, is that what I have to do? Put it in the middle of the road so some idiot can stop speeding in the neighborhood? So I don't know if we need a bumper, a speed bumper, whatever it is to help, for the health of safety of our kids in that street and other street in the neighborhood.
All right, thank you. Next, final public comment speakers. Again, please make yourselves known if you intend to speak on non-agenda items.
Hi, Ernest George McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach, Unit 407. So continuing from last meeting, a lot of statements that this commission made and all the departments in this room that, oh, all the problems in Boynton Beach are caused by the previous mayor and his administration. That's everybody in this room, by the way. And for people here to blame one mayor when in fact it's clear that the city law firm messed up a lot of the big contracts and they're still here. The human resource messed up a lot of things and I guess she resigned. The clerk stamped checking people's addresses and name officially and didn't do that, and all of a sudden she's gone. So the question is, why is it that this room, with this history of the 3 city managers, the 3 police chiefs, most of this commission is the same, and the law firm for the city, I don't know how many lawsuits are against this law firm. It's incredible. There's everybody I talk to is filling out ethics complaints and federal lawsuits and involving the county, and then all the destructive development that's going on here was all orchestrated by that, I forget her name, Lori something. The city manager is up in Palm Beach Gardens now doing damage up there. They built all these buildings, they're flooding everything. They come in, they make statements, they bring in experts that know nothing. Everything floods. You go to 2 Georges, you need a rowboat half the time.
Sir, you are speaking to us.
I know that. You can hear me.
Face us.
I don't
You
really-
are speaking to
I
us,
don't
sir.
know. You can't tell me what
You
to
are
face.
not addressing the audience. You
I'm
are
addressing
the
you.
commission.
I'm addressing you. And it's unheard of that you have people here who make major decisions for the city, and they've never owned a home here. They've never rented an apartment here. They give phony addresses like they live in post office boxes. They put phony phone numbers on their applications. How does this happen? How are these people making major decisions for us? And the thing about the art, I don't know how this is called art, what's going on in the city. And then to see how you work with developers to say, oh, don't worry, we'll get you the high rise. Just give $1 million to the art committee. How about all the starving people in this city? When are we going to get something? Or the people on fixed income? And then you just keep coming in these meetings saying, it's not our fault. It was a previous administration. Everybody in this room is part of it, especially the building director, Mr. Temple. He built this building. And the whole thing is coming apart. The air conditioning systems are going
All
bad.
right, sir, your time has expired. Absolutely not. And for the record, Mr. Temple was not even employed at that time. All right, are there any others in the room that would like to speak on non-agenda items? Seeing none, we're going to go to those online. There's one more. This is the last one. I don't see anyone else. Dr. Blas, you may begin when you're ready, and please state your name for the record.
God bless you. Okay. I am last but not least, but I'm Blas, B-L-A-S-S, Dr. Piotr Blas, 113 Tara Lakes Drive, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33436. Let me begin with very positive things. I think you all know that I think this is the best city in the world, so it's easy to find positive things. I find it wonderful that the mayor spoke at length about the Bahamian connection. If you know the history of Boynton Beach, the way I would describe it, the Bahamians came from the ocean side and Colonel Boynton and Linton came from Michigan, and my PhD is from Michigan. So I think that this city is really a confluence of these two cultures. And a lot remains to be done, but it's good to remember it and to recognize it. There is one unfortunate leftover from the Ku Klux Klan racist days. Let me repeat. The Knuth Road is named after Mr. Knuth, who was supportive of the Ku Klux Klan. I think we should rename it Reverend Cheney Road. It is not really good. So maybe you haven't studied the history, but it has been brought up. Now, I have to thank the whole city and the commission. Well, let me just tell you what happened and how you helped me, because I won in the end. A few months ago, I was quietly sitting at Starbucks, and suddenly 2 police officers charged me with trespass. Well, I was doing mathematics. It was a legal nightmare, but I know you prayed for me, and I'm not one to give up. So I won. The case is over. I'm not in jail, not for a while. So thank you for the heart of the city. And I know a lot of the commissioners prayed and maybe made phone calls. Now, how many? I have 50 seconds. Now, there was an issue raised here about why the city is not changing. I want to inform you, I did run for mayor, but the previous clerk chose to cross me from the list. So we have kind of communist tactics here, but I intend to run again. I'm going to run for mayor, I'm going to run for governor, and I'm going to run for president. And God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the chambers, in-person public comments are now closed. Mani, could you let us know how many people online have their digital hands raised?
Mr. Mayor, we have 2 hands raised.
All right, we've got 2 people online. And who is our first speaker?
Our first speaker is David Rosenthal.
All right, Mr. Rosenthal, I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining on the clock. You may begin by first stating your name for the record.
My name is David Rosenthal. I'm a long-term resident of Boynton Beach, and my parents live in High Point. First, I want to thank the mayor, vice mayor, and the commission for your tireless efforts on all of these projects. We know that you're all overworked and undercompensated. Some of these projects are not too favorable and definitely have some splitting opinions. However, there is no progress if nothing gets done. I do realize that there are some density concerns with Town Square. However, due to the previous commissions like Commissioner Justin Katz, Commissioner Romulus, and Mayor Grant's failure on the beginning of this project, resulting in the loss of taxpayer land worth tens of millions of dollars, which is absolutely despicable. I hope everyone listening understands and never allows these past officials get involved with our community again, especially those I've mentioned. I hope they move on because the community will never forget the horrible position those individuals put this community, taxpayer, families, and commission in. So I ask the commission to please clean up the mess of those who made bad business dealings and move forward. And yes, also say yes to the Little League. Do it for the children of the community. Thank you again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners of all the city staff. You truly are the best board the city has seen in decades.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, our second and final hand raised is Gregory Hardman. Gregory,
All
you're
right.
unmuted, but you're self-muted. Thank you.
Please begin when you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. I have positive news tonight as well. I want to say thank you. I think you guys have been working very hard and we see the progress. We see things are starting to move and downtown is starting to take a shape. I think the worst place to be is in a stalemate, and the city has been that way in a stalemate for quite a while in downtown, and it looks as much. I think now there's finally positive progress with a few new developments, particularly coming along Federal and Ocean, and hopefully Town Square too. And also the Little League, as the previous commenter said, I think those are really great projects all coming up in our city. Little League and travel baseball are great. What I would say to the commission is we look forward with our vision of Ocean Avenue to have a bigger vision with commercial included. And if we have a dream, maybe even office space, which I know is almost impossible. But all of these people in the city need to go somewhere. And it kills me to think we all take Seacrest down or Federal down and go to Delray Beach or Lake Worth to eat, when I would love it for everyone to stay here, for Ocean to become a destination, for the Arts and Culture Center and the Government Center to all be intertwined into one big plaza anchored by commercial on Southeast First and Northeast First. I hope there can be a vision with the commission and the developers who are developing here to help us create a destination downtown and help us maybe even have a place to work, because not everybody can just live here. We do need somewhere to work, and City Hall provides a lot of jobs. It'd be great to have some private employment in our downtown and really create somewhere where you can actually live, work, and play, and maybe actually come out of town to visit us for. That would be great. Thank you again, commissioners. You guys are doing a great job. Love all the positive development. Let's just get our city some more commercial. And thank you again. Have a good night.
Thank you. I don't normally respond because it's not a Q&A, but amen. We absolutely need those things. All right. If there's no one else, Manny, just want to confirm with you, that was the last speaker.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. That means public comments are now closed. We are going to move on.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I just wanted to address one thing for staff. I know that there was discussion about potentially doing a swap for Seacrest and then hopefully working with the county to get that done, because I think beautifying Seacrest would be a great idea, especially as we move forward with this vision. So I'd just like to get an update and maybe some more information on staff on how we can get that done. I have no problem working and having those conversations with our county commissioners to get the ball rolling on this.
Commissioner, this is the first time I'm hearing of this. And just to be clear, this is an idea where we swap jurisdiction. Is that correct? Is that what mentioned?
Yes, because Seacrest right now is owned by the county, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
Okay.
And most people don't know this. And so for that reason, it's very difficult for us to handle things on Seacrest. So City Manager, did you have anything to that?
I just was on a Zoom call with the Mayor Greg Weiss this morning, so I'll reach out to him, see if he can come up with any ideas, and maybe we can collaborate together between the city and county to get it done. But I agree. I mean, I drive down Seacrest just like everyone in this room does, and I agree some beautification is definitely needed on that road.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, City Manager. I am always in favor of local autonomy, home rule. We can do things better right in our own backyard. So thank you for bringing that up. Again, we're now going to move on to item 10A. Remember, we moved this item up. 10A. Nope, I have 10A. All right, it is 10A. This is proposed resolution number R23-018. Approve and authorize the mayor to sign a first amendment to the comprehensive agreement for ground lease and training facility with Primetime Sports Group, LLC, to amend the original agreement to increase the allowable size of the facility, update the conceptual site plan, and increase the amount of time for completion. We have before us our city staff. We have Casey Young, who we recognized earlier today. Mr. Young, would you like to introduce the item, and then we'll hear from the applicant?
Yes. And just first of all, thank you for the recognition this evening at the beginning of the meeting. I appreciate that. Casey Young, Recreation and Parks Director. I am here tonight to provide an update on the Little League Park Primetime Sports Indoor Training Facility. Next slide. So to start off, I want to give just a brief overview of this project. Initially, we received an unsolicited proposal for a public-private partnership from Primetime Sports Group, LLC. After receiving that, we went through the process according to Florida statutes that requires us to advertise the proposal to the public to give anyone an opportunity to add a proposal to this for this project as well. That advertisement ran from December 5th through December 12th. So following all of the protocols from the resolution, we did not receive any additional proposals to provide an indoor training facility at our Little League Park. At that time, we proceeded to move forward with having negotiations with Primetime Sports Group. November 1st, we presented a proposal and an agreement to the commission, which was voted on to approve this agreement. At that time, during the commission meeting, the commission requested that we bring forth a site plan for review before issuing a notice to proceed. Next slide. Again, just a brief overview of the project scope. So Primetime Sports Group is proposed to lease a designated area of Little League Park to construct an indoor training facility. Again, this is a lease agreement. The city will remain in control and ownership of Little League Park, just placing this facility on the land. Also included with this agreement is that Primetime Sports Group has agreed to include ancillary improvement projects simultaneously with construction of the indoor training facility. These projects include construction of a parking lot to accommodate the facility needs, construction of additional artificial turf field with dugouts and perimeter fencing, new Little League Park entrance signage, and scoreboards for all fields. Next slide, please. If you take a look at your screen, you can see this is what Little League Park currently looks like. So there are 4 baseball fields there, along with the concession stand, bathrooms. So in the current parking. So again, this just gives you an idea of what the park currently looks like today. Next slide, please. This is a plan that we've worked on with our contractor or our vendor to provide a new site plan for review tonight by the commission. This includes additional parking, fields for our Little League, our sports fire to play on, an additional field that shows the location of the indoor training facility, along with an additional T-ball coach pitch field. So again, this gives us a better idea of what initially the concept plan that we brought forth in November gave us an idea, but this really gives more details of where the fields can be located and then the different amenities at the park. So again, this site plan really provides, to us a totally new park, which gives us kind of a state-of-the-art park in our Little League Park now. Next slide, please. Again, this gives more detail of the location of the training facility, which we're here to discuss tonight, along with the additional field, which is included in the project scope with this agreement. So again, just to give you a more zoomed in idea of what this plan will look like and the location of the amenities that we've been proposed in this agreement. Next slide, please. So again, tonight we're bringing forth an amendment to this agreement. Some of the highlights, some of the changes to the agreement include increasing the square footage of the indoor training facility. Initially, it was at 7,500 square feet. Now it's going up to 12,000 square feet. And the amendment also includes will allow a building for future expansion up to 28,000 square feet. Also, the completion date for the project has changed from 210 calendar days to 360 calendar days. Again, with the increased size of the building, we felt like it was fair to give the Primetime Sports Group an opportunity to have more days in order to complete the construction of the project. Also, in the amendment is an increase in the monthly lease fees. So again, initially it was $400 a month, which stays the same for year 1 and year 2. Year 3 is $800 monthly, no change there. Year 4 is $1,200 monthly with no change. Year 5 through expiration, the increase went from $1,300 to $2,000 monthly increase. And again, reviewing the lease fees biannually according to the Bureau, the CPI, the U.S. Government Index for Bureau of Labor Statistics. So again, we'll review the lease fees, and according to the market rate, it's a possibility that it would increase every 2 years. Next slide. So that concludes my presentation. Tonight, we do have Sean Schwartz from legal is online if there are any questions on the agreement. We also have Phil Toronto from Primetime Sports Group if you have any questions on his project as well. And then I'll still be here.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Young. Before we hear from Mr. Toronto, are there any questions or comments for Casey Young here from my colleagues? Commissioner Hay?
Yes. What was the purpose for increasing it from by 150 days from 210 to 360?
Increasing the days for the project would allow the vendor more time for construction, especially going from the 7,500 square foot building, which was the initial agreement, to now a 12,000 square foot building, just so they have more time to complete construction where it doesn't impact the city or the vendor.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I actually had the same question, the reason for that. And I have an additional question to that. In regard to completion date, are we looking at the entire park? Like, can we go back to the picture on the screen?
IT, if you could please move back the slide. There we go.
For example, we have field 1, field 2, field 3, 4, and 5, and then we have the training facility. At what point do we have any project timelines broken down into which fields are going to be done first and vice versa? I'm guessing that the training facility might be maybe potentially first on the list, but how are we looking at doing that?
So the project timeline, so we feel like the way that with the location of the indoor training facility, and again, the addition of what we're calling Field 5 is also included in the project scope. So we feel that that quadrant where the indoor training facility and Field 5 is located, that there's a possibility that we will be able to phase that where it wouldn't impact Field 2 and Field 3 or Field 1 to start the project for that timeline. Does that answer your question?
So does that mean that everything would be completed simultaneously, or how much longer? Like, let's say the training facility and field 5 are completed on a certain date, at what point would the other ones be completed?
So again, both of those projects for the indoor training facility and field 5, construction will take place simultaneously. So we're hoping that the timeline that has been allocated in the project will allow both those projects to complete in the time that's in the agreement. So again, it shouldn't impact the remaining of the park.
Okay. And we're going to be updating which fields? All of them eventually?
Eventually, yes. This is our main plan, our conceptual plan to improve the entire park site. Primetime Sports Group's part of this project is just the indoor training facility in Field 5. But yes, this is our plan for the entire Little League Park.
My next question is, I did have a gentleman reach out to me regarding a memorial being potentially moved away from the area where it currently is. I'm not sure if there are any, he threatened to sue, so I just want to make sure that, run it by legal, make sure that everything is kosher.
Well, we can have a conversation, but we've heard and looked at this issue before. Right now, we don't have any concerns in that.
No concerns of that. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. And then one thing that I noticed is that the fees are going to be increasing biannually or every 2 years.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Would that be correct?
That is correct. After year 5, they increase. We will look at the market rate for lease agreements during that time, and there's a potential that those lease fees will increase.
Is there a reason why we looked at every 2 years instead of every 1 year as normally?
Not particular, just giving the indoor facility a chance to operate and see how the years go from year to year. So we decided on doing it biannually instead of annually.
Okay. And with the change in the size of the training facility, there will not be any additional amount of rent paid versus the original fee that was stated, correct?
Yes, not until, so year 1 and 2 remains the same as the original agreement. Year 3 is the same as the original agreement. Year 4 is the same. Year 5, there is an increase where we moved it from 1,300 originally.
I meant for the size, not for the
Oh.
time. Yeah.
I'm sorry, say the question again then.
I was referring to the size of the facility going from about 3 times larger. There will not be a change in that, in the fee. It will be the same regardless of the size of the
Yes,
facility.
it will be, the fee will be the same.
Okay. I think that is all I have for now.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. We can always circle back if new questions arise. I'm going to turn now to Commissioner Turkin. Commissioner, did you have any questions or comments for Casey Young?
Yes. Can you understand me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right,
Yeah.
all right. I'm gonna try to do my best to say it with my chest. All right, Casey. So we're going from 7,500 square feet to how much?
To 12,000 square feet.
12,000. So less than double, not double or triple, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And so I know that there was a comparable with another project, I think in Palm Beach Gardens, that had a similar rent lease agreement. And I think the market, the CPI component is every 2 years, like the Vice Mayor mentioned. I would imagine that's due to you don't see drastic market changes in just a year. These things kind of take time to develop. Would that be the reason for this?
Well, we did mock this agreement according to Palm Beach Gardens agreement with Cressy Sports. So again, some of the language may be the same, but that could be a possibility. Not sure.
Got it. So this isn't unprecedented. This has been, based off of a previous agreement that has proven to be successful. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We did meet with Palm Beach Gardens Parks and Recreation Department and have a discussion about the agreement and how to structure it. So we did use them as a resource.
Oh, that's great. And then what's the, so can you tell me more about the maintenance costs and how the city will be relieved of those with the applicant covering that? And can you also go into what we're paying now as far as maintaining those fields and what the potential savings could be?
So with changing the fields, field 4 or field 5 to a turf field, will eliminate some maintenance needs. Again, it doesn't have to be maintained every day. It doesn't have to be resodded. So again, it does decrease our overall maintenance for this park. Again, we still will have to maintain field 3, field 2, field 1 potentially for the time being. So again, potential savings could be up close to around $50,000 a year, potentially, give or take.
Okay, good. Good to hear. And then as far as project completion, the Vice Mayor had a good point about moving from 210 days, I think it was, to 360. Are we talking completion of the overall site plan that we're looking at today?
No, that is not completion of the overall site plan. That is the completion of the indoor training facility and field 5.
Okay, thank you. And okay, got it. So we're going, roughly 4 months, 5 months over from that. Is there, and I know the applicant's there, is there a way we could minimize that? I understand that there's going to be a larger increase in square footage and there's going to be a need for materials. But once you get going in construction, you get going. And so I'd like to see if the applicant is willing to come down on that a little bit, especially if it's not for the whole site plan. I was a little excited seeing less than a year to get this whole thing done. So I just want to leave that comment for the applicant there.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to ask the applicant to answer that after we've all heard from all members of the commission.
Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. Commissioner Kelly, do you have any questions for staff at
I
this
do,
point?
thank you. Casey, have we taken, this, the Miracle Field is supposed to be a multi-purpose and multi-use field for people with disabilities. I don't see where we've accounted for or thought about additional handicap parking, handicap accessible parking close to, like, the closest one is over by Field 3 or by the training facility. If this is what the Miracle Field is supposed to be for, how are we accommodating people with disabilities and making it more convenient for parents? And
So according to code, all right, I do see our deputy city manager, Mr. Mack. Would you like to chime in on this item?
Yes, sorry to interrupt, Casey.
All right.
Just, I'd like to, for everyone to know that this is a conceptual plan right now. The applicant still has to go through a site plan approval process for the building and the park. So again, this is our designer's best efforts to give a conceptual plan to locate things on the property so that we all know where they're going to be and how they're going to interact with each other. That is something that we'll definitely address during the site plan process to have additional disabled parking spaces available to the Miracle Field. And just to circle back to Commissioner Turkin's question about the construction timeline, that was my recommendation based on the complexity of the project and the sequencing of things that have to happen. We need to make sure that we give the Primetime Sports time enough to succeed in this project. I think if you would ask him, he'd probably tell you could get it done in the 6 months that was initially proposed. But I feel like that, or the 7 months, that we need additional time. There's a lot of underground utilities here. There's a lot of pumps. There's a lot of different things that have to happen to make this execute. So that recommendation was done by myself and the engineering staff just to make sure that we give them enough time to accomplish what they need to do in this project.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right, thank you, Deputy City Manager. Commissioner Kelly, any follow-up to that?
yeah, no, that's one of my concerns, is that if we're building this Miracle Field for that purpose, we need to make sure that we're accommodating the people who are going to use that field. But Casey, when I saw this, I was super excited to see the increase in parking, how we've been able to, leave the memorial where it is, shift. Staff got creative and who, in figuring out how to make this work the best way and accommodate the concerns that a lot of the residents, over the last, 6 months have talked about. So I appreciate that. And do you want me to ask? I guess I'll ask my other question. So it's more to the applicant and it's more just for clarification. It's been a while since you've been in front of us. And so I just wanted, I've seen the Barwis van on property and coming in and out of the park. So I think that for the public, it would be nice to hear, since a lot of these agreements don't mention them by name, as to how they will play a part in this program and in this process. It's been a while since we've heard. So that's another question that I have.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Kelly, because I was about to ask a similar question about the Barwitz Foundation and what kind of value that brings. Let's begin with that. Mr. Toronto, good evening. If you could address Commissioner Kelly's question, thank you.
Well, first off, Happy New Year to everybody, because it has been a while since we've seen each other. So Happy New Year to you and your families. And thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to be up here and speak with you and explain to you how passionate I am about Little League, where I played, where I grew up, and what this project truly means to me. And I'd like to answer everybody's question. So we'll start with the first one, which is Barwis. So I am a sports agent. That has been my career for the last 13 years. I met Mike Barwis about 6.5 years ago, and he started training my players. I've witnessed so many incredible things by knowing Mike Barwis. His intensity, his passion, his willingness to help kids, solely help kids, and anybody that kind of comes across his direction within his facilities. He is an amazing person. I've watched him help people walk again. I've watched him push people to believe they could walk again, and they do it. I've watched him sit there and watch me grow and be proud of the person that I've become in my career. And my partnership with him is truly that. It's a partnership. We're partners in this fully. We want to come here. We want to give out scholarships to kids. We want to give out school scholarships to kids on top of that. We want to give out every opportunity for not only baseball, but for every sport. There's tremendous athletes in this community. I wasn't one of them. That's why I'm doing this today. Commissioner Hay mentioned Lamar Jackson. I would love to put a statue of that individual in this park. We're going to have plenty of people coming to this park if this is approved for all sports, not just baseball. I'm a lover of all sports, but most importantly, I'm a lover of helping people. And I'm passionate about helping people. This has been 3 years in the making. So Deputy Mack is right. Let's build it tomorrow. I don't want to wait 2 years. Habitat for Humanity can build a house in a couple hours. We can build this building in a day. And that's where I'm at. There is nothing that I want more than, other than my beautiful wife and my children, than this project to work out and to be good for the entire community. I've taken a lot of grief for doing what I'm doing today. Standing up in front of you guys and telling you how passionate I am for helping this park. My sister was killed in a car accident in Boynton Beach when I was 11 years old. And some of the best friends that I made at this park and embraced me at a young age when I lost my sister is exactly the feeling that I have every time I step back onto that field. How people embraced me, how people helped me, how people got me through one of the roughest times in my life and for my family's life. There's too many kids out there that think they can play sports but can't afford it. I'm not here. My mission statement is no kid gets left behind. No kid. I have 2 boys right here. I have 2 children in New York. I'm a father. But most importantly, I'm a passionate person about helping people too. When I thought about doing this project, the first thing that came to mind was, will they allow me to build it? But if you allow me to build it, I promise you, everybody will come to this city. The economic boost that this city is going to see for Barwas coming in here, from the international players, Coco Graf, Jeff Burrows, Sherman, you name it, he's represented them. He has trained them in his facilities currently today. He is the right person to bring to this city if we're trying to develop a new look for Boynton Beach, an economic boost, hotels, professional athletes training right next to kids like my kids right here. There's nothing more special than watching an athlete go up and give a kid an autograph. No kid in here or no adult in here that is in here today can tell me that when they were a kid, they didn't try to get a autograph from a professional athlete and the feeling they got when they got that autograph. I'm bringing that to Boynton Beach to where they can be right outside, walk into the building and get their autograph and not have to have security waving them off and not have to have an opportunity that the player can't do it because he's in the middle of his job and getting ready to start a baseball game. I think I've answered pretty much every question. Oh, the fee. When we discussed coming back to commission, there was a lot of opportunities here to, show off this beautiful plan, but there was also opportunities to see how this can increase in size and bring more kids. 7,500 is what I approached you guys with. Then we moved it to 12,000. Now we're moving it to 28,000. Why? Because more kids can get help. More kids can come into the facility and actually follow their dreams like I followed mine. Like I said, I wasn't a good baseball player, became a sports agent. Now I represent players. But most importantly, I still love the sport. And I'm still around the sport. So some of the fees that we were discussing, we took a tour up to Cressy Sports Performance. Cressy moved into Palm Beach Gardens. The amount of economic boost that city saw as well from just bringing in guys like Max Scherzer. If you don't know who Max Scherzer is, he's a professional pitcher. Currently for the Mets now, I think. I don't represent him, so I don't know where he plays. I should though, but guys like that coming in there, Jacob deGrom, who the sky's the limit, okay? And when the city realized what the kind of economic impact it would have, it proposed a similar draft to what we have currently. The one thing I will tell you that is Eric Cressy didn't pay for anything. The city of Palm Beach Gardens did. I'm not asking for any money. I'm asking for an opportunity to bring this to the kids in this community. I'm raising my own money. I'm doing this all on my own. I'm standing up here today with no lawyers in front of me, no, just my family behind me that have been behind me the entire time I'm doing this. My wife is incredible. The amount of phone calls, the times I've spoken with people, I'm surprised I'm not divorced yet. But that just shows how much she loves me and how much she cares about me and how much she admires what I'm doing for the kids in this community and the place that gave me everything that I have today. And that's East Point Little League. I'll be happy to answer any more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Toronto, and thank you for investing into our city. You are, for those of you that are not aware, but you are a son of Boynton Beach, and you are coming back to Boynton Beach, and that is something that I could not be more proud of.
Thank you.
So I don't doubt at all the value that you're going to bring for the community. And sitting behind you are a group of educators and school leaders, principals. I hope that you will connect with them and also working with the Little League. But I do have some questions because I have to do my due diligence. So my first question, I'm going to actually direct it to legal. I know we have with us Sean Schwartz. Could you just discuss, and please don't take this as in any other way. I am simply doing my due diligence.
Mr. Mayor, I've heard probably everything you could possibly imagine about this project, so nothing will surprise me or shock me at this point.
You know, for those of you that show up to these meetings regularly, you'll hear me say the phrase, "We hope for the best, but we plan for the worst." Yep. Council, could we discuss worst case scenarios? What protections are in place in our agreements should these promises, should these agreements not come to fruition? How do we protect the city?
What I'd ask is Mr. Schwartz, who's on, he did handle this document. If he can answer that, he knows it inside and out.
Excellent.
And he's available on Zoom.
Yeah,
Schwartz, you're
so
on
we
mute.
have payment and performance bonds that are obligated by the contractor. So in the event that these facilities aren't built, the city would be able to step in the shoes and have these facilities built. So that would apply to the training facility and that would apply to Field 5 under this agreement. So all the obligations under the original agreement are still in place as if they were on November 1st.
And Mr. Schwartz, this is, to be absolutely clear, this is a lease. So we are not transferring ownership.
Correct. The city still maintains ownership of the property.
All right, excellent. Is there anything else you'd like to add to that? Or was that it?
No, I mean, you know, if he doesn't build this in the timeframes that we've set forth in the agreement, we would be able to terminate the agreement and we would also be able to step into his shoes and you know, have these facilities built. Obviously, that's not the scenario that we'd like, but you know, those are the safeguards that we've put in place.
Thank you, Council. I just have to absolutely ask these questions about safeguards and protecting the city. My next line of questioning, and perhaps it'll be a short line of questioning depending on the response, could you just enumerate for us, perhaps somebody out there is listening to this, it's their first time hearing about this, and I'd like to hear from both staff and you as well, Mr. Toronto, enumerate for us what the benefits are to the community. Not just in terms of the programming, but I'm referring to what are you providing to the city?
Well, I'll take it first. So again, when we were approached with this project, we feel like the benefits will be, again, providing a facility, we've dubbed it as a destination site within the city. So again, with the location of the park off of Woolbright and I-95, we feel like that will attract more residents, more visitors to come and visit this park. Again, initially when we took on this project, one of the goals was to increase uses of the park. along with our East Boynton Beach Little League, but again, provide us opportunities to bring in tournaments, to bring in clinics, to bring in different activities at this park and really make it a very active park. So that is one of the benefits that as far as the Recreation and Parks Department sees. It gives us more flexibility for additional programming, an overall benefit for us, for the city.
So I heard things in the, a few minutes ago, you said something along the lines of scoreboards. Can we give some granular examples?
Yes. So again, as part of the ancillary projects for this project under this agreement, it will add new scoreboards to each field. Again, that would help with tournaments. New signage at the beginning, at the front of the park, which will promote this park and allow people to know where the park is and where it's located, and to promote programming within the park. Again, it's being proposed as a digital sign, so that way we can add advertisement to it as well. And again, just looking at the conceptual plan, meeting with Little League and hearing some of their concerns, parking was a big issue for them. So again, this conceptual plan adds additional parking to allow them to, run East Boynton Beach Little Leagues leagues and provide enough parking for the participants, along with the addition of Field 5 and turf and Field 5 and potentially turf and Field 4 for the Miracle Field will give a rectangular space where you can do, give more flexibility to add additional programming. Again, and then with the turfing of the field also gives us more durability, so that again, the field will be able to be used more frequently instead of it being a turf field, a grass field, I'm sorry.
Mr. Toronto, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, no, thank you, Casey. I left something out earlier.
1 second.
I'm sorry.
Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on what Casey's saying, and to kind of give everyone the big picture of what this site's going to do. And I've repeated this, it's not about who you are, it's about whether or not the project's going to be beneficial to the city. I took this seat with the full intention of always trying to do what's best, and this project specifically, if done correctly, could create a youth sport epicenter of Palm Beach County. Like he said, I've had the privilege of going down to the Barrows facility, training. I've seen many professional athletes down there. So whenever you're talking about the scholarship program, things of that nature, it's also going to be cost beneficial to the city with the savings on the maintenance. I know we didn't particularly bring up Field 1. Field 1 has more to do with Mike Barwas and his athletic foundation as far as like doing the maintenance on that field. But everything that I've seen as far as like that's concerned with this project seems that it's going to be bringing in professional athletes into the city. There was 2 hotels surrounding the Barrows facility when I went down there. One was Hilton, one was a Fairfield Inn. So I just want to reiterate some of the things that both the applicant and Casey has said. I've witnessed firsthand. So, and anytime we can bring a business into the city, we can also bring some affluent individuals into the city that can visit some of our local businesses to help the city overall. It's never a bad thing.
Thank you, City Manager, Mr. Toronto. And after you respond to this, I'd like to open the floor for public comments, and my colleagues can ask additional questions thereafter.
Yeah, Mayor, I have a couple things when the applicant's done.
That's all right.
City Manager Duggar took my thunder anyways.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Toronto.
No, it's all right. Commissioner Kirk.
That was it. All right.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'll answer the question, but I mean, basically what I wanted to say was, when there's a couple of things I left out. I served on the board of directors for the Little League for many years too, even after I was done playing and before I had kids. I coached at the Little League. So everything that I have envisioned of doing is coming from the fields that I played on as a kid and then took care of as an adult later on. So what I've envisioned for this park is a destination park that everybody wants to come to. I've been to so many parks because of what I do for my career. I've seen the best of the best. I want Boynton Beach to have the best. I want Boynton Beach, everybody that gets off I-95 and sees those lights, to see the fields of dreams for every kid. That's all I got to add.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Turkin, did you want to say anything to that? Otherwise, I'm going to proceed to public comments.
Yes, I think it's important, again, to reiterate that this partnership with Barwas and Angels Athletics is huge. because it provides a place for kids to go after school if they need to. One of the things when I toured the Barwis facility, I think Hillary was her name, the manager, and I was talking to her, and we talked about the culture of the facility. When you walked in there, you could feel at home, you could feel family oriented, and there was a space for kids who maybe aren't even active in that facility or training, but they could come and they could hang out after school if they wanted to because their parents are working 1, 2, 3 jobs or aren't able to watch them, or maybe they outlet of some sort. This space provided that outlet for those kids. And for me, when I was a kid, sports were my outlet. Obviously, I didn't make it to the MLB, and I sure as hell did not make it to the NBA. But I think the big picture here is we have an opportunity to give kids an opportunity that they could only dream of, a safe space, an outlet, and a place, where they can improve their talents. And, we can talk about the epicenter. For me, it's just about what's doing the best for the kids here in Boynton Beach, especially those, who have the opportunity, to do something else and have that outlet. The other thing I want to touch on is, obviously this is subject to an arts fee. I would like to ask city staff and, also, permission from my colleagues that, with this arts fee that we could maybe utilize those funds to create a welcome to Boynton Beach sign or something if this project moves forward, because that is one of our entries to the city. And I think that's an opportunity to really build something beautiful right at the gateway there. Lastly, the other thing I do want to ask that was brought up was, we talked about giving out scholarships, for this facility. How are we going to monitor that? Are we going to do that quarterly, biannually, annually? How are we going to get that update? How are we going to know that we're being held to our word when we say, we're going to give kids these scholarships and opportunity, to participate in this facility? I know a lot of that we'll do with Barwis, but, you spoke about partnership, Phil, and so I'd like to hear, what we're going to do to hold you accountable for that.
Good question. Thank you, Commissioner Durkin. Aside from really getting out there once this is fully approved and I have the support of the city and the city council, I'd like to do every event that we're doing here. I know you guys do a movie by the night at the amphitheater. Boynton Bulldogs will be playing eventually here shortly. All the extracurricular activities are already going on. Mike Barwis and I and his team plan to get out there into the community and continue to keep spreading the word. So I guess the question was, how will we keep track of this? We can set up definitely some sort of quarterly sheet showing how many scholarship programs we've given out to the kids, how many kids that came from, underprivileged scenarios that, have been now taken care of or have gotten college scholarships. That's obviously very important to everybody too. So we want everybody to come in, but most importantly, we want everybody to enjoy the experience. So, we will definitely keep you guys informed. I love coming to these meetings. They're fun.
All right.
Everybody's in the audience is probably saying, all right, you're done now, get off.
Commissioner Turkin,
Also,
did you have any questions?
Yep. I have a comment from one of the presidents in High Point about this project. Do you want me to go ahead and mention that now, or do you want me to wait for public comment?
I think you can do that at the very beginning of public comments or at the very end.
Okay, just let me know.
City clerk does have a copy of that comment.
Okay, great. Yeah, you sound a lot better than I do, Maylee, so you take it away.
All right. I see Commissioner Hay had his hand up, then followed by Vice Mayor Cruz. Commissioner?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask one other question to you, Mr. Torino. You and I have had many discussion about this, and you know that I'm in favor of it. But I just wanted to ask you to expound a little more on the benefits. You know, I live in District 2, which is mainly of my hue. And we play football and basketball most of the time. And I see 5 baseball fields here.
Yeah.
So if you would talk a little more about the conversion into other sports and what those sports are and how is it going to benefit District 2, that I can persuade and tell my citizens to back this and support it.
Great question. Thank you. I grew up with guys like Mike Rumpf, guys that played at Ezel Hester all the time. I played at Ezel Hester. I went over there as a kid and played basketball pickup games. I want all those kids to come over here. Like I said, I'm going to go to the Boynton Bulldogs game. The amount of sports that Mike Barwis touches and that I am involved with Mike is every single sport. Leading with football, Mike did the NFL Combine training for Tyquan Thornton last year, who broke the record during the Combine. Not only that, he does basketball, he does soccer, he does lacrosse, he trains Coco Graff, who is a resident of Delray Beach, Florida. Who else? Basically every Olympian sport there is, Mike has a hand in. Okay. The benefit is not just 5 baseball fields. The benefit of this facility is that we touch on all sports: speed and agility, nutrition, weightlifting, clinical camps. Everything that you can possibly imagine goes on in this facility with Mike Barwis and myself. Okay. Every single sport will be touched. Every single sport will be included. We're going to have a all-purpose field. The Little League emphasize the need for this T-ball field. We also emphasize the need for helping handicapped children with the First Step Foundation. Okay. We want to make sure that that community is helped as well. But along with that rectangular shape that you see on the screen currently right now is going to be all turf. So by being all turf, we are going to make sure that
Commissioner Hay, I know one thing we hadn't touched on. I spoke with Billy Tomei and the Police Athletic League, along with Mike Barwis and Phil. And what we're going to do is we're going to come up with a comprehensive plan to where we're actually going to ensure that those kids in the Police Athletic League, they're going to have access to this facility as well. So there is going to be crossover. And obviously the kids over at Ezel Hester, I know we haven't announced this yet, but I fully intend on sending those kids to New York next month to participate. I want to say it's in April, to participate in Police Athletic League tournament, just to let New York know that Boynton Beach is back. So, and this facility next year and going forward, it'll be used to train those kids as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. We're going to move on now to Vice Mayor Cruz, after which we'll open the floor for public comments.
I know we have a lot of people waiting here for other items. Just going to make it real quick. I really want to make sure that we can prioritize the children. I understand that, we're not talking about Angel Athletics today and how much great benefit they can bring to children and that sort of thing. Now, I really wanted to make sure that, as I know it was mentioned before about the scholarships, let's make sure that we give scholarships to residents of Boynton Beach as well. We need to make sure we have a public benefit. Obviously, the city is going to be helping out with the rent with a substantial amount. And I just want to make sure that the children, all children that live in the city of Boynton Beach that go to our local schools, for example, Congress Middle School, that's in my district, as well as other schools, are able to use these fields and are able to get those scholarships. It's fantastic to be able to create a destination to make sure that we have, famous, amazing players coming to Boynton Beach. That's really great. It helps our local businesses. It puts us on the map. So I definitely see the benefit on that. But I just want to make sure that we prioritize our children first and make sure that children of every single district of Boynton Beach are able to get scholarships and play there for free.
Absolutely.
So,
thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Toronto and Mr. Young. I'd like to open the floor now. If both of you could take a seat for any public comments specifically on this item, please form a line. Again, we have 2 podiums. At the conclusion of those in person speaking, that will be the end by which we will take digital hands raised online. And for those of you that have been patiently waiting, just to refresher the sequence of events, after we take a vote on this item, the next item we'll address will be the funding to our schools, followed by the Leisureville item. Vice Mayor?
Mayor, if I may, the reason why I asked to move item 12A to after public audience, I thought that 12A was going to come first. So I apologize if I don't understand that, but can we have 12A after this? Because that's what I understood we were doing.
Understood. Commissioners, is that all right with everyone? I would assume it is.
Yes.
So, all right, thank you so much. So after we hear public comments, we vote on this item. We'll address the Leisureville item. I have a feeling that'll be relatively short, after which we'll proceed to funding of our schools. All right, let's begin. Please approach the podium and begin when you're ready. Don't forget to state your name for the record.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Karen Morandi Isabella, and I'm a resident of the larger High Point community. In particular, I am on the board of directors in Section 4, which includes 240 condominiums. Our common lands are adjacent to the Little League ballpark, and we share some of the best green space in the city of Boynton Beach. The Little League is a good neighbor to High Point, promoting and living their pledge, trust in God, love of country, respectful of laws, playing fairly, and striving to always do their best. As next door neighbors to the park, we get so excited when the field lights come on at dusk, hearing the sound of the bat strike the ball and the cheering of the fans. When first learning of Phil Toronto's proposal to turn the ballpark into a sports complex, it was comparable to winning the lottery. This generosity and future thinking of Primetime Sports Group will create a strategic design that will not only change this corridor on Woolbright, but will change the future of Boynton Beach's children. We are excited, grateful, and can't wait to hear the shovel hit the soil. I'll leave you with a quote from Coach Pat Riley, Miami Heat manager, and my hometown's native son, which sums up the potential project. All of us have at least one great voice deep inside. People are products of their environment. A lucky few are born into situations in which positive messages abound. Others grow up hearing messages of fear and failure, which they must block out so the positive can be heard. But the positive and courageous voice will always emerge somewhere, sometime, for all of us. Listen for it, and your breakthroughs will come through. Listen, Boynton Beach, our breakthrough is happening now. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please begin when you're ready and state your name for the record.
My name is Tom Isabella. I live at 205 North High Point Boulevard, and thank you for the opportunity today, sir. I have a vested interest not only living adjacent to the ball fields, but also as a resident of Boynton Beach since 2015 and a long-time coach back home in Schenectady, New York, beginning with Little League, Babe Ruth, going on to high school, coaching many different sports. And this is a transformational project without question. So personally, I endorse and support Mr. Toronto and his partners and what they're trying to do to benefit the kids. I was heartened and touched when I read about the concept of providing a field for kids with disabilities, and that touched my heart. And I commend Phil and others for trying to incorporate the needs of kids, especially with disabilities. As the city manager mentioned, I think this project will transform Boynton Beach into the epicenter of youth sports. And the vice mayor made some very cogent remarks about the needs of underprivileged kids. All of us know that we're on the verge of losing a generation of kids to a variety of causes. And we have to incorporate those kids to be able to participate in the sports that this project will offer. And that's very important, whether through scholarships or having Mr. Toronto in concert with the local government reach out to schools, go into the parks, the community organization, boys and girls clubs, and try to get these kids involved. Exponentially, we're losing minority kids in the game of baseball, but I think that can be corrected with a project like this. And I am so proud to be a resident of Boynton Beach and to conceptualize what this project's going to mean to our community. We drive down Little League Road 50 times a day, and we're very cautious and careful as elderly people because of the kids coming in and out. But congratulations, and I hope that this project does become something that's tangible. And I'd like to just say before I leave that this city is an amazing city, and staff, especially Andrew Mack and others, have really helped us out in trying and what we're trying to do at High Point. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, just approach the podium. We've got two. We're going to go back and forth. The more quickly we do this, the faster we'll get through this item.
Hi, my name is Kim Metcalf. I know a couple of you. I just have a question here. I see the ball field and it looks wonderful because I didn't know what to expect, but I'm a proud Gold Star mother of my fallen soldier son. And Boynton Beach has been very good to me, very, very good in the past. And I see everything has changed. I didn't know what to expect when I came here. I didn't know the plans. And I think it's wonderful what Phil is doing, because I'm not against any project to benefit the kids in our community at all. But I'm just inquiring on the Jack McVeigh Memorial Wall, which I see that they're working around it. So I just wanted to know if anything, about, it coming down. It doesn't look like it is, but and that was my question. I mean, we spearheaded a project, my friend who collected a lot of money for a bronze bust of my son. And I didn't know where to place it, but we've been in the field. Half my life is in that field from when he was 5 years old. I mean, I was there more than I was home, and I love it. I love the field. And so I decided to put his bronze bust there, placed it there thinking that it's never going to be moved. I mean, and the whole wall itself. I mean, a lot of people paid for this and put, their sweat and tears in it. And I remember pouring the concrete in for the bust and everything. And because it's a beautiful place, and where it's situated, it's away from the hustle and bustle of the kids. I mean, his friends, they go there and sit. I go there and sit sometime because it's the only thing I have physically that I could touch, but the field is so beautiful and this looks wonderful. But I just wanted to know, will the wall still stay, with the beautiful, I mean, and I would take care of a lot of it. I mean, I had the city pulled out a tree that was dead and plan on maybe painting the fence and, putting plants where we don't have to do a lot of maintenance, but to make it look nice. So that's all. So, I mean, it looks really nice, the field, and I just didn't know what to expect about the wall and that memorial area, because it is a very peaceful place. I mean, it's not in the middle of everything where people can go sit. If there is a game going on, you could still sit there and, so that was my only concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what I'd like to do is
Yes.
One second. What I'd like to do is, if for anyone that has questions, you could either ask them directly to Mr. Toronto, or I'd like to ask Mr. Hirano to respond to them at the very end of public comments, so you do it all at one time. All right, just for expediency's sake. All right, please keep coming to the podium. Let's get this going. Next person.
Hi, Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach. I am all for kids having a place to play. I just think this is the wrong location. We have a couple schools in our city, for example, Galaxy and Forest Park, that have plenty of space, that have ample room for something like this, and we could lease back the land, or this gentleman could. There's a place to put this that's not in this little area. There's not nearly enough parking. You have to worry about balls going into people's windows. I used to live directly across the street there as a child, and we used to find balls in our yard all the time, hitting our cars, whatever. I mean, I've watched balls go out and hit cars as they're driving by on Woolbright. That's an issue. That's a liability. And then my bigger issue is the one I mention every single time I come up here, and that is cemetery land. That land was given to this city to be a cemetery. It is meant to be the overflow. We have now almost filled, am I correct, Andrew? We have almost filled the cemetery up. There's very little space left. That is cemetery land. You are looking at building this on top of land that was given to this city to be cemetery, not to be a baseball park. That was just what it was meant to be during this time period. And I think the last speaker brought this up, and it's something we're thinking about. There is that memorial wall. A lot of our people that are being buried are veterans. That's an appropriate place to have a remembrance area, a place to have benches stop, think about your loved ones who served this nation. And yet you're turning around and making it into a baseball field where there's not enough room. There's not enough room for parking. You have the liability issue of baseballs going all over. And where are you going to bury your dead? People who are from here. And I'm sorry, I'm actually from here. I'm not one of these newbies who moved into the city and doesn't know the history of the city, doesn't know what this field was actually supposed to be, because they just moved here. They don't know, but I do. And I know that you all know because I've told you repeatedly, this is meant to be cemetery. It is cemetery deeded land over. You should not be putting this here. We have other places to put this. They should be reaching out to the county where there's plenty of open space. They should be reaching out to Galaxy or Forest Park where there is empty space, and they could lease back the land and not have the parking issues, because there would be room for parking in addition to this. And I think this is a great idea. I just think this is the wrong location for it. So I'm asking you to vote no against it and do the right thing, because think about where you plan on being buried, where your family is going to be buried, because you all are elected officials here. I'm assuming you want to be buried in the city of Boynton Beach, the city that you love and you serve. So stop and think about that. And I'm hearing the mumbling, but you know what? I'm actually from here. Are the rest of you? I care about my city and I care about its future.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next public comment speaker.
Hello, I'll try to be quick. My name is Flynn. I live on Seacrest Boulevard, and I had 4 things. It's beautiful. We played on there. We actually saw when they moved that bus and did the first redevelopment of the area, and it's a very wonderful park for our kids. I was going to ask for the elderly that comes in and looks at the games and comes with the kids, will all of the walkways be ADA specific? That's one. The second one, parking, he's only going to do the parking that's going to be for his complex. Do you have funding for all the rest of that parking that you're going to develop it? Is that in your budget at this point, and are you willing to do that? The third thing is entrance and exit has always been a problem with the field on and off Woolbright. You only have one way in at this point. With all of the expansion that you want and the dreams that you have, are you going to do something with that exit so that people don't turn left, or that there's a light or a crosswalk for the kids? We find that the library just until recently got a crosswalk. And the last one is the Angel Field with turf. Turf in Florida, when it rains in the summer, molds. And so I don't know what it is for the handicap to be able to have it, but that stuff's going to be really gross really fast. And are you going to have the availability to replace it constantly? I know, you have to have access in wheelchairs and different applications, but fake turf is really just a bad move in terms of a field. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please approach the podium. Let's do this expeditiously, please. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luis Maldonado. I grew up in District 2. I grew up in a very impoverished area in Seacrest, and baseball was not something that was spoke upon. The focus point was basketball and football. And growing up in those streets, East Boynton Beach Little League provided me a home. Not only a home, but somewhere where I could grow and create friendships and forever friends. When I say forever, I've been in weddings and I have friends that I consider brothers. My name is on that concession stand wall. I played on the 2002 national championship team. I was the losing pitcher. Thank you. I pitched the championship game against Curacao, was one of the first teams to make it to the Singular World Series. I bleed blue and gold. It is everything that is inside of me. It has defined me of who I am today. And I think what Phil Torino and the Barris Group is doing is phenomenal. You're giving underprivileged kids an opportunity to play baseball, not only just baseball, but football and basketball, and to hone your craft and your skill set. If that was an opportunity that was given to me back then when I played, the sky's the limits. I was fortunate enough to take my talents and play collegiate baseball and stay off the streets. And today I stand before you as a successful businessman. And I credit Jack McVeigh and I credit East Boynton Beach Little League and everything that they do for this community. And I think that what Phil Torino is going to provide for this city and what the economic boost is going to do, not only just for Little League, but for tournaments and businesses in the area. I mean, you have to travel to Deerfield to find a competitive sports complex. You have to travel to Palm Beach Gardens. Boynton Beach is great. We produce some of the most talented athletes known to man. I mean, Lamar Jackson, Devin Travis, you have Michael Kelly. The list continues and it goes on. I was one of them. I was very fortunate enough to be able to play on those fields and have a home, and it kept me off the streets. Not only myself, but my mother. My brother was a participant in the Challenger League at East Boynton. He was legally blind. East Boynton Beach was one of the only parks in the county that provided an opportunity for disabled children to play. On Friday nights, I spent my time there volunteering and umpiring those games and watching my brother run those bases with a smile on his face. So I just stand before you and ask you guys to approve this, because this is an opportunity to make baseball great again in such an amazing city. And if you truly are Boynton Beach, then you know what it stands for and you know what I'm speaking. I'm speaking from the heart. Gold and blue is in my veins, and it will forever be in my veins. I ran a nonprofit baseball program for years called Baseball Life. Because of Boynton Beach and Jack McVeigh, it pushed me as a coach to give those individuals in inner cities an opportunity to be able to play in those tournaments that they couldn't afford. And what Phil's going to do and Barwis is going to do is the exact same thing that I did for my players when I ran my 501c. So I thank you guys for allowing me to speak, and I thank Phil Torino and the Barwis Group to bringing baseball back to Boynton Beach, and let's continue to make it great.
Cindy Falco Di Corrado. Some really important issues were brought up. I love the idea of a baseball park. I love it for children. I used to go to my grandmother's up in Key West, and they had the baseball park, and we'd do that at night and get peanuts, and it was a very nice event. My real concern, and I know that many of you might not live on this side, on the east side of Boynton Beach, which I do, trying to get home is ridiculous. No lie. I sit an hour, sometimes an hour and a half to get from the west side to the east side to get to my home. Woolbright, if you've ever been out there when people are coming home, it's bottlenecked. You can't move. You can't get anywhere. So I love the idea. I really do. But as Susan said, I believe we have to look at a different location. Also, if there's nowhere to bury anyone because we're tapped out, where are we going to bury? This is about the future. This isn't about taking away something. This is about relocating possibly and looking at some other properties, because it is about the future as well. And we have a lot of elderly and people are dying. Where are they going to go? I hear people laugh, but when they die and they have a home here and they established here and they have homesteaded here and they have their generation, or they want to be buried in Boynton Beach, I'm sure. This is their hometown. So we can't be small-minded in the fact that, yes, this is so wonderful, and it is wonderful. And I love that kids have a place to go, but that's not the property. I think we need to look at it somewhere else and let them have their dream. I love it. but that's not the location. You're going to create more traffic. It's going to happen just like that little plaza over here that nobody can get into. You drive around for hours to find a parking spot where Joanne's Fabric is. You can't get a place. You almost get in an accident pulling out of the Wells Fargo because they got this big white trash area here. It's going to be disastrous in that perspective, but it's a fabulous idea. I just think we need to look at a different location. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please approach the podium. Somebody just go, please. We've got two podiums, either one.
I'll
Good
go
evening.
for it. Good evening. My name is Barbara Reedy. In reading through the 54-page agreement, I had some comments and questions and concerns, most likely about the stuff that was left out from the agreement. I didn't see Michael Barwis's name anywhere in that 54-page agreement. And I think that if he's going to be a principal in this deal, that his name should probably be in the agreement. I also understood that there's to be a 100-foot net put on field 1 because there will be adults hitting balls there. And we need this 100-foot net around the entire field to protect everybody in the bleachers and the other fields, because foul balls can make it to field 2. And also, who'd be paying for that? We need to see that in the agreement. It's not on the list of things that have been agreed to be paid for. I would also like to see Little League, since it's been in that spot for 70 years, which makes it historic actually, because you only have to be someplace for 50 years to be historic. It should be plainly stated in the agreement that Little League gets priority on use of the fields. And also, how about top billing on the lovely new sign that we're going to get on Wilbright? That would be nice for it to be East Boynton Little League, because that's exactly what it is. I would not support moving the cemetery onto our fields. In District 3, we don't have as much green space as some other districts do. So I would not be in support of losing more green space. I have other concerns. You're eliminating 10 mature shade trees in that diagram. You're eliminating the picnic pavilion and 2 brand new baiting cages. So these are kinks I'm assuming we'll be able to work out. Okay. Public access to restrooms and water fountains. And I'd like to see quarterly reports from Mr. Toronto on the big name people that are coming and how many children he's helped in that quarter, not yearly. Let's keep a little tighter control on this, just coming fresh off of Town Square debacle. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please approach the podium. This is the last call for in-person public speakers. Now is the time to approach the podium. All right, before he begins, I'm going to ask the audience to just quiet down for a moment.
I think my cheerleading squad is
One
here.
second, 1 second. All right.
Wow.
Begin when you're ready.
I'm so happy my cheerleading squad is here. So Ernest George Mignoli, I'm not going to repeat my address, but I spent over 50 years in graduate education at St. Peter's and in Jersey City. And of course, you know the impact of education and the interplay between sports and with big cities like Newark and Jersey City and et cetera, in New Jersey. So what do we learn from that? We learned from being a graduate professor in St. Peter's that probably 499 out of 500 students who want to be world-class soccer players, world-class basketball players, world-class football players, world-class everything don't make it. So what happens in universities in New Jersey and in Florida, it's clear that academics are the key to education, and sports fields attached to many of the beautiful buildings that are already built in this city have adequate space for programs. And the beauty of it is, if you centralize what you're doing, especially bad enough it's on a cemetery, but that's beside the point. If you centralize in that area, that leaves out the rest of Boynton Beach. You already have schools everywhere. There's plenty of fields. There's plenty of ways to implement these programs. But what it seems to me is that you have a lot of business interests here. And you keep talking about hotels and AstroTurf and bars and restaurants and drawing.
Commissioner Turkin, your microphone is on.
Thank you.
If you could please mute.
Hello.
Please continue.
I'm sorry. So look, this Boynton Beach needs things for children like food, adequate housing, fair housing, transportation, street safety, et cetera, et cetera. Sports is very far down on the list. And to jump to this program and commit land that, I mean, it seems what happens here, the audience is always packed with everybody that wants this project. There's 87,000 other people and 30,000 people who live here non-registered that are never here to say that this is really not a high priority. What we care about is education. We care about our curriculum programs, and you got plenty of sports, fields and baseball, et cetera. And to think that this is going to be the next, I don't know what, World Series Cup field, I doubt it.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next public comment speakers. All right, I see there's only one more person in the chamber. It looks like you're the last one. Begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Appreciate you letting me be here. I've known Phil, my name's Keith Merritt, by the way. I've known Phil for about 25 years now, and I can tell you that there's not a more genuine, decent, honest person that you're going to come across in this room, in this town, probably in your life than the guy sitting back there. And when he gets up here and he says what he said at that microphone, I promise you every single word out of his mouth was the God's honest truth. He has been talking about, first of all, he's made a believer out of me in everything he's done. When he told me he was going to become an agent, I was his biggest, well, second biggest. Sheila probably had me beat there, but biggest supporter and biggest skeptic. Because what he was trying to do, you're not supposed to be able to do that, right? When he stands up here and he wants to build this place, you're not supposed to be able to build that. I'm done doubting Phil. I believe everything he says. I know for a fact that he's doing it for the right reasons. Is there a benefit in it for him and Mike Barwis and these clients? Yes. Is that why he's doing it? Not a chance. He needs another responsibility like he needs a hole in the head, right? He does not need this. This is a passion project out of love because he loves this city. Grew up in this city. When he moved to New York, I remember when he came back in 2008 and he was blowing me up 5-6 times a day. And I didn't recognize the number because he moved to New York. Well, it was him. And he's like, hey, I moved back to Boynton. I'm going to go coach at East Boynton. You want to help me out? I'm like, I'm a 28-year-old guy. I got a kid on the way. I don't want any part of that. But he asked. I'm like, fine, I'll give you one season. Best year of my life was coaching with him for a few months. And after I had my kid, my wife's not quite as supportive as Sheila, so I had to give it up. I also want to say this, though, because anybody, I don't know who's married in here, but you cannot do anything at a high level without having a supportive partner. And the fact that Sheila is not only supportive of what he's doing, but is behind it and gives him the space and the freedom and whatever he needs to get it done, that only gives me more confidence that this is going to be a success. And look, I was here for the last meeting. Commissioner Hay, I think, said it best. I mean, I think everybody in this room is here for the right reasons. I think they have legitimate, whether for it, against it, I think they want the best. But we heard in the beginning of this thing that the worst thing you can have for a city is a stalemate. If you want to avoid that, you need people not just to come in here and complain about things. We need people with solutions. And that's what Phil's bringing. He's not just, we need a place for the kids. He's giving you a place for the kids. He's handing it to you. And when he says he's doing it for the kids, it's for the kids. So just want to say, you know, Phil's a champion in everything he does. He's a champion husband, champion father, champion son, champion friend, champion businessman, and he'll be a champion for Boynton Beach if you give him the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes in-person public comment. Mani, how many people do we have with their digital hands raised?
Mr. Mayor, we have 4 hands raised.
All right, we're going to go ahead and begin with the first speaker. For those of you online, I will let you know when you have about 30 seconds remaining on the clock.
All right, our first speaker is Gregory Hardman. Greg, you're self-muted. Please click the microphone next to your name. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Again, good to speak to you. I think this project is wonderful for the city. I think it's wonderful for the kids and it's wonderful for families. I think something you always see when you head out west in greater Boynton Beach and Lake Worth and kind of Wellington is always these sprawling ball fields and these wonderful facilities. I think it's going to be such a great asset to our city and for the kids to have this out east. You're not going to have to go out to 441 or jog or somewhere to find a big, beautiful field. You're going to find it right here off Woolbright near 95. I think it's great in the indoor training facility. It's going to be an asset to the kids in the area, help them, not everyone's going to become a pro player, but the friends you make along the way, the foundations you learn, a lot of discipline. I think this is the exact project we need. It's going to revitalize this corridor on East Boynton. And like, hey, if it can bring a hotel, like I heard someone say earlier, that would be a wonderful outcome for the city. So I think this is a great project. I look forward to it. I look forward to one day seeing kids play here and, having city events here. It's going to be just a great facility. So highly encouraged it. Love to see it and great development for Boynton Beach. Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, please begin when you're ready.
Our next speaker is John McVeigh. John, you're self-muted. Please click the microphone. Thanks to you.
Hey guys, my name is John McVeigh. I'm the son of Jack McVeigh, who's been mentioned a few times in this meeting. For those of you guys that don't know, my father served as board president for close to 16, 17 years, was involved with Little League for more than 20, and oversaw a couple national championships. And, I wanted to speak on a few points that were made tonight. First off, I am in the baseball business and currently a college coach. When you talk about Mike Barwis, first off, Mike Barwis' name means something in the baseball community and in the community in general. He is a guy that when his name is mentioned in baseball circles, people listen. So to clear up some of that, I wanted to mention the memorial, and I spoke to Phil about this at length when he called me when this was just a dream and asked about the memorial and what it meant. And I've shared this in this meeting before that I do view the memorial as where I visit my father when I'm back in Boynton Beach. And I have full confidence in Phil that he's going to honor that memorial. I have spoke with Kim and I've shared that with Kim Metcalf, who spoke earlier tonight. And I have shared that with her as well. But I have full confidence that Phil is going to make sure that everything is taken care of in terms of that memorial, because obviously it means a lot to me. And lastly, as Phil is a person believing in what he's talking about, I believe in full heartedly. I think that he is a man of his word. He is a man that, like the last speaker talked about, he came from in the baseball world essentially nothing and made himself an agent. He wants to do the same thing for East Boynton Beach Little League. Scholarships have been mentioned tonight, and I thought it was important to mention. Phil sent me the name of a kid from Boynton Beach last night that thinks that I should give him a scholarship that has nothing to do with anything we're talking about tonight, a collegiate scholarship up here. I have a kid from Boynton Beach on our team that is playing for us now, and Phil is a big part of. Hey man, what do you think about this kid? Do you think he's a good fit for our program? Phil, that's what Phil is. That's what Phil does, and he's the right guy to spearhead this project. And I full heartedly. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mani.
Our third speaker is Mike Pacquiao. Matt, you are unmuted. Please click. Thank you.
Good evening. So I'm a baseball coach. I've played my whole life, and I'm currently a captain at Palm Beach State Fire Academy. I've known Phil for roughly 10 years. I've known him personally on a business level. And I consider him a great friend and honestly, a great mentor of mine. Phil has helped me a lot with my baseball career and my coaching career. Anytime I've kind of needed help, I've needed advice, he answers the phone, he helps me out. Like I've literally called this man at 11 o'clock at night. And guess what? Phil answers the phone. That's just kind of the person he is. I've talked to Phil a lot about this dream of East Boynton, and every time I talk to him, I can truly see the excitement and the joy in his face and hear it in his voice when he speaks about it. And honestly, it kind of, brings me back to my childhood to, to feel that level of excitement. I currently have an 11U team, and our home field is East Boynton Little League. What Phil has done for my 11U team is beyond wonders. Anything I need, anything I can think of, I know Phil is there. For our kids, these improvements would do wonders. I had the privilege of taking our team down to Barwis, and we worked out, we hit in the cage, we did all that good stuff. And to see the look on their faces the second they walk through that door, it's truly a look I'll never forget. And it goes the same with, when we've gone and played at tournaments and we've stepped on these really nice fields, to see the look on their face. It's such an amazing feeling to see a child smile that big and just kind of see that look in their eye. And you know what? It goes beyond the athletic thing too. It teaches them hard work. It teaches them dedication, and it teaches them that, you know what? These things are nice, and I get to work and work and work for it. And when I work very hard, good things happen. I truly believe that all the kids, they deserve this. They've worked for it. They've earned it. And I think Phil is truly someone who is going to deliver on this. I support him. I believe in that man, and I truly consider him a family member of mine. And I really appreciate you guys letting me speak tonight.
Thank you. All right, Monty, I believe we're on to the last speaker.
Yes, sir. Our final speaker is Sharon Brown. Sharon, you're unmuted. Please click the microphone next to your name. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Jeremy Brown. I am speaking on behalf of Sharon. I was a very good friend of Jack McVeigh's. I am now John McVeigh's adopted father, and I watched what happened to him through the Boynton Beach Little League, and that's just to let you know who I am. Doesn't have a huge bearing. I think what people don't necessarily understand or haven't brought up is what the long-term ramification for Boynton Beach as a city is. I think that the athletic ability and dedication that lead to further education through either scholarships that are provided or scholarships that are earned by the kids will create an opportunity for those to come back and do the same thing that Phil's doing, same thing that John wants to do, same thing that Jack McVeigh wanted to do, and create a long-term goal of maintaining the direction, sense of community, and pride in the city of Boynton Beach that is created through the relationships that Louis Maldonado spoke of and Phil has made clear that he is dedicated to. And I don't think it's fair to talk about benefits to people. The benefits are going to be to Boynton Beach and to the kids that are involved. I used to call Jack McVeigh my husband-in-law because I'm married to his wife now, and I had the honor of being asked to adopt his son, which I have. And I know what quality of a human being he is and what Boynton Beach Little League creates in those people and the people around is a true family. And I think that long-term, for decades, it'll make Boynton a better place. Thank you.
That is the last of our public comment speakers. However, we do have one item to read into the record from our city clerk, and that is the absolute end of it. Go ahead, city clerk, read that item into the record.
Okay, we have a comment from Paul Stanfield. As president of High Point Section 4, located near and adjacent to the Boynton Beach Little League fields, I wholeheartedly support and endorse the proposed makeover of the Little League complex. Without question, this proposal will be transformational, making Boynton Beach as the epicenter for kids and youth sports. As a person whose family was intimately involved in youth sports and the opportunities it provided, this project will provide kids the same opportunities that all kids can enjoy. What really touched my heart is the building of a field that is compliant with the ADA that will provide those with birth defects and spinal cord injuries a unique opportunity to participate on a new specially designed field. Kids from all walks of life will now be able to enjoy a state-of-the-art facility second to none. I am hopeful that the community at large will rally around this project and will positively impact generations of kids. I commend the City Commission of Boynton Beach for approving this project back in November of 2022. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. That is the end of all public comments on this item. I'd like to turn to my colleagues if you have any final questions or comments. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to approve. But let's get your final questions and comments first. Commissioner Kelly.
I agree that I would like to see quarterly updates. I think that was kind of our consensus as a whole as a commission, is to get quarterly updates on scholarships and also any issues or just an update as a whole. So those are just my thoughts, but I'll await a motion.
All right, let's hear any other questions or comments from my colleagues. Commissioner Turkin, you're next.
No, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion before us
Second.
to approve resolution number R23-019, and I heard a second from Commissioner Hay. Is there any further discussion on this item?
Yes.
Seeing none, I'll bring this now. Commissioner, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to piggyback for the Gold Star family that we do make that place and continue for it to be sacred, and that the city does uphold and do a better job than what it is now. I know that it's been a lot better over the last few months, but that is something that is important to me. And so, like the city and the applicant Phil, to really make that place great and keep it quiet and memorable.
Thank you, Commissioner. I see before us is the applicant. He would like to respond to that.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think the most important question for me at this point is Mrs. Metcalf. Mrs. Metcalf, it's my promise to you to make sure that that memorial site.
Mr. Toronto, if you could address the question.
I'm sorry. I wanted to just look at her. I apologize.
I understand.
It's my promise to you, Ms. Metcalf, that everything about that memorial wall is remained sacred for her son, and for all the people that are on there, and is taken care of 100 times better than it has been over the years. That's my promise.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hay. Let's go to Commissioner Hay first. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment to the elephant in the room as far as the expansion of the grave site. That still is a concern of mine, but I want to just at this point tell you that we have several plans on the table that we're looking at. We're not ready to present those now, but we will bring those back to you at the appropriate time to deal with that, because that is a real issue. But I think after weighing the pluses and minuses of this sports park and what it brings to our city, I am supporting the sports complex. So I just want you to let you know that we are looking into it.
All right. Are there any other final comments, questions? Vice Mayor.
Just last thing, I know that we have city manager, please correct me if I'm wrong. We have Angela Athletics coming in to a future commission meeting to go over their portion of the project. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. That's the nonprofit portion, and that has to deal with Mike Barwis' foundation.
And that would be for Field 1, correct?
Correct. That'll be for Field 1 maintenance and improvement projects. So that's also as far as the American field going to be included in that.
So just wanted to say for the record that if we could look at this holistically at some point in the near future as a commission, just because we have, the next commission meeting is going to have Field 1. This one has Field 5 in the training facility. But we also have to remember that we have Field 2 and 3 and 4 to look at. So just to make sure that we're revamping the entire park, not just chunks of it that have only the training facility, just making sure that we're going to do that holistically and completely together. And then just making sure, what's the square footage on the total facility for the training facility up to?
It's up to 28,000 square feet. And what that's going to do is that's going to facilitate the square footage needed for Mike Barwis' international business to actually move from Deerfield Beach, where he has a standing offer from the city of Deerfield Beach for a building and land, and he's choosing to come to Boynton Beach.
Okay, just rephrasing, because there was a comment made earlier about it being 12,000 square feet, but just making sure the entirety of it could be up to 28,000 square feet.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
All right. Is there anything else from my colleagues? We have a motion before us. We have a second. The motion is to approve resolution number R23-019. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. We are now moving on to our next item, which is 12A, proposed resolution number R23-021. Approve and authorize the mayor to sign the declaration of restrictive covenant, restricting the future park site in the Leisureville subdivision to use as a passive public park. I'm going to turn to council to introduce this item and then to staff.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, this is before you for authorization for a declaration of restrictive covenants, and this would provide that this property, this known, I guess, collectively as Leisureville Park, would be used solely for passive public park purposes and not developed beyond its current natural environment with no parking or signage except trespass or loitering. However, the city is going to be able to use part of the property to provide for paved access road or cul-de-sac for safe movement of city vehicles at the end of Southwest 1st Avenue, Southwest 1st Court, and West Ocean Avenue and Northwest 1st Avenue. The declaration could only be rescinded once it's recorded and approved this evening by unanimous vote of the City Commission.
Unanimous vote.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you so much, Council. I'm going to turn now to Vice Mayor Cruz. This is your initiative, Vice Mayor. I thank you for bringing this forward to this commission. Would you like to say a few words on this item?
Yes, I would. Really looking forward to having the support of my colleagues to make sure that this goes through. It's really important. Can you hear me? Mm-hmm. It's something that Leisureville has mentioned to me during the campaign trail that it was an important priority for all of you, making sure that there was no development in your backyards and making sure that the area stays safe, that we don't have potential crime or any of those sort of activities. One thing that I wanted to ask staff, just for the record, something that somebody brought up to me during the town hall was that if we could have no parking signs on the paved roads that are strictly going to be used for the emergency vehicles as well as the utilities vehicles. So I just wanted to get a confirmation from staff. I don't know if it's Mario or who would do that for us.
All right. Do we have our deputy city manager? Who from staff would like to add to this item? I see he is approaching the chambers. Mr. Mack, the question is from Vice Mayor Cruz. That's all right. It's all right. It's all good. Vice Mayor, could you just repeat the question for the deputy city manager?
Yes, sir. My question was, can we put no parking signs around the newly paved area once it's paved to make sure that we don't have any parking there and that the emergency vehicles as well as the garbage trucks or utility vehicles are able to get through no problem?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And nothing, I'm looking forward to having a great night and a night of success for District 1, for Leisureville. I know this is important to all of you, and this is when we actually make action and we complete and we fulfill what we promised to you. So hopefully we'll have the support of my colleagues, and
you have my support, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Was there anything else from you?
No, just looking forward to this happening. I know it's really important for us, and it's something that we've been looking forward to and promised for decades. So we're making that happen hopefully tonight. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent. Questions and comments from my colleagues. Let's begin this time on my right side, Commissioner Hay.
No, I just think it's long overdue. It's beneficial to the city, and I will support you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Turkin, any questions or
Yeah,
comments on this item?
Yep. I just want to commend the vice mayor for bringing this forward. To everyone listening, she brought this up almost immediately after being sworn into office. And her predecessor had 6 years to get this done and failed to do that. So I just want to really commend the vice mayor for really reflecting what the people want and not just talking about stuff, but actually getting stuff done. I always say I want to be a can-do commission and get stuff done. So round of applause, Vice Mayor. Thank you for representing your people well.
Commissioner Kelly.
I will keep it quick. I fully support this. I think that we need to preserve whatever green space we're able to, and this is city land, and we need to keep it that way. So I will keep it quick.
Thank you, everyone. Now, before we can accept a motion, I need to hear public comment on this item as part of procedural matters. If you'd like to speak specifically on this item, please approach the podium now. You've heard the rules, 3 minutes per person. Let's begin immediately and state your name for the record, and let's move expeditiously, please. Yes, go
Dr.
ahead.
Phyllis Pacelli, 1108 Southwest 15th Street, Boynton Beach. I just want to say that I am in favor of this declaration of restrictive covenant. I want to thank our vice mayor, and today is not the status quo. Thank you.
All right, next speaker. We have 2 podiums. We can go back and forth.
I'd just like to, Jim Sizik, Palm Beach, Allegeville. I'd like to reiterate the comments that were just expressed. And I would really like to thank firsthand Vice Mayor Cruz for her passion, her concern, her initiative from day one. She's listened to her constituents. She's known that this has been a long-standing problem and a security concern for the Allegeville residents. And I just thank God we got her in District 1.
All right, next speaker.
Hello, my name is Tom McGusson. I live in Northwest 10th Court. My wife and I have been residents of Allegeville for the last 10 years. We're all for this proposal. We've had some issues in the past with safety and security. Most recently, I caught an individual breaking into our vehicles about 3 weeks ago. I called the police. He obviously got away. This gentleman had a backpack. I know that we don't know exactly where he came from. And then also today, we've had issues with individuals hanging around in the back there, 4 individual young men that been back there all day long and maybe be up to no good. We don't know. So we're all for this, leaving it a passive park. So, and one concern we do have, though, I think it might have been mentioned, no trespassing and all that, no trespassing signs. So that's a big concern of ours, and we like this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment speakers on this item? Now's the time to approach the podium, specifically on this item. All right, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to quiet down. All right, everybody has their...
They're not listening to you. You told them to be quiet. They're not listening.
Please continue, sir.
Hi, Ernest George McNally, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach. And I find it interesting that I moved here 2 years ago into a community, and it's nice to see people in the audience and on the dais that are so concerned about communities. I'm just trying to figure out why not the one where I live. Every time I come here and I talk about District 2 and my community, there's no one in the audience. I'm just wondering, what is it about District 1 that you get so much
Sir,
participation.
This is public comment specifically on the item on the
Yeah,
agenda of the
that's what I'm
restrictive
talking
covenant.
about.
I
I'm
need to
talk-
hear you discuss that now.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You're concerned about the safety and the green space and protecting
Specifically
them.
this item on this location.
Yeah, so what I'd like to know is, if this is such a great example, why don't you do it elsewhere? So that's my comment. And I'd also like to say that I find it interesting that somehow when certain districts want to do things, you seem to set up this room with everybody in concern, and it's sort of like a deal. There's a deal made. There's always a deal, and then when the voting comes,
Sir, I have not heard you say one thing specifically about this restrictive covenant. This specific item.
I'm
Your
saying-
time is expired. Thank you very much. Your time is expired. Are there any other in-person public comment on this item? Seeing none, Manny, how many people do we have online?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
All right, public comments on this item is now closed. Final questions and comments from my colleague before I entertain a motion to approve. Commissioner Hay, did you have any final questions or comments? None. All right, Vice Mayor Cruz?
Comment afterwards.
All right.
I'll make a
we'll
motion.
reserve
Motion
you-
to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve.
Second.
All right. And who was second? Commissioner Kelly? All right, and is there any final discussion?
I can hear.
Commissioner Turkin, were you about to say something? I couldn't make it out.
No, I said second. That's all I said.
Okay, we have a motion before us to approve resolution number R23-021. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. The ayes have it and the motion passes unanimously. Yes, absolutely. Vice Mayor would like to make closing comments.
I want to thank all of my colleagues for your
Ladies and
support.
gentlemen, 1 second, 1 second. Vice Mayor.
I just want to say thank you to my colleagues for your support in this important initiative. I wanted to say it's important to make sure that we do right by our residents. Thank you to Palm Beach Leisureville for caring about your community and for your neighbors. Now, as this is a historic moment in our city's history, I would like any resident that is here today and affected by this protective covenant to come up to the front and take a picture to carry this special moment going forward in the history of Boynton Beach for those of you that would like to do it. Thank you all. Thank you to my colleagues. I couldn't do this without you. I can bring this up, but if I don't have the support of all of you supporting this initiative, it wouldn't happen. So thank you all.
Absolutely, Vice Mayor. So we do have many items on the agenda. I'm going to ask if we move quickly. Yeah. Go ahead. You know what?
What are you saying?
I'm going to use a restroom.
Okay.
Cruz. Remember. Thank you.
That was so nice. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wait for one more commissioner, then we'll resume. Let's give them a minute or two. The next item before us is proposed resolution number R23-020. These are our investments into our public schools. But again, let's give Commissioner Hay a few minutes. 10B.
Okay.
Then after that, we'll go to consent.
Okay.
Oh. All right. All right, let's resume this meeting. All members of the commission have now returned. The next item before us is 10B, proposed resolution number R23-020. Approve and authorize the mayor to sign the ARPA sub-recipient partnership agreements with Boynton's 9 public schools for a total amount of $848,500. Mr. Temple, would you like to introduce this item?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Commission, staff, and members of the public. Adam Temple, Development Services. I am here pinch hitting tonight for Mr. John Durgan, who was previously before you all back in December, where the City Commission authorized unanimously to allocate $900,000 to our local schools here in Boynton Beach. $100,000 will be earmarked for each of the public schools here in Boynton Beach. Before I say any more, I'm sure everybody would like to hear from Dr. Peter Licata and his team. He has brought his all 9 schools here with us this evening, and they can talk a little bit about what this money is going to be used for. And I think he wants to introduce some of his team.
One second. And thank you all for being so patient. Dr. Licata?
I wouldn't say we're really patient, but you're not sitting next to Mrs. Wyatt over here. No, we got paid $500,000 or $500,000 an hour to sit here, so we're okay with that when you think about it. Listen, the City of Boynton Beach is now officially, by next year, all the schools will be Title I. And that means that this will fill the gaps that are created in our schools.
Could you explain what Title I is for
Title
everyone?
I are students with a majority of free and reduced at a certain level or a certain aspect. There's a score, there's a new federal score that goes in there and a new state score, but it means that the majority, a large portion of the students are on free or reduced lunch. It does create a system for us to be able to bridge that gap. And this is the funds that we're really looking forward to be able to bridge the gaps individually for each school. And as we bring the principals, and I just want them to introduce themselves because we are thankful. We are incredibly thankful. And I want to be sure to tell everybody, City of Boynton just stepped up and now has set the bar higher than any other town or city or village in this county. And that is huge. We know we want to improve on every parts of our education system, and it starts with being able to provide those services, not just programs. It's provide those services. Would you mind if I had our principals come up and introduce themselves quickly and for a thank you? And I did bring a card. All of us signed it. We'll get you a frame. We'd like to hang it somewhere, but we signed it and we brought it. So come on up, folks.
And I also see we have a member of upper leadership here. Come on up.
And Mayor and Commission, while they're coming up, just to go over what we're doing tonight, we're bringing back all 9 subrecipient agreements for final ratification for the City Commission tonight.
All right.
Yep.
Hi, how are you? My name is Dr. Natalie Cromwell, and I am the proud principal of Citrus Cove Elementary in Boynton Beach, Florida. I would just really like to thank the City of Boynton Beach, the City Commissioners, Mayor Pincerga, Vice Mayor Cruz, and our Citrus Cove Elementary City Commissioner Kelly. Yes, really for taking this time to provide this grant for our schools and the schools in Boynton Beach. We really look forward. It's a dream. It really is. And we're just so grateful. And we look forward to using it for intervention for our students, professional development for our teachers, enrichment to help our students to reach their highest potential. And we would just like to really thank you from the bottom of our heart, like for investing in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit taller than that. Good evening, Mayor Prince-Araga, Vice Mayor, and City Commissioners. My name is Tanya McDowell, and I'm the proud principal of Point Siena STEM Elementary. And I'm so excited to be here today on Robert Wells Day as part of our history. As Commissioner Hay mentioned earlier, our school is very, very historic, and it is something that we mention to our students often, especially as we celebrate Black History Month. I'd like to thank you for your generous donation to Point Siena STEM Elementary. On behalf of the 450 students, almost 100 staff members, and our school community, I again say thank you. Our funds will be used to support our STEM program. Many people don't know about the wonderful things that we offer at Point Siena STEM Elementary, but just so that you know, we were the first STEM school in Palm Beach County School District. We started it, and we continue to thrive in our STEM program. The money that you are offering us will be used to help support our STEM program through science experiments, classroom library books, additional science field trips, refurbishment of our planetarium. We are the only school east of the Mississippi with a full-size planetarium, and it is actually very costly to maintain. So we will use a portion of that to maintain our planetarium, and our students are in our planetarium every 7 days for 2 days. We will continue our field trips. Some of our field trips are Kennedy Space Center, Biology Day at Busch Gardens, Marine Lab in Key West, all of which the students have taken part in this year. Biology Day is in April. We will also provide additional technology for our tech lab and robotics. As right now, as we know, everything is going to AI and coding. So these are all skills that we teach our students from kindergarten. So.
That is.
And so additionally, I really wanted to spend just a small portion of the money to do a bit of marketing so people can find out about the wonderful things that we do at Point Siena STEM Elementary. We're one of the smaller schools here in Boynton, and many people don't know because STEM has become very, very competitive in our district. But if you ask me, and all of my students and staff, we are the best and only STEM school in the district. And so in closing, I'd like to also give a special thank you to Commissioner Hay, who at the last meeting mentioned our STEM program and the wonderful things that we have happening there. So thank you again, Commissioner Hay. I do appreciate that.
So welcome.
For your very kind comments. And thank you again to the commission and to the mayors. I really appreciate it, and so do our students. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Robinson, and I am the principal of Forest Park Elementary. On behalf of our school community, we want to thank you for your generosity. We already had received a grant earlier in the year, and we used that for enrichment activities. So our after school, we could engage students in after school activities from theater to sports to some tutoring. So we want to say thank you for that. Now with our additional funds, we will use those funds to give more intervention especially for our ESE students and enrichment for our students that are on track for our enrichment track. So once again, we want to say thank you. We appreciate it. We appreciate the mayor reaching out to us all this year and really getting to know each and every school. So thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Mike Sabatino. I'm the principal of Freedom Shores Elementary School. And on behalf of all the students and teachers at our school, we want to thank you for everything you've done. We also have received a partial grant from you guys earlier that we've invested into our STEM program with the robotics club. And the kids are really enjoying that. So with the rest of the money that we're getting now, though, we're going to invest in developing the leadership ability of all the students. So we're going to go into a leadership program for students, which in turn will increase their academics in the schools. So that's where we're going with that. And we appreciate everything that you've done for us. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Gina North, the assistant principal for Cross Point Elementary. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Dilbert, and we want to thank you so much for your generous donation. We're going to use some of these funds for our STEM program as well, AVID, our social emotional learning, and our ESOL students. So thank you so much for giving us this opportunity and being able to excel with our students. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Allison Manning, principal of Rolling Green Elementary School, the first Haitian Creole school in Palm Beach County. We're super excited about that. Want to thank you so much for your generous donation. We're really excited to continue to bridge the gaps using the money for tutorials and different materials for our students with the new standards. So thank you so much. And we, again, appreciate everything.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. I'm Denise O'Connor, principal at Congress Middle School, the only middle school in the city limits of Boynton Beach. We are a STEAM school, and our goal is to utilize the funds to bridge the gap for our academics, as well as prepare our students to be college and career ready. So those funds will be utilized, as my colleagues stated, for academic, social, emotional, and like I said, preparing our students for the future. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of the Cougar family, as well as an additional thank you for your support during our holiday program this winter. It was truly a community event, and we could not have done it with you. Thank you for your continuous support.
Go Cougars. Miss O'Connor, I don't know if you remember me. I'm Captain Dan Duggar. I just wanted to say thank you for my swag bag. I still got my Cougar t-shirt.
Go Cougars.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I can't tell you how much I appreciate each and every one of you. My name is Anthony Lockhart, and I am the proud principal of Boynton Beach Community High School. At Boynton Beach Community High School, we say that you can't spell community without unity. I can't tell you how much your generous gift is going to mean to the students, the faculty, and the community here in Boynton Beach Community High School. All of my colleagues have said great things, and there's no mistake about it. This is a tremendous boost to education in the city of Boynton Beach Community High School. We plan on bridging the gap of the digital divide at our school. We plan on helping our students with the social, emotional learning aspect of things that are gripping so many people in our city, our county, and our country. Also, this is going to be a significant step in making sure that our students are safe as we try to streamline our single point of entry on our campus. Please know this, when you come on our campus, Mayor, there's a vibe that is electric. Vice Mayor, when you visited our campus, I can tell you right now, our dancers are still talking about your visit. Thank you so very much, and all that you all have done to make our school the best that it can be.
And I do want to introduce the leadership team overseeing our high schools in the South region. That we have 60 schools in the South region, but we have Dr. Craig Summer. Overseeing our middle schools, Dr. Howard Hepburn. Half of our elementaries, Mrs. Jamie White, and Miss Rachel Capitano, who had the little 7-year-old, her daughter, probably had to get her to bed. So she snuck out. We gave her permission, but she's just as thankful. And without this team, and this is the team that will work with the principals to make sure that that money is spent and we share it with you and how it's spent and keeping a record of it and going through. And I think Adam and I worked that out earlier. This is about you guys giving us a gift, Mayor, Commissioner. I also learned one other thing, that if you're here for 50 years, you're historic. I got 5 more years. I moved here in 79 from Pompano Beach. So I only got 5 more years in Boynton. I am historic, which is great. Don't say a word. But we do want to get a picture after everything goes through, hopefully, with everyone. And thank you, and thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to all of you. I want to hear from my colleagues first. I'll reserve my comments towards the end. Commissioner Hay, let's begin with you.
I guess I'm over 50, so that makes me anxious. Historic. Okay.
Historic.
But I really want you guys, I commend all of you guys. This is tremendous. Our intent was to set the bar high and challenge all the other 38 municipalities in this county. You guys deserve it. We have shown you that we are investing in our young people, okay? Not only with just words, but with action, all right? And so I just want to thank all of you for the job that you're doing with our kids. We're going to continue to support you, just like we did with the Wi-Fi program that we had earlier. We're going to be doing more as much as we can, because we know that our kids, they're not the future, they are the future right now. If we don't mold and shape them while we have the opportunity, someone else will. So thank you again. Job well done.
Vice Mayor.
I want to commend somebody who spearheaded this and really fought to convince the rest of the colleagues to go along with it. So Mayor, I want to give a round of applause to you for spearheading this initiative. This is something that,
Thank you.
I don't know, because you're a teacher and you're very passionate, or because you care so much about, for many different reasons, but I want you to know that it matters. I hadn't thought about this, and I appreciate the fact that you brought it up. You spoke to your colleagues on the commission days and you said, you know what, this is important for us to invest our money in our schools. So just wanted to give credit where credit is due. Just happy to see all of you. I have one observation for Dr. O'Connor at Congress Middle School. I have a specific request to have the piano, completely replaced, brand new. That's the only thing that I'm gonna bug you about. Everything else, do as you think is best. And thank you so much.
Go Cougars.
Go Cougars.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Turkin, then Commissioner Kelly.
The vice mayor took the words right out of my mouth. You're the mayor for the reason, Ty. You're the mayor for a reason. So great work. And, I think, again, this is putting Boynton Beach on the map. So everyone has to follow suit. We're setting the standard. It's not the first time, and I know it won't be the last. And thank you to all our educators for everything they do for the kids every single day.
Thank you, Commissioner Turkin. Commissioner Kelly?
Yeah, just, Mayor, you brought this to us, and I just thank you for that. We can imagine and think of just how powerful this is, but hearing from the principals and just knowing the impact. Sorry. Sorry, I have a daughter who's at Citrus Cove, and I just know just how important this is. So thank you.
Thank you to all of my colleagues, and thank you to all of the school leaders that are here today. This idea only came about because I met with each and every one of you or your counterparts when I first got elected. You told me what you were going through. You told me what your needs were. Some were security related, some were infrastructure, some were about music and the arts, some were about the sciences, some were about homeless children in our schools. It's something that we don't often talk about. And then when I found out that all of our schools have a high percentage of low income struggling families, that's what Title I means when they say free and reduced lunch. My heart broke. And I said, you know what? We have the means to do this. And we can do this with all the support of my colleagues here in the dais, as well as our city management. But let me also say this. I heard many of you say words like gift or donation. This is not a gift. This is not a donation. This is an investment. It is an investment. Vice Mayor, you mentioned, perhaps maybe it's my teacher heart that spoke to me. It really wasn't just that. I mean, that certainly played a role. But the reality is you don't need to be a teacher to know what it's like to be a young person and to not have the resources, to not be in the best of neighborhoods. I've experienced it. I've lived through it. And it was heartbreaking to know that we have so many families in this city that are experiencing that. Yes, we are putting other cities on notice. They need to step up their game. If Boynton Beach can do it, so can everyone else. And I really hope that you will do wonders with this investment. There is the emotional, there is the social component, there is all of that. But there's also an economic value to all of this. Many of you who know me, I speak of economics because that is how people's lives change. It's not fast, it's not fun. It's not sexy. It is meticulous, gradual work over a long period of time. When we lift our children and our families, we are changing our communities. We're making them stronger. And we're going to have a new city, a city that is ready for the future and ready for future investment. So thank you all so much. And when I met all of you, I said, you know what? Who are we to dictate what each of you need? All of you know exactly what your needs are because you are the boots on the ground. So this is why we have the agreement that we have. We are here as oversight, but all of you know exactly how best to target the gaps, to bridge those gaps, and to produce results. I've also heard amazing stories by some of you. You have made leaps and bounds in raising our scores and raising our letter grades. And I said, you are so close to an A. You are so close to a B, whatever that grade was. You are prime for investment, intervention, and to tipping that grade over. That's why we're here. That's why we're making that investment. When we invest in you, the whole city benefits. So thank you so much for everything that you do day in and day out. I know it's not easy. I still have to wake up at 5 tomorrow. So thank you again. That's it from me, but I want to turn this item now to public comments before we entertain a motion. If you would like to speak on this item, please approach the podium now. Now would be the time to do so. All right.
I think this is fabulous.
My state your name for the record.
Sorry, Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach. I think this is a fabulous thing. I worry though about absenteeism. Absenteeism is a #1 indicator of failure and issues in our school system. And I didn't hear anyone talking about how they were going to use this money to address one of the biggest issues in the school system, which is absenteeism, and how that was going to be impacted. And I certainly hope that any snacks that are being given out are healthy, because I know my neighbors have kids in the local schools and they come home complaining that their kids show up with sugary snacks every day. And then that of course leads to behavior problems. So I hope it's healthy snacks. And I hope some of this money is being used for absenteeism issues. And I especially enjoyed listening to Poinciana, because I think that principal did an outstanding job. She gave you facts, she gave you figures, she told you specifics what she was going to do. And while I don't remember her name, I certainly admire her passion and how she came forward with specifics so that I, as a taxpayer, know where my money is going. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please approach the podium. Now is the time to do so. Again, it's specifically on this item.
Hi, Ernest George McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach, Florida. So it is a good thing when money goes to schools. Boynton Beach schools certainly have challenges. I think in the list of things that you're talking about the money going to, at least me, as a professional educator, would hope that first would be food, healthy food, not snacks. The second would be assist with transportation, somehow getting on the somewhat tenuous streets of Boynton Beach to their schools, whether it's by bus or some other kind of assistance. So to and from safety. The other thing is, I hope that a lot of money will go to the infrastructure in the schools, a review of things like any pollution, any mold mildew, any fire hazards, any et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, so that there's physically a safe environment. The last thing I'll say, and I think it's very important, at a previous meeting, the 211 representative came and spoke a little bit different about the statistics that are presented here. Yes, we all love and care about the children in the school system, but the statistics are a little bit different than some of the, I don't know what you want to call it, a hopeful talk or plans or where it's said that money's going to go, and then you lose track of the money and find out a little bit too much went to music, a little bit too much went to art, a little bit, and a little too less went to healthy food, and a little too less went to safe transportation to and from school, and crossing signs and school police, like what's going on in the nation, all around the nation. So I think in summary, again, I'll say food, I'll say safety to and from school, I'll say safety in school, and I would hope, knowing the numbers that 211 talks about, especially missing children and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that most of this money goes towards food and safety. And that's what I hope.
Thank you. Next public comment speaker, yes. Please begin when you're ready and state your name for the record.
Valerie Pleasanton, resident here since 1957. I went to Forest Park. My kids went to Forest Park and Congress and Boynton High, and my grandkids are in Point Siena now, and also one in Galaxy. So anyway, I'm very well acquainted with these schools, and I have to say this is a wonderful thing that you're giving the money to them. This is something that's been sorely needed for a million years. I and a couple other people in this room have been involved, as PTA and other parent groups trying to raise money forever. And the schools truly need it. You cannot raise these children and do wonderful things without it. And we're not funded well. And the state, it's just never going to fund us as much as we need. So I'm really grateful that you do it and have given, this is a great amount of money and it's going to be well appreciated. And I appreciate all our educators here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Cindy Falco Di Corrado. I heard one of the schools say they were going to use the money for AI and coding. Is that artificial intelligence and coding? What are we coding and why are we teaching our children about artificial intelligence? I'm just a little bit baffled because as far as I'm concerned about artificial intelligence, it's actually what they put into people's bodies with the MRI that people have been taking. And it's very disconcerting because you can be controlled by things that are happening in the atmosphere. And so I'm just a little bit perplexed about that because I think the things that are more important to train our children is to read, to write, and arithmetic. And I see that not really being a top topic. And why are teachers teaching children emotional issues when it's a parent's job? These are just questions I have. It's a different generation from what I grew up with. And when I went to school, it was reading, writing, and arithmetic. We weren't teaching about artificial anything, and we weren't coding, and we were, parents were doing the job of raising their children and working on their emotional issues. That's all. When I heard that, it kind of struck me very odd. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no one else in the chambers at the podium, so I'm going to go online. Mani, how many people do we have online with their digital hands raised?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
Thank you so much, Mani. That is the conclusion of public comments on this item. I'd like to hear any final questions and comments from my colleagues or staff. Let's begin now with Commissioner Kelly. Do you have any final questions or comments?
I do not.
All right.
I'll make a motion. Can I make a motion?
Absolutely.
Second.
We have a motion, and this is to approve resolution number R23-020. We have that motion from Commissioner Kelly. We have a second from Vice Mayor Cruz. Is there any other further discussion from my colleagues? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously.
Mayor, if we can invite the city commission, Dr. Licata and his team have. Yep.
And we'd love to have a picture with all of you, except Captain Duggar. No. I looked up his discipline record from when he was in school.
Yeah, I'll get her in order.
I can stand behind Jamie. I'm sure.
Almost there. You got the burner. Thank you. Thank you. Don't go that far. I wouldn't call myself a Texan. Perfect kid. I believe it.
While the school leaders are still here, I might need a substitute tomorrow. All right. Thank you all so much. Let's take a moment until everyone's back to their seats. Next item will be administrative and consent. That will move fairly quickly, after which we will begin with the public hearing items. All right. We are now turning to administrative. This is item 5A. Appoint eligible members of the community to serve in vacant positions on city advisory boards. Let me pull up the list, and if you could do so on the screen as well. All right. The very first nomination goes to Vice Mayor Cruz for the Arts Advisory Board seat. It's a regular position. It is a 3-year term, and you have 2 applicants, Vice Mayor. Would you like to make a nomination?
Yes, Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and nominate Gregory Hartman. He is already on the board, but I wanted to ask a question. Could if we're switching from alternate to board member, can we put, I'm having trouble stating the name.
Okay, I think it might be
Williams.
Akea.
Akea Williams. Could we put her as a
If that is your
alternate?
if that is your motion to do that.
Okay, so I'm going to switch the alternate and I'm going to have Mr. Hartman as a regular board member. And that is my motion.
All right, is there a second to this motion?
Second. I'll second that.
Okay, I don't know. I think Commissioner Hay may have been first. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of appointing Gregory Hartman to the regular board seat and Akea Williams as the alternate, say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. I want to inform the public that we do have an opening in the Building Board of Adjustments and Appeals. We have openings in the Education Youth Advisory Board, Historic Resources Preservation Board, Library Board, Police Officer Retirements Trust Fund Board, Recreation and Parks Board. And when it comes to the Senior Advisory Board, the first appointment will go to, or nomination goes to Vice Mayor Cruz again for another regular seat. It is a 4-year term. There are 2 applicants, Rena Gallagher and James Sizik. Vice Mayor.
I am proud to nominate Mr. James Sizik, and he is already doing the job of being on the advisory board. He's helping the seniors in the community, partnering with the Boynton Center, doing so much with the veterans. I mean, I can't think of a better person. He does a lot of great work within our community as well. So that is my nomination.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to appoint James Sizik to the regular board seat on the Senior Advisory Board. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Sizik. We do have another applicant, and Commissioner Hay, you are up for an appointment for the alternate position. Would you like to make a nomination at this point?
Is that Mr. Gallagher?
Rena Gallagher.
Yes, I'd like to make that appointment.
All right, is there a second to this?
Second.
And we have a second from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor of appointing Rena Gallagher to the alternate position say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. That is the conclusion of administrative. We are now going to consent agenda items. Are there any items under consent that my colleagues would like to pull? Please let me know now.
No, Mayor.
Nothing from the Vice Mayor. Commissioner Turkin, are there any items you'd like to pull? Under consent? Negative. All right, Commissioner Hay, Commissioner Kelly?
No.
Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Cruz and a second from Commissioner Hay. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion passes unanimously. We're now moving on to consent bids and purchases over $100,000. Are there any items that my colleagues would like to pull? Yes or no, just very briefly.
No.
No, Mayor.
All right. Commissioner Turkin?
No.
All right, may I have a motion to approve the entirety of consent bids and purchases?
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Cruz, a second from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. We are now entering public hearing, and the very first item under public hearing is proposed ordinance number 23-001, at which point I will turn now to our council to read the item officially into the record. And this is a second reading, which means we'll entertain public comments. Council.
Good evening. Again, ordinance 23001, an ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations, chapter 1, general administration, article 5, housing initiative, section 2, workforce housing program, CDRB 23-001, to modify the existing methodology for the payment in lieu of workforce housing units program to include an FAR bonus and to clarify the receiving areas for height, FAR, and density bonuses provided for complex severability, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you so much, Council. I'm now going to turn to our staff. Ms. Radigan, if you'd like to give a brief summary. We've already heard this item, but please give us the summary, and then I'll turn to my colleagues for questions and comments. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. Amanda Radigan, Planning and Zoning Director. There have been no changes from first reading, so I'm available to answer any questions if there are any.
All right, let's turn to my colleagues if they have any questions or comments. Commissioner Hay, questions or comments from you?
None.
Okay, Vice Mayor Cruz?
None.
All right.
To approve.
We have, let me just hear from everybody first. But I've got your motion. Commissioner Turkin, anything from you? All right, Commissioner Kelly?
No.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Hay to, we have a motion and a second. But before we go through with that, we do need public comments. Let's make sure we do that. Please approach the podium now if you would like to speak on this item, specifically on this item. Seeing none, let's go online. Manny, is there anybody online who would like to speak on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
All right, let's go ahead and let's hear from this gentleman in the room, and that will be the end of public comments.
Hi, Ernest McNulty, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach. I don't want to get into detail, but I just don't approve, and that's all I want to say.
All right, thank you so much. Is there any other person in the room? Seeing none, public comments on this item is now closed. We have a motion and a second before us. City Clerk, I'm going to turn to you for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Commissioner Turkin?
Yes.
Commissioner Hay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is proposed ordinance number 23-003. We're going to turn now to council. If you could introduce the item, council.
Ordinance 23-003, an ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending the Land Development Regulations, Chapter 2, Land Development Process, Article 2, Planning and Zoning Division Services, Section 2, Standard Applications to add a section for development agreements, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and an effective date.
All right, thank you. Again, same procedure. We've heard this item before. It's second reading. If you have any questions for Ms. Radigan, I'm going to ask my colleagues to pose those questions now.
None.
Any questions for my colleagues?
No.
All right, Ms. Radigan, thank you. I'm going to open the floor to public comments on this item. If you'd like to speak specifically on this item, now is the time to approach the podium.
Hi, Ernest George McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach, Florida. Again, I don't agree. I'd like you to vote no. And there's nothing else can be said about this item because there's no public ever around to talk about this. And I don't like doing it alone. So I would ask that you not approve.
Thank you. Manny, is there anybody online with their digital hands raised?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
All right, public comments on this item are now concluded. May I have a motion?
To approve.
We have a motion and a second. I'm going to turn now to City Clerk. I heard the second from Commissioner Kelly. All right, and the motion was from Commissioner Hay. City Clerk?
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Turkin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hay.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cruz.
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
All right, thank you so much. We are now moving on to the next items. We will entertain items C through H because they're all related. We will entertain them together. I'm going to turn now to council. If you could begin with reading the ordinance into the record, as well as swearing in the relevant parties.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quick, yes, those items are to be considered together in a single presentation.
This is C through H, right?
C through H. There's
Excellent.
two first readings of ordinances, which are typically not public hearings, but because the application does involve things that are public hearings, variances, et cetera, the thought is to present everything to you so you have everything in context so you can make your decisions. My understanding is that tonight you will be voting on the first readings of the two ordinances, and staff will correct me or the applicant will, but on items E, F, G, and H, which are the variance, the new master plan, the community design appeals, and the height exception, even though you'll hear about those this evening, those cannot be approved until the ordinances are approved on second reading. So you'll have another quasi-judicial hearing on second reading for those items as well.
Understood. Thank you, council. We'll table it for that reason.
So I will read ordinance number 23005, an ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending ordinance 02013 to rezone a parcel of land described herein and commonly referred to as the Pierce from CBD Central Business District to MUC Mixed Use Core, providing for complex severability and an effective date. And then ordinance 23006, an ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, approving the abandonment of the 225-foot long segment of the 20-foot wide right-of-way located within the northern section of the Pierce development, approximately 175 feet south of the East Boynton Beach Boulevard center line, aka North Alley. The 225-foot long segment of the 40-foot wide Northeast First Avenue right-of-way and the 335.02-foot long segment of the 20-foot wide right-of-way located within the southern section of the Pierce development, approximately 150 feet north of the East Ocean Avenue center line, aka South Alley. Authorize the city manager to execute a disclaimer, which shall be recorded within this ordinance in the public records of Palm Beach County, and providing for an effective date. And as you indicated, what I'd like to do is there are items here that are considered quasi-judicial, although not all of them are, but you are, since you're having a presentation and portions are. I'd like to ask that we swear in anybody who intends to speak or give testimony on any of the items C through H. Do you swear affirm statements or testimony to give this evening should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Okay. And at this point, what we do typically is we would go through the presentations. I believe we were I'm not sure. I believe we starting with staff on this one, or are we just going right to the applicant? Okay.
Let's hear from the applicant, then we'll hear from the city. We'll have public comments. We'll hear from the city again. we'll turn back to the applicant to address any final questions. Then I'll turn to my colleagues for final discussion and voting. Mr. Burns, begin when you're ready.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Commission. My name is Jeff Burns. I'm the CEO of Affiliated Development. Very pleased today to present to you a project that has consisted of approximately 2.5 years worth of work, including countless hours spent meeting with residents, businesses, and other community stakeholders, as well as city staff to bring about a project that will be catalytic for East Boynton Beach, named The Pierce, after the barefoot mailman. The project will cost roughly $100 million, generate $1.3 million in annual tax revenues, and create an economic impact north of $9 million per year for surrounding businesses. Our project will provide much needed workforce housing. 150, approximately half of the units will be offered to the hardworking men and women and families that serve the community in Boynton Beach. We're very pleased about that. Lastly, the project will include 150 public parking spaces. We already have completed and executed a lease agreement with the city and the CRA on those particular spaces. So with that being said, yes, can you please bring up the presentation? Okay, here we go. All right, next slide, please. Actually. All right, so you're very familiar with the location. Obviously, key corner in Boynton Beach being Ocean Avenue and Federal Highway. Next slide, please. It's just a little bit more detailed view on the site as it sits. Executive summary. Can you please pull up the video, please? Yes. Oh, it's in the back. Video, please.
I'm afraid this video is not going to be able to play. It says that it's private.
All right, so one of the things we'd like to do is we prepared a video. Obviously, renderings and pictures are very helpful, but we wanted to put together a video to help give you a better, more 3D view of the project.
Yes, Mr. Burns, I would like to see this video. So if I'm going to ask staff.
Okay.
Pierce Beach.
Yeah, exactly.
This is Manny. Can somebody look at the share settings to see if this has been made public?
That's all right. It happens sometimes.
While we're working on the video, I'll just take you through a bit of a timeline on this project. So we started this effort back in 2020. In fact, I started looking at emails between myself and Kim Kelly back then. Started exploring whether or not we wanted to pursue a project in East Boynton Beach. In December of 2020, we submitted a letter of interest demonstrating our interest to pursue a project on this very piece of property. We were then told that there was going to be an RFP and a competitive process would ensue. We put together a presentation and were thankfully selected out of a number of different proposers to move forward with the project. In November of 2021 was the date that this approval occurred. And in July of 2022, we received unanimous approval on all 3 CRA and city agreements, allowing us to move forward and submit our site plan, which we did just 2 months later in September. Submitted to the city and worked with city staff until this point, as well as residents and stakeholders, making sure that this project is what we're about to present. So with that being said, how are we doing on the video?
I see people back there working, so I know something's happening.
Yes, thank you for your patience. The MP4 was just delivered to IT, so they will have at least visuals up shortly.
All right, we'll take that.
Jeff, I got a quick question for you, if you don't mind, just to maybe kill some time. Your project specifically with affiliated, you guys actually have an investment from the city, correct? The city's general pension fund?
Right. So our company has its own discretionary capital. And what that means is we've gone out and raised a capital from pension fund investors, many of them police, fire, and general employee pension fund funds up and down the state of Florida. Boynton Beach happened to be one of those. So we're pleased to say we have 15 different funds currently involved. And so those retirement dollars are hard at work on the projects that we pursue. One of the unique aspects of that is the alignment of interest between making an investment that is a public-private partnership, that does provide workforce housing, that does have a redevelopment, a public effort. And so that's one of the reasons why we've been successful in attracting that type of capital.
And just so everyone knows, pension funds go by benchmark returns. Typically, they range between 6.75%. Sometimes they can go all the way up to 7.5%, depending on the macroeconomics of the United States at any point in time. So what affiliated has returned over the last decade is between 13 to 17% to those public pensions. So I know it's a private equity aspect, but I think the general public just needs to know that. So it's really an investment back into the community, and it's very beneficial to the pension funds.
Absolutely. And we take that job. We're fiduciaries of very important capital. We take that very seriously.
Was that a green light?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's play the video. You know what would be helpful if you actually pause the video and if you could tell us what we're looking at, which street corner.
Right. After the video, I can go back through the slides.
Yes.
If that's okay. Okay. All right. Well, that was the slow buffering version of that with no music, but that's okay. We'll move past it. Site plan, please, to the next slide. All right, perfect. So I want to orient you a little bit with the site. Number one, we wanted to put our commercial on Ocean Avenue. We also were fortunate enough to be able to get an anchor on Boynton Beach Boulevard with commercial space being Hurricane Alley. So as I kind of walk you through this site, one of the things that we've worked on since you probably saw this last was we wanted to create a sense of arrival, and we wanted to have connectivity amongst all the different facets of this project. So by and large, this project is going to be 300 apartment units, just over 17,000 square feet of commercial space, which will include office, restaurant, and retail space. Our goal with the commercial aspects of this project is to provide both daytime and nighttime activity. We want people out there at all hours, lights on at night and people moving around at all periods of the day. With the amount of residents that'll be here, certainly it'll be an active, energized area. We wanted to put the parking in the middle of the site. One of the reasons for that is we wanted to provide people with safe and secure access to various parts of the development project, as well as different levels of pedestrian connectivity. One of the things that you will notice about this particular plan, as it relates to some other plans, is we didn't do a big blocky structure. So we focused very hard on making sure that we have areas that pull the community in, and residents and the public alike. And we feel that that gives certainly a nice level of connectivity and vitality in different areas of the site. It also helps not be overly opposing when you're walking in the public realm. As you can see on the top right, Hurricane Alley will anchor Boynton Beach Boulevard. She's Kim's Bar, obviously, and restaurant has been a mainstay in Boynton Beach for a long time. And she was kind enough to say, hey, listen, I will anchor that side of the development to make sure that we have activity and people going to all different parts of this project site. We're extremely excited by that. In the very back, we're going to have a gathering area, a game lawn. As you saw in the rendering, we're going to be able to provide an area for people to go and watch sporting events and hang out outside. There's a couple different areas in the parking garage that you can venture out into the public realm. One will be on the top right portion of the parking garage. Elevator will come down. You'll pass some bicycle share and go further along to the retail space and then connect through Dewey Park. So one of the things we wanted to do was activate Dewey Park. We wanted to make it part of what people are doing on a daily basis, so that it's not an aside, if you will. Again, Ocean Avenue being the primary commercial corridor there, we lined our entire corridor with commercial property. One will be a rooftop bar. The other one we're envisioning as a cafe. And then further down on the we call it the hard corner, but Ocean Avenue and Federal Highway, we have our public art a component, which I will get into later, and some office space. As you can see, kind of in the middle, we have a drop-off area. So what we wanted to do is create a sense of arrival. A lot of times you'll see, as you pull into a hotel, a lot of times they have this very prominent sense of arrival. We wanted to create that here. The public will enter in through Federal Highway. They will also enter in through 4th in order to access the 150 public parking spaces. All the parking that's needed for our project will be in addition to that 150 public parking spaces, much of it behind a secure access gate. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to be asked or coming before you for a few different things. We were fortunate enough to receive unanimous approval from the Planning and Development Board on all items that are coming before you. One of them is a landscape buffer, which I will get into in a little bit more detail. Next slide, please. So the applications that we are providing is a rezoning from the CBD to mixed use core, a new master plan, new major site plan, the abandonments of the South Alley, portions of the Northeast First Avenue, and portions of the North Alley. For community design appeals for the parking garage and a height exception for the parking garage, which we'll detail further on. Next slide, please. So we've been able to substantiate the public need for the rezoning. Next slide, please. Same thing with the master plan and major site plan. They meet the criteria. Next slide, please. Complies with the location of Virginia use requirements within the urban mixed use core district. Next slide, please. And the abandonments. So one of the things we wanted to do in order to create connectivity and really have this be a cohesive development was abandoning certain right-of-ways that are certainly underutilized. One of the things that was very important when we started working with staff was connecting the residential building to the parking garage, both from a security standpoint, but also from just an overall cohesiveness standpoint. We felt like that was necessary. So First Ave, just on the property that we have under contract, will be the subject of that abandonment. The North Alleyway, where there's currently a Ace Hardware, and where Hurricane Alley would be abandoned, and in the South Alleyway where a Hurricane Alley and the building's going to fall. Next slide, please. So for the for community design appeals, I'm going to turn this over to my architect and let him walk through some of this.
Good evening. I'm Elliot Young with Rinka Architecture. So the community design appeals were necessary. There's a portion of the code that prohibits freestanding parking garages in this zoning district. But as you see, we worked with staff to provide a connection on every level of the parking structure to the multifamily building. But what we understand is that we still needed to provide those community design appeals. And part of the architectural motive for integrating the structure to make it feel like it's part of the development is the architectural treatment of the facade. If you could go to the next slide. So going through each elevation of the garage, the north garage elevation, this would be facing the new Hurricane Alley restaurant in Boynton Beach Boulevard. Our landscape architects paid a lot of attention to provide a lush landscape buffer. We have some very large palm trees that you can see at time of planting and then at time of maturity. You can see the facade treatment very much mimics the multifamily building. So it's a naturally ventilated garage. So we have window frame openings that wouldn't have glass in them, but precast paneling with different treatments of stucco and architectural jointing to obscure completely the visibility of vehicles and the ramping of the structure. So it really looks like a multi-leveled flat plate building structure. On this facade, we also have space allocated for a projection screen that could be used for that open public lawn area to say play a Dolphins game or a movie night, kind of like a movie in the park type of atmosphere. And that's on the closest end to 4th Street. Next slide. And you'll see some of the same architectural treatments kind of coming around and wrapping the garage. These two elevations on the south, in the middle is essentially where the multifamily building connects into the parking structure. On the left-hand side, the majority of this facade is actually kind of in a back of house loading dock courtyard. So mostly out of the public view, but you start to get a glimpse on the 4th Street left-hand side of the image on the left of a proposed custom art perforated metal screen. The design that we've proposed in our architectural renderings is just a concept, but The intent is for an RFP to go out to artists to create what we're envisioning as a welcome to Boynton Beach, almost postcard themed type of treatment on that facade. So we're working with manufacturers who can pretty much create any type of imagery. Obviously, we're limited to certain color tones, but something really interactive that, the passing Brightline train really knows that this is Boynton Beach. And that's the intent of that screen. So it wraps around the facade onto the west of the parking structure. So it's covering the entire corner of the structure itself. Next slide. This is the east elevation facing Federal Highway. On the left-hand side, which is the corner that would be facing the drop-off area, we're doing a similar type of corner treatment that is present on the multifamily building. Signage identification that it is a public parking structure, as well as the development signage, but doing some kind of mural in the stucco to identify that corner and tie it back to the multifamily building. For fire separation reasons, this is a solid facade, but we're going to do the same type of window framing treatment applied to the exterior of the building. We're also, this is the side of the building that is part of the landscape buffer portion that's before you. Our landscape architects have almost doubled the landscape quantity of tree spacing. We've also introduced some climbing vines like bougainvillea in the first few stories of the parking structure to really provide a lush landscape buffer at that location. And again, you can see some of the palm trees that shown at time of planting and then at maturity. On all sides of the garage, which I didn't mention yet, there's a little kind of grayer tone in these elevations. The intent of that is to do a striated precast panel. So it's almost like a ribbed panel to break up just a monolithic facade of precast painted white. So again, another way to layer in different materials and treatment of that facade so it doesn't appear as a parking garage and really is tied into the development as a whole. Next slide. And finally, the west elevation. So you can see on the right-hand side is that postcard perforated screen with the Boynton Beach logo. And again, this potentially is a public art. It is going to be a part of the public art in public places requirement. So that'll be custom designed by an artist through the RFP process as we understand it. At the base of the facade on this elevation, we do have one of the garage entrances. We also are going to have a muralist recreate the Harvey Oyer insurance sign at the base with a memorable plaque telling you about the history behind that, as well as a green wall in the center there, vines growing up the first level of the building. And on the right-hand side, directly underneath the screen wall is intended to be a public bike share installation with another mural that has, a bike theme, city kind of urban theme to it. So, some of these murals are obviously concepts at this point, but the intent is to, really activate the public realm and make it as inviting as possible. Thank you.
Next slide, please.
Thank you.
Thanks, Elliot. Next slide, please. Okay, so hey, so there's a height exception for the public parking garage of about 2 feet. This is going to be for a centrally located stairwell that is in the middle. It will not be visible from the public realm, but we need an exception for that given the height. Next slide, please. So just to orient you a little bit more, again, the edges of the building touch the public realm, which is very important to us. We wanted to draw people in. This gives you the perspective looking northeast. Next slide, please. So this is the corner of Ocean and Federal Highway. So what we want to do is have a very, eye-catching element to the building. But we wanted to set it back. So we didn't put this building right out on the edge. We wanted to draw it back a little bit and help bring people into the development. We felt like that was going to be a lot more inviting. We feel like we'd get a tremendous amount of pedestrian activity from the intercoastal and restaurants that are just to the east of us. Next slide, please. This is a nighttime view. So a lot of people focus on how buildings look during the day, but most of the folks are coming home at night after working. And so we focus our attention on lighting and again, making it feel just as inviting at nighttime as it is during the day. One of the cool parts about this this corner here is that we're going to have a restaurant and bar with a rooftop area, which is really neat. People love hanging out on rooftops. They're going to have tremendous views east of the water, and again, that creates some vitality there on that hard corner. Next slide, please. So the sense of arrival. So this is coming off Federal Highway as you enter the public parking garage and as you enter the residential building. So this is that Port Cochere drop off. We wanted to slow traffic down, provide areas for public transportation and ride share, and that's where this area is going to be. We also provided plenty of area for first responders to get off the main street. Next slide, please. This is just another view of that, showing how you enter the public parking garage. So again, most people will come in, they're going to go around that, that roundabout, again, making you feel like you've arrived at a really, great development. Next slide, please. This is the view of Dewey Park. One of the things we wanted to focus on again is connecting Ocean Avenue to the northern part, or sorry, the western part of the public parking garage. So next slide, please. We're going to zoom in a little bit, I believe. Yes. So we wanted to provide a retail space along that frontage on 4th. So as people leave the parking garage, they're constantly being faced with lights on and activity on that retail space. They'll cut through Dewey Park and onto Ocean Avenue. Next slide, please. This highlights that public art element that Elliot touched on. We wanted to make it like a postcard. So many times I've been on the Brightline and I'm driving, or I'm riding from Fort Lauderdale to West Palm Beach, and you wonder, where am I right now, right, as you look out the window. And so we thought, how cool would it be to have, an advertisement, so to speak, to say, this is what's going on here. There's something really special happening in this city. And we even put a fishing boat in there for Commissioner Turkin. Next slide, please. We talked about Hurricane Alley. So one of the things that's been important to us since day one is incorporating local businesses. We've been working with Kim and her husband for a long time now, making sure that they've got a new home that'll cement their future in Boynton Beach. Every time I go there, I see the same people. I mean, it's an institution in the city. And so we wanted to give her her own building with her own attitude. And this is what we came up with. Right on Boynton Beach Boulevard, she's going to have her Hurricane Alley sign as a mural. And then further in the back, an area to congregate and be outdoors. It's going to be a 2-story restaurant. There'll be some seating upstairs as well as downstairs. She's going to have a kitchen about 5 times bigger than she has now, which I know she's looking forward to. But again, we're really fortunate to have Kim on this side of the development because she's been on Ocean Avenue for a long time. But we know that no matter where she goes, her clients will find her and her customers will find her. So we're pleased that she agreed to go on this side of the project. Next slide, please. This is just a shot of the amenity pool area. Obviously, that's going to be a big component, is being able to provide people with world-class amenities. Next slide, please. So to highlight some of those amenities, and what I want to articulate, sometimes when people say workforce housing, they think of a project that maybe might not be as nice as the ones you see just about everywhere. This is going to be a luxury development with world-class amenities. I mean, we're going to have everything from a resort-style pool. We have a fitness center with a spa room with an infrared sauna. We have a yoga and spin studios, outdoor workout areas, pickleball court, dog park, all the things that you could want in a community. And it's going to be offered half the units can be offered at a price point that's affordable to the workforce. So we're really proud of not just providing workforce housing, but providing it at a high level of quality. That will not only recruit, but it will retain the best possible workforce for your city. Next slide, please. Art and public space. We talked a little bit about the garage, but one of the other elements I wanted to point out was on that corner of Ocean Avenue and Federal Highway. So one thing we thought hard about was how do we do art that's interactive, right? And how do we tie it to Boynton Beach? So obviously being Boynton Beach being as tied to the water and the marine industry as it is, we thought it would be very fitting to do a marine element sculpture. And then down below, we're going to have a coral reef. And on that coral reef, there's going to be information about the fish species that's just further to the east, right out in the ocean. I don't know about you, but when I go out to eat with my family, my kids like to run around. They're not good at waiting in line for places. And we thought this would be a really appropriate place to put an interactive element that's family friendly. And we think it would be a cool area, not for just people that are visiting here, but families that frequent this area often. And again, keep kids busy while you're waiting on your table. One of the things that we did agree to do, we exceeded the requirement in arts and public places because we do feel very passionately about this. And so we agreed to do a lot more than we were otherwise required. Next slide, please. So that's the presentation. One of the things I did want to point out is, as part of our participation, in working with businesses and residents, one of the things we've done more recently, specifically as it relates to the abandonment, is worked with the owner of the Ace Hardware store. And I know that there were, during the last meeting, Planning and Development Board, there were some concerns about how this project might impact them and their continued use of that building. We met with them on Tuesday. We've since had multiple phone calls and traded information, given them diagrams showing turn radiuses of vehicles and addressing their comments and concerns. And that's something that we have been committed to doing since day one on this project. When we get a phone call from somebody, we attack it head on and we go and meet with people. And that's an important part of being a community builder. With that being said, one of the conditions of approval through zoning is that we are required to obtain the written consent of the nearby property owner. I think the intent, and I don't want to speak for staff, but I believe the intent of that was to make sure that we work with the nearby property owner in order to make sure that we're addressing concerns and that we're demonstrating how these things might impact them. And so we're requesting that condition of approval be removed, considering that we've already been working with that particular owner and will continue to. There's obviously a lot of coordination efforts. I know it's scary when construction happens. We are easy to reach. We're accessible. They have, our personal contact information. And if too much dust gets on their building during this process, we want to hear about it so we can do something about it. Again, we're a local developer. We're hoping this is not our last project in this city. And so making sure that we take care of the residents and our neighbors is really critical for us. And hopefully that's demonstrated over the past, to you all, over the past 2.5 years that we've been working on this. We spent a lot of nights up here and we're very, very eager to move this forward. So with that being said, I will turn it over to questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Burns. Before we entertain questions from my colleagues, let's go to staff if you would like to give your presentation at this point. After which we'll go to my colleagues for questions and comments.
Amanda Radigan, Planning and Zoning Director. Staff does not have a presentation, but I do have a couple of things I would like to comment on regarding this project. First, as you can see on the backup for the agenda, although we are not voting on the variance today, it will be tabled to the next meeting. You will see a recommendation of denial for that, and that is based on the strict application of the requirements and review criteria for a variance. So you will consequently see on the rest of the 6 applications, 6 including the variance, that staff has a bifurcated recommendation. We are recommending denial unless the city chooses to recommend approval of the variance. And if the variance is approved, then staff can recommend approval of the remaining items. I wanted to point that out because that's a little bit atypical of how we write our recommendations. It basically means that if the variance is approved, there are no other issues as long as the conditions of approval are met with the other applications. That's the first thing I wanted to point out. The second thing I wanted to point out, as Jeff Burns talked about the condition of approval for the abandonments, we do typically ask for consent of the neighboring parcels. However, it is not a code requirement. And if the commission is comfortable with revising the comment to read that they are to work with the neighbors, staff is comfortable with that revision too. And I'm available for any questions on the project.
All right, thank you so much. Now to my colleagues. Let's begin with Commissioner Kelly. If you have any questions for staff or the applicant.
I don't right now. Can I?
All right, we'll go around. Commissioner Turkin.
Yep. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Yep. So thank you, staff, and thank you, Affiliated, for this presentation. Sad that the audio didn't work. I think the audio is a great compliment, to the presentation. So I want to really start off by saying thank you to the applicants for getting involved with the community from the very beginning. I think this project has been discussed, I think, almost two and a half years now. And that started with you guys going to Hurricane Alley, going to local businesses, talking to people who live, in this neighborhood, in this district, and asking them what they'd like to see. I think that every developer, anyone who wants to do business in the city, should take the same approach, because that's what I envision this board and leadership to look like, is having the maximizing the amount of community input that you can get. And what better way to gauge the pulse of the community by speaking directly with them. It is a little bit dense. That's the only thing I'll say. There is going to be some workforce rates or workforce housing. I believe 150 units. Is that correct?
Commissioner, we have Mr. Burns nodding his head, but I'll let him respond to that.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. And so for example, I was speaking with someone today, right? And I say speaking, I really should say listening. I can barely talk. So she was telling me that her rent went up from $2,000 to $2,800 a month. Can you tell me what these 150 units of workforce, what the rental cost is going to be?
Hi, this is Nick Romer, Principal at Affiliate Development. So our 1-bedrooms will start at $1,380, and that's per HUD. And our 2-bedrooms will start at $1,656, and again, that's per HUD. So every year, HUD will publish income and rent limits for every county across the country, and we follow those limits. So within every income band, you'll have rents and incomes that you have to follow. So, households making $51,000 a year will be in that first workforce category.
Gotcha. And that's 51,000. Is that 51,000 and up, or what's that range?
Yes.
Okay.
So the workforce range is from 51,000 to 110,000. So it goes all the way up to 120% of the area median income.
Awesome. And so that 1-bedroom is 1,350, you said, and the 2-bedroom is 1,560.
1,380 and 1,656. That's correct. That's what it is currently. And if HUD will update that every year. So it changes every year, but you're not going to see, for example, in the city of West Palm Beach, rents went up 30% in 1 year. You will not see that with HUD. So
Right.
it'll maybe increase with inflation, sometimes decrease if there's deflation. So.
And so that's 150 units, correct?
Correct. Half the building.
Okay. Half the building. 51,000 to $110,000. Those are our teachers. Those are our firefighters. Those are our police officers. You know, those are majority of working class, you know, people in Boynton, but working class Americans. You know, I know you guys have dedicated to really market for local people in Boynton so we can provide, you know, this housing for them first. I know legally we can't target market, you know, and reserve anything for anybody, but I do want to reiterate that, you know, partner with the city to market to the people that live in Boynton, the working class, the teachers, the police officers, the firefighters, you know, the people who keep the first responders who keep us safe, and anyone else, you know, who's having trouble getting rent in this unprecedented market.
And we're committed to doing that, Commissioner Turkin. As an example, we are currently delivering 309 units of mixed income workforce housing in downtown West Palm Beach right now. And right now, the only applicants who can apply for a lease are local government employees and local first responders. We're only taking those applicants right now for the workforce units, and we're committed to do the same thing for the city of Boynton Beach or whoever else you would like to include in that.
Oh, that's awesome. I think that would be great, you know, for our teachers, kind of piggyback, you know, on what we're doing for our schools, improving our schools. You know, we need quality teachers and we want to make sure that they can afford. And so I think that that's great that you guys are committed to that. And I understand that y'all have both worked with the owner, Valerie, for Ace Hardware. What was the result of that? I know I mentioned that P&D meeting.
Yeah, so again, there were a number of concerns, about 11 concerns that we sat down with that particular owner and worked through each, you know, one by one. The greatest concern it was, or that we talked about the most, was probably just truck access for deliveries to the hardware store. And so we had our engineers perform turn radius studies and an analysis to be able to demonstrate that trucks can still continue to access that property and that property can still function the way it currently is. Another concern was about public utilities and what's going to happen if the alleyway is turned over to her and is now her property. There would be an easement, and the city is still going to be responsible for utilities on that property. So there were a number of things like that that we sat down and worked with to make sure that that again, this project does not negatively impact their use of their property.
Awesome. I want to shout out the children's educational component for the coral reef. I think that's a great move. And, you know, I appreciate the local touch and feel when it comes to the design and the art and having that oceanic and nautical artwork. So I appreciate you guys for reaching out to the community and putting so much into this project. And I'll save the rest of my comments after, you know, after hearing public comment. Thank you both again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turkin. We're going to turn now to Vice Mayor Cruz.
Thank you, Affiliated Development, for this presentation. We did get to go back and forth for like 2 hours last night, so most of my questions were answered. Just to reiterate the public benefit that we're getting 150 public parking spots, as well as half of the building, 150 out of the 300 units are going to be workforce.
That is correct. We have 2 agreements to that effect. So our TURFA agreement requires us to comply with the workforce housing requirements, and our lease, which is executed, requires us to provide 150 public parking spaces. Those are not ours, they're the city's.
And we were able to meter those.
Absolutely.
Perfect. That was my biggest concern, honestly. So now that we know we're getting that, makes me feel more at peace. It's a beautiful project. I mean, it's really, really happy to see that coming to our downtown. Last question I'm going to ask is, you know, for the workforce housing, how much can a unit increase per year versus the market rate? I understand the market rate obviously can be controlled, but is there such a control with how much rents increase for the workforce units?
Right. So we don't control that. So the HUD, Department of Housing and Urban Development, as I mentioned, so every year they literally publish incomes and rent limits for every county in the country, and we follow those based upon the income bands that we're required to lease the units to. So we can't raise rents however we want. We have to follow the HUD guidelines. And they won't, like as I mentioned before, they can't raise the rents 30% because incomes haven't increased 30%. So it strictly goes by the incomes. So
Sure, that gives a lot of people peace of mind,
Yep.
especially now in this day and age. Yep, that's one. Well, I've talked to you before, Jeff, about it, but the green wall in the garage. I want to make sure that it's not just on the first floor, but I want to make sure that we have some green wall from top to bottom, like from the first floor all the way to floor number 8, especially in the corner intersections when maybe where the bright lights coming in on the west side, or that's kind of where when I go to West Palm Beach and I see beautiful brand new developments, I see green walls in the garages, and it just takes away that concrete look that a lot of our residents don't love. So adding that extra would be really phenomenal to have, and I think it's going to be something that the residents are going to welcome, and I will personally welcome in a very positive manner.
Great.
So you're committing to a green wall from top to
Yes,
bottom?
so we as part of our planning and development board process, we put a green wall up on elevated floors, and it's a bougainvillea. So as you know, bougainvillea are very strong. They can withstand some torment, and they're beautiful. It provides some color, right? And so we wanted to have a little pop of color by incorporating that element on the upper floors.
Not on the entirety of the building.
It's not on the entirety of the building. What we didn't want to do was put it in an area where they would die and become branches. So we put it in strategic areas that we know would have adequate sunlight in order for the bougainvillea to grow and thrive and look, and look nice versus areas. And we've seen this happen on other projects where they've planted them, and unfortunately they haven't survived, and then it becomes very barren.
All right, I'm sure we can try, right? Hopefully, even if it's in a corner, I think it will make a difference. But no, you guys have answered all your questions. Thank you for your patience. I know I've been kind of asking a lot lately, but I definitely appreciate the perseverance, and that's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, if I could please add to that, I did want to point out 2 different conditions of approval that are associated with 2 of the applications. On the application for the variance, it is a condition of approval that the east facade of the parking garage should incorporate a green wall treatment to further reduce the visual impact of the proposed building. That's on the east facade. And then within the community design appeals, there is another requirement that states an irrigated green wall or similar landscape treatment is required on the east elevation of the garage. The treatment is to occupy a minimum of 50% of the garage facade.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Ms. Radigan. I'm going to turn now to Commissioner Hay.
We've been talking back and forth for a long time, and I really appreciate you guys' response to the questions that I've asked you. I'd just like to, did I hear at all that we have perpetuity on those 150 units or anything along those lines?
A portion of the units will be in the perpetuity, correct. So our current agreements have various timeframes associated with the affordability. Some of them up to 15 years, others to 30 years, and others to perpetuity.
Very good. My biggest thing, as I stated to you several times, is that you guys are good neighbors, okay? And that you have talked with the people involved. And I expressed to you my dislike of closing the alley, and I talked to you about transportation, and you sort of explained to me about the alley. And just for the public's sake, I would like to have you talk just briefly about that, because one of the problems that I talked with you about is that when you pick up the garbage, for example, at the new Hurricane Alley, having those trucks back out, and also the impact on the other businesses like Boardwalk and the other businesses of closing that alley, the impact. So just explain a little bit more about that we've talked about.
Absolutely. So on the kind of the north west portion of the site, you'll see we have a new Hurricane Alley, which has some loading. Generally speaking, when you're dealing with trash pickup, it's very coordinated when there's one user. So Kim will coordinate trash pickup likely when her residents are not, or sorry, when her customers are not out enjoying their food. One of the things that, one of the struggles, and quite frankly, all the cities we've been working in recently is how do we get some of this back of house stuff off the public realm? Because what happens is in a lot of cities, and New York being one of them, they come in, they pick the trash up, they spill half of it on the ground, and it's right in the public realm where people are walking. So what we wanted to do, and we worked with staff to really get that back of house, stinky, smelly stuff out of the public realm as best as we possibly can. That will be curated over there. The reason for the alley abandonment is more of a technical zoning component. It's a requirement for our project to meet the requirements that are necessary for our rezoning. And one of the reasons why we didn't want to have a continued alley all the way to 4th was for public safety concerns. If there are public is accessing that back area watching a football game on the projector screen and a semi comes whizzing by there, that's not going to necessarily be the most safe thing. So what we did in abandoning that was we still demonstrated that there is a portion of the her portion of the alleyway which is still available for that same use. We then provided a turning radius study analysis with a 46-foot tractor trailer truck. That's a semi, it's big, that demonstrates the truck can pull off of Boynton Beach Boulevard, pull down the alley in between Boardwalk and the gas station, and then back right into the same space that the truck currently goes. The difference is, or one of the unique aspects of this particular building is that there's no loading or entry through the back of the building where the alleyway would be. Loading occurs on the east side of the building. So you would still be able to offload items, get in to the building, and people's safety would not be a concern. And certainly the well-being of and respect of the public realm, having a lot of that back of house items off the main corridors there was key. So we provided those studies, which I have here with me, and I'm happy to pass these out, if you'd like to take a look at them. But that was important for us to make sure that this was actually possible and that it was going to work the way it needs to.
I would like to have a copy.
Sure.
But and thank you for that.
Let's make sure that's put in the record as well. Give a copy to the clerk.
Absolutely.
Okay. The other thing I talked with you a lot about was traffic, and we know we have this thing called
thank you,
internal trip capture, and you said you're going from, I think it was 11,000 square feet to 23,000 square feet, something in that ballpark. Is this because you're increasing the amenities so that we can have the internal trip capture? In other words, the residents won't have to travel to, say, a barber shop outside of the complex there, or any of the other amenities which will be there, and that would help in the reduction of the traffic on that corner. That was one of the, I thought I understood you to say that, right?
Absolutely. So by virtue of having all the amenities, restaurants, retail, office space located at this property, and by the way, and its proximity to some of these other exciting projects that are coming before you, it's really going to create a destination where people are encouraged to walk, use other modes of transportation. Obviously, with the pandemic, office has become something that people do out of their homes. One of the things that we have in this building is a co-work facility for residents that want to get out of their unit. They want to be able to go downstairs and have coffee and work in an environment with the community that they're in. So that's one of the things that we're offering here as well. Another big component of that is workforce housing. When you keep the workforce close to where they work, they're not having to commute long distances. So in Palm Beach and Broward County, the average workforce renter commutes 30 minutes in each direction every day, as an hour, right? And they're doing that because they can't afford to live close to where they work and where they play. The whole idea of mixed use and the reason why I believe this is zoned appropriately and why I'm so excited about some of these other projects that are occurring is because it is going to be a true live, work, play experience. And that is going to keep people from getting in their cars and driving 30 minutes, to work every day. So absolutely, it does have a positive impact on traffic. And we've done our best to make sure that we provide access and get cars off the road.
I really appreciate you guys. Another issue I talked with you about was we have clay pipes in that alley and there's going to be a lot of pounding.
Right.
You guys crack one of those pipes, it's going to be on you.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So we carry insurance.
I just want that to be known. We've been knocking this can down the road for 2.5 years, and I'm ready to move on it. Just one last issue, and I'll just be quiet for right now. I like the idea of having the Boynton Beach sign up there because I've been riding the train. When I rode the train, I made that exact statement that you said. What city am I in? I would like to ask, are those going to be lighted letters? Are they going to be raised from the building, or will you be able to see them at night or just during the daytime? What do you have in mind?
Right. So the garage in and of itself is going to be lit. So it's going to be almost like backlit to some extent. It is a metal perforated screen. So what we didn't want to do is throw a tarp over the edge of the garage and say this is it, because we know inevitably we're going to have to replace this thing in a couple of years. So we've been spending a lot of time working with a certain manufacturer that provides a perforated screen that'll withstand the test of time, be something that everybody's proud of 10 years from now when this project is still up and operating.
I appreciate you guys talking with the neighborhood, Inker in particular. I really appreciate you being good neighbors and talking that through and working with our staff. I don't see any showstoppers right now, and I'm ready to see some action happen there because it's long overdue. So thank you for your effort and sticking with us for over 2.5 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to turn now to Commissioner Kelly.
No, I don't really have any questions. I think I think I've exhausted all of my questions and gotten my answers. Just thank you to you and your staff for wanting to come to Boynton and fighting to come to Boynton Beach. And, I look forward, we've talked about all of the issues and I think you've addressed them. You've addressed the concerns of the area businesses. And I know that you'll continue to do that. We have talked about that it's important that you continue to have those conversations because they're important parts of our community. So those are just kind of my comments, but I feel like all of my questions in all of the various stages of this process have been answered. So thank you.
I do. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hay.
I do have one other what if question for you. If by chance that the boardwalk Ace Hardware becomes available, would there be an interest down the road? I know it may be something you can't answer right now, but
absolutely. I mean, I think we'd be kind of crazy not to, given the investment that we're putting, in that property. I can tell you that we have been in communication with the boardwalk ice cream tenant in that location, and his future is a little bit uncertain at the moment. So we're hoping to maybe help incorporate them in the new project. So as I'd mentioned, we're here for the long term. We're not trying to do a project and leave. We hope to do many. And so our interest would definitely be to explore, additional surrounding property adjacent to ours for sure.
Look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Likewise.
All right, thank you so much. Commissioner Turkin, did you have any final questions or comments either for the applicant or staff? It's not really final, but for now at least.
Yeah, no, I want to commend you for sticking your hand out for the tenant at Boardwalk Ice Cream. And I know, we discussed earlier that, his fate is uncertain. And so I think for you to, try to accommodate him when it's not even your fight is a huge show of character. And that's what we want in the city. We want developers who are not just looking to turn a profit, but who genuinely want to help the community. And you guys have shown that with your actions. And this thing, is up to vote now. Y'all have done all the legwork to get to this point. And you're definitely a group that I would like to look forward to working with in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. As for myself, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said. I do share the sentiments of my colleagues, and both of you know full well, I was there at the very beginning when you first started talking to Kim Kelly, and I've seen this project evolve, and I'm super excited to see it actually being built on the ground, because this has been an experience and you guys have stuck with us. You're making a true investment in the community. You're speaking with the residents. You've heard me say all of this. You've got the workforce housing, so on and so on. And this is a winner for Boynton Beach. So I couldn't be more proud that you're with us. I'll leave my comments there because I must have gone through this I don't know how many times in the course of 2 years.
Yeah.
Let's turn now to public comment on this item. And please approach the podium if you would like to speak on this item. And again, we do have 2 podiums, so we can go back and forth. Please state your name for the record and begin when you're ready.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Bonnie Miskell, here on behalf of one of the 3 property owners that is part of that overall parcel, but not included in the proposed master site plan. My client is the owner of 209 North Federal Highway. You would know it as the ice cream shop. Give you a little bit of history. That owner had been party to and had submitted a proposal for the property that Affiliated is proposing to develop. I don't know how many years ago, but it was a few years back. They did not win that, obviously, but during the presentation, the former CRA board then asked him if he would talk to this particular buyer and work with them and potentially include his parcel with theirs. And as it is a reasonably small parcel, that made a lot of sense. And he nodded and said, yes, he would. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. And we did not have the benefit of the conversations that Ace Hardware has had or anyone else. We were unaware of this and found out about it accidentally. My client spends part of his time here and part of his time in DC, and he did not get notice of the P&D meetings and therefore didn't participate. So we found out about this. Mr. Burns graciously spoke to me before the meeting, and I explained to him a concern that we now have. So I really like to just briefly speak to the abandonment. Is there any way that we could get the Exhibit A for the abandonment application on the screen so it would help explain the condition issues that we have? Thank you. Thank you, that should do. So currently the property that I'm referring to is the northwest corner of Northeast First Avenue and Federal Highway. It is to the right of the crosshatched area that kind of is just south of the Ace Hardware. The access to this site today is a few fold. It is actually, a driveway is on Northeast First Avenue. They have no direct access on Federal Highway. In order to get to the site, and there is a retail building there today, if somebody was traveling northbound, they would take a left at Ocean, go to Northeast 4th, make a right on Northeast 1st in order to get to the building. If they were coming from the north heading south, they'd be able to head on Federal Highway, make a right on Northeast 1st Avenue, and get into the site more directly. And it's vice versa to get out. By dead ending, essentially, Northeast 1st Avenue, which is happening here, by abandoning the portion that is going to have buildings sitting on it, my client now only has really effectively a Federal Highway access point, which creates a real problem because, as you can see, and I'll be really short, the turn lane.
Please wrap it up.
Yes, I will. The turn lane to make a left turn onto Ocean heading southbound is at the opening for Northeast 1st Avenue. So essentially, any customers that are going to be coming from that site are going to immediately try to cross 2 lanes of roadway to make a left, creating a very dangerous condition, leaving us with U-turn options for either northbound or southbound traffic, whereas we can avoid that as it's drafted and created today.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much.
We'll be back at the next meeting, but we'd like to engage with and we'd hope that you would encourage them to speak with us just as they have others.
Absolutely.
Because it really diminishes the value of this site. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next public comment speaker. Let me reset the time.
So Valerie Pleasanton, Ace Hardware owner. We have been speaking with the developer over the past few days. I'm very grateful that Planning and Development made that a condition because prior to that, we were not contacted at all, other than by the original 4 or 5 groups as they were proposing, the various projects that you voted on. So my first request is it would be a very bad thing in my mind if you took out that conditional, the condition for approval that says they have to work with us. I know they are working with us and I appreciate it, but having that condition, it's like the carrot and the stick. We want the reward at the end, but let's make sure that there's something that's pushing them towards that. Because if you pass this and they're not required to work with us, then all of a sudden, I'm afraid that nice cooperation might go away. Something that we discussed today, which is not in any of the site plans because they told me that it would be too late to get into the site plans, is the possibility of removing, you want to look at the big site plan that has shows the 2 buildings, which is Ace Hardware and the gas station. If you'll note at the end of my building and just before you start to get to the Hurricane Alley portion, the only thing separating the alleyway on my side from Kim's side is a little barrier of green. We need to get out on 4th Avenue. It's going to be bad for my business if we can't get out on 4th Avenue. There's not just semi trucks, which they did tell me that their planners and their engineers said that could go from our east parking lot through the alleyway between the ice cream shop and the gas station. So I asked our delivery guy. It's a bigger than 48-foot truck, is some enormous thing. And he says, no way. So he would like to continue to be able to go out 4th. My suggestion was let's throw away that greenery. It's very pretty, but it does absolutely nothing. And let's get from 4th through Kim's section, which she's using for her trucks to come in. We'll just go out that section. There's not very many trucks during the course of the day that it would be a problem with. So we're talking very limited traffic and no safety issues.
All right. Thank you so much. Next speaker, I see we have Ms. Kelly. If you could say your
Hello.
name for the record.
Kim Kelly, owner Hurricane Alley, 529 East Ocean Avenue. First thing I want to say, if Jeff and Nick tell you something, they keep their word. I've been working with them for almost 3 years, and they are definitely men of what they say, and they will complete, and they will do the things that they say they'll do. If someone knows what you have to endure during redevelopment projects, I have been through many. My first was approximately a year after I opened in 1996, closing my whole street for over 6 months for reconstruction of Ocean Avenue. We survived. My second was the closing of the East Ocean Avenue Bridge for over 2 years, resulting in loss of traffic, loss in business. When we had just opened, we survived. My third was the 500 Ocean project across the street, which took over 4 years with a lot of pounding and a lot of dust. We survived, but now we grew. We must make sacrifices, and the sacrifices we make are worth it as long as you can embrace the future. Times move, and we must move with the times. I have realized in redevelopment, it's that you don't get everything you want, but you get what you need. I have been watching redevelopment try to take place for the last 27 years. And this is the first time I saw a project that just wasn't a building face with stores below. This project adds walking space, green space, openness, and area to all parts of the project, not just a front face with apartments looking down onto a street. It is appealing to both the resident, customer, and the passerby. We need no more delays, but people who are willing to take a step forward and proceed with a project that has been in the making for almost 3 years. It is time to say go. Don't say no. Success is growth, and growth is success. So let's move on with this. It's been not 2 years, it's been 27 years that we've been talking about redeveloping downtown. It's now, we need your commission, the people that are strong to move the city forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is John Georges. I'm an electrical engineer. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all. I've worked with, I echo Ms. Kelly's comments 100%. I worked with Jeff and Nick on 3 other projects. We build the cellular coverage. We improve the cellular coverage and emergency responder coverage within these buildings so that when there's a fire, there's communication at all times, even during the fire. Cellular coverage is an amenity that a lot of these buildings really need because of the way that they're constructed. They're the only ones that are really willing to invest in that in most of their facilities, most of their buildings. They're men of character. They're honorable. As you can see, the Pierce is a beautiful property. They've gone above and beyond. I've been to some of these meetings before. It has been 2.5 years. And to really invest in infrastructure, when you build a building like the Pierce, you're investing in bringing fiber optic lines into the facility. You're investing in the conduit system in the streets to bring the fiber optic lines. You're investing in cellular coverage. You're investing in utilities. The grid needs to be upgraded in order to facilitate the use by the Pierce. So you really are investing in infrastructure. The fast track to invest in infrastructure is to, perhaps if I may be so bold, is to more quickly approve public-private partnerships like this development, like the Pierce in the future. So I recommend affiliated development, Jeff and Nick, and approval of this with the greatest enthusiasm and without reservation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Barbara Reedy once again. My friend Valerie is the owner of Ace Hardware, and she forgot to say the words, "No, I do not agree." She's an adjacent property owner, and if you look at the schematic of what staff recommended that the affiliated people do, it only bows out behind her business. Why were they recommending that plants only be put between Ace Hardware and the parking garage? Where's the plants behind Hurricane Alley? No one is fighting the development. It's fine. It's a lovely development. We're fighting the alleyway. It's silly. It's the silliest thing you've ever seen in your life. Why staff would not recommend a variance to whatever LDR or rule it is that says that they have to put plants between a wall in a parking garage is beyond me. So no one's fighting the Pierce. It's going to be a fine development, but take a look at that alley once again and tell us why it's pregnant right there behind Ace Hardware only. Thanks.
Thank you. Next public comment speaker on this item.
Hello, Mayor, Commission. This is Court McGuire, 506 Whispering Pines Road. I'm on planning development. This came before our board, these items. We did approve them all. I'll get into them quickly and briefly, but I wanted to thank the CRA and staff for this project and for the developer that presented it. Albeit nothing's perfect, this is pretty darn good. It really does check a lot of boxes, and the planning and development board agreed with that. There's a lot of activation points. There's a lot of interesting setbacks. It really makes Dewey Park, I think, more walkable and usable. I think Kim's Alley Bar, really making Boynton Beach Boulevard more commercial and pushing some commercial on that side is a critical, nice move. So that said, as far as the only thing I wanted to bring up with the board are two things. We did make the recommendation to work with the owner of Ace Hardware. It does seem like a very subtle little median there that can just be removed and amended. So I think that would be an easy fix. I don't see that being a problem. And as far as the variance, that was voted as approved. Staff advised not to, but it wasn't a unanimous vote. It was a 3-2 approval. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other in-person public comment speakers specifically on this item? This is the last call. Then we'll go to online speakers.
Hi, Ernest George McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach, Florida. Although this is the center of town, and I'm a homeowner near here now for 2 years, I've come to the conclusion that what you're doing at Federal and Ocean and that whole general area is what you want to do. I think it's overdevelopment. I think it's too high. I think it's too dense. I think it challenges the infrastructure in the city. I think it's going to wind up flooding. There's going to be a lot of car accidents, fatalities with the overemphasis on bars and smoke shops and late night partying and et cetera, et cetera. However, I live far enough away, but what concerns me is when I have to see that the public in general comes in and reflects on this project, for example, and says, well, we don't really agree. It seems like, you know, the commission and the city, you kind of do what you want to do, and that's okay. But what really concerns me is that you do what you want to do is going to spread. After you overdevelop this section, now you're going to look to spread down Federal towards my neighborhood and other neighborhoods. So I see this as a pattern, and all the statistics are very clear about, I know you don't like to hear it, but crime and problems, drugs, alcohol abuse, fatality, accidents, noise, public drunkenness all around Ocean and Federal, and DUI driving, and problems with school buses, problem with kids walking, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So my point is that I truly fear that you're going to spread from this. It's an exercise in what I consider political and private business power, where something like this gets done with almost everybody I talk to in Boynton Beach says overpopulation, high density, too many things of this nature, too much late night activity, too much reckless driving, careless driving, drug problems, crime, and yet everything seems to get approved. So I would only hope that in years to follow, perhaps when a lot of this crew is timed out or whatever, somebody can look back and say, why didn't sensibility prevail?
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers on this item? All right, seeing none in the chambers, we're going to go online. Manny, how many people do we have with their hands raised?
Mr. May, we have no hands raised.
All right, at this time, public comments are now closed. Now we're going to resume in reverse order. That means I'd like to hear now from city staff. Ms. Radigan, if you could address some of the comments that were made today, particularly with the alleyway. Oh, 1 second. All right, go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. I'd be happy to. The proposal for the abandonment request that the applicant is asking for is a fewfold. Because this is tied together as one rezoning and one master plan, it does need to be one congruent parcel, meaning there cannot be rights of ways bifurcating this project. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to rezone it as one project. That is the first, which means if one of the abandonments is not approved, it would have impacts on the existing proposal. It doesn't mean that we need to approve them, but it does mean that it would take considerable redesign of the project, including density, since density is counted from all of the acreage within this rezoning. So a change like that would impact just about all of the applications in front of you. Secondly, I would say, I think notably there was a comment about access through. That can be done in conjunction with the abandonment. We do allow cross-access easements over abandoned property for situations like deliveries to Ace Hardware. I will say that will take some redesign of the Hurricane Alley site. It would have to essentially be a straight line going through, and that may impact the currently proposed outdoor seating area in the back, but that is an option. I'm available to answer any questions regarding the abandonment if there are.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Radigan. I'd like to hear from my colleagues if you have any questions for Ms. Radigan while she's at the podium. Commissioner Hay, do you have any questions or comments for Ms. Radigan?
Yes, this has been an ongoing issue with me, is the abandonment of any alley. I've said that to Affiliated on this Pierce project, and they know that. And as I drive through there and I go to the boardwalk for ice cream and I drive through there during the day, I notice very few vehicles utilizing that alley. It's not enough to concern yourself about. So I guess what I don't want this to be a showstopper because we've come this far, but I do want to hear what the impact is if we just, I know if you putting up a screen across the street on the wall of the garage for Hurricane Alley to watch football or whatever they're going to be watching, you don't want heavy traffic coming through there. I get that. But by the same token, we're only talking when there's pickup time or for garbage or something. I hardly ever seen in the 50 some years that I've been in Boynton any heavy traffic there. So I would like to hear, if I could, from the Pierce people Affiliated, what is it that is stopping you from not removing that little, you know what I'm talking about, we've talked about this, that little piece of, and open that area up? Because it's not going to be like a flow of traffic like on Boynton Beach Boulevard or on Federal or even on 4th. Okay, it's just not going to happen over the years that I've been living in Boynton. So just kind of talk to me a little bit.
And,
If
and
I
Jeff,
could say just-
before you respond to that, Jeff, could I ask staff if we could zoom in and with your guidance, Jeff, on which slide, zoom into the area in question so we can follow along?
Yeah,
Which,
Manny, if
which
you
slide should they
could,
look at?
that one is actually the appropriate one. If you could just zoom into exactly that area. Yeah. A little bit more into that corner, please. Commissioner Hay, what I will say is both can be achieved. You can abandon the right of way and do a cross access easement over that abandoned right of way. Because the abandonment, what it does is allows the Hurricane Alley property to be part of this project, both in design, rezoning, and density. So that tie there is important first for the current design of Hurricane Alley, because if this was bifurcated from the project, it would need to be completely redesigned to meet the standard CBD district. It couldn't go under our mixed use core, which this is recommended under. So to achieve both goals, meaning the totality of this project being designed holistically and still allow access, I think that the best course of action with, Affiliated's agreement would be a cross-access agreement. What they could do then is remove the portion of landscaping between the two parcels and have some sort of road management system that it is only open and safe for vehicles to cross there during certain hours. And then we could work with the applicant on how to redesign some of the outdoor spaces of the Hurricane Alley.
Okay.
Mr. Burns, if you could address that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So
Is the microphone on?
Sorry. No, absolutely. I've heard the word redesign probably for the last 2 years, and we've been redesigning this thing. My architects have lost all their hair. Listen, Michael Weiner had a great saying, don't let perfect get in the way of good, right? I mean, this is a good project. We've done everything we've been asked to do and then some. We're meeting with everybody. We're trying to make sure that we meet as many people's requirements as possible. But from having been in this business as long as I have, you're never going to appease everybody. And as hard as you work at it, it gets very, very difficult. In this particular instance, yes, we could put this thing on pause even longer, and we could let this thing go on and on and on and redesign it. And then guess what? If we move something an inch in one direction, we're out of compliance on something else. This thing has moved around so many times. We've had so many revisions, so many redesigns, and what we're asking for is to move forward. Amanda made a recommendation that if we were going to do without requiring written consent from the adjacent property owner and recommending that they be required to continue to work with them, that is fine. I will continue to work with them. We'll work with them every step of the way. If our general contractor runs over, a flower bed in their property, we will work with them to replant the flowers. That is our job as community builders. What I'm asking for is not to go back to the drawing board, not to do a redesign, not to do more variance requests. Everybody's worked really hard. We've pulled, we've really crafted every inch of this particular property, and it becomes very hard with all the code requirements that we have, with all the various requirements that are put in place.
Thank you. Commissioner Hay, did you have any follow-up to that, or can we proceed?
As much as I don't like the response, I don't think it's a showstopper in this case. But going down the road from now on, I will make sure that this doesn't happen again.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Just a question, and I'm not a planner, so it might be a stupid question. Is it possible to rezone the two pieces between the alleyway, the same zoning, but just like in different chunks, if that makes sense?
So in theory, yes. However, the parcel that would be remaining where Hurricane Alley is situated would be too small to meet the requirements for a mixed use core, which is part of the reason why it is recommended to be included as
Could
part of
we,
this.
theoretically speaking, make an exemption for that and make everything happen and work?
There is no room for that in the code currently, the way it stands. Remember, mixed use core is the most intense district, and changing the size requirements it wouldn't be ideal for that level of intensity. I will say that one other option that I could think of, Commissioner Hay, just to put all kind of options out there, would be to only approve the abandonment within the limits of the project. What that would do, however, is put them out of compliance with foundation landscaping. So it would require an additional variance. So that would be the only other alternative.
So hopefully, again, this demonstrates when we do one thing and try to appease one item, that throws us out of compliance with something
Yeah,
else.
we're trying to make we're trying to find a way to make things work.
Absolutely.
Believe me, I get that.
Yeah.
Okay, I really do. And as I stated before, even though I don't like your answer, okay, it's not a showstopper with me.
And I do want to make a comment and thank Valerie from Ace Hardware for coming in, because, you know, we want to make sure that we treat all business owners within this area, within any project really, with respect, dignity, and giving them the ability, which is my understanding that it is what's happening. Her fear is the moment that you're not obligated to, and I can understand her concern from one human being to another, the moment you don't need something from me, you're done. So I do empathize with her point of view, and I do want to make sure that, you know, we treat people equally and we treat everyone well. That's kind of my point. I'm sure there's a solution, and I don't want to, again, as Commissioner Hayes stated, we don't want this to be a showstopper. So are you saying that maybe if we don't abandon it completely and we only do it for the parameters of the project? Thank you, Commissioner. That in that case, it's possible if we just have another variance to just.
However, so that is possible, but it won't fix the issue that I think it's Valerie has said, because her request is to have access to 4th Street. If we abandon the portions within the limits and there is no, legal reason that affiliated would need to provide access to 4th Street because it would be solely their property. The way it is set up now, they are in good faith trying to work with all the neighboring properties to provide the access that is requested, but wouldn't be required if we were limiting it to the parameters of the project only.
If we just require that the developer continues to work with, and we make that our requirement, that they continue to work with and not necessarily get permission, that we can move the project forward, and Nick and Jeff are committed on public record that you're going to continue to work with Ace Hardware and any tenant really that would be affected by this.
Absolutely.
And I am comfortable with that. That means that it could end up being a cross-access easement. And if there are minor modifications, most likely those could be approved administratively too. So I'm generally comfortable with that.
That was my question. If we were to pursue this cross-access easement, is it a minor or major change?
If there are material changes, it would be minor. If there are no material changes, then it would just be the recordation of that agreement.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor, was there anything else before I move on? All right, Commissioner Turkin, do you have any questions or comments for either Amanda or Jeff?
Nope, the vice mayor hit it on the head. I'm with Valerie on this one. I don't want her to lose. Not that I don't trust you guys, Nick and Jeff. I know you guys are men of your word, but I would like Valerie to see that peace of mind language for the conditional agreement.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's go now to Commissioner Kelly.
Yes, my only question has to do with, we've been talking about so many different variables, and but as far as the cross access goes, part of me feels like I heard you say that would be going back to the drawing board, and that would be not a road you want to go down. Is that?
I think what was explained is that the condition would require us to continue to work with the adjacent property owner towards multiple solutions, which could include a cross-access agreement. And if that cross-access agreement should occur, then it would be done administratively. And that is something we're committed to doing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, my whole thing is, and just like my colleagues, our existing businesses are super important, and I know
I'm
that you
sorry,
have.
Commissioner, one moment. Commissioner Turkin, just FYI, your mic is still on. All right, go ahead.
And so I appreciate you continuing to work with them. And I guess one of the things that popped into my mind was when Valerie came up and she spoke, she mentioned, well, then I talked to my truck driver. That's a conversation I would have loved to have heard that you had with the truck driver too, that you're trying to, so maybe that's a thing, and your next step or a meeting that you should have with the truck driver to, figure it out and see and show them what you're thinking and what your solution is and see if it works. Because usually unless you do it or try it, you don't know that it works. And so, I would like to hear, I think that could potentially open up a solution, or then you would see, okay, now I see why it's not going to work.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, you have to leave no stone unturned. We have a lot of professionals that we rely on, whether it be a truck driver, an engineer, an architect, a landscape architect. These are all people that come into play when making decisions like this, including our general contractor and including Hurricane Alley. Hurricane Alley is going to be a part of this discussion because they're going to be operating a business, where that access could be. So it's one of those things that requires multiple conversations with multiple people. And we want to do everything we can to try and accommodate local businesses. As I'd mentioned, we're a local company. We're not going anywhere. And it's not our objective to come here, cram a project down everybody's throat and leave. We want to do multiple projects. And the only way to do that is to be a good neighbor and work with people.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Commissioner Hay, I see.
I just want to say that I'm glad to hear you say that, because the last thing I want to do is to create a traffic lane for Valerie on the east side of her Ace Hardware business, because people cutting through there trying to get to wherever they're trying to get ice cream or whatever. And that's not fair either. So I do want you to really, really focus and see and work with her and see, can we come to some common ground, you two, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much, everybody. I share the sentiments of my colleagues. I'd like for you to keep working with Valerie and her business. And if one of those solutions is a cross-access easement, by all means, let's move forward with that. And thank you again for being a developer who's communicating and working with our surrounding residents and businesses. So thank you for that. But I am not in favor of redrawing or redesigning this. Like you said, you've heard the word redesign way too many times. We are not starting from scratch at the last hour, folks. That's not how we do business. But it sounds like there may be a simple solution. So just keep the conversation going. Council, I believe we've completed all of the steps, and now we're going to take a motion for the first ordinance unless there's something else. I just want to run that with you.
Mayor, that's appropriate. You've concluded that portion. And again, just to reiterate, you have two ordinances here on first reading. In the application for the variance, the new master plan, the 4 community design appeals, and the height exception, that would be appropriate to table those to your next meeting, since those have to be are reliant on the passage of the 2 ordinances. But I do want to state that everything that was done this evening, the testimony and the documents will all carry over as part of that hearing. It's just that those items are tabled for no motions tonight.
Excellent. I will process this one ordinance and one item at a time.
Yes.
Let's begin with item 8C. This is proposed ordinance number 23-005. May I have a motion to approve that ordinance?
Motion to approve.
I don't know who was first.
You was.
Okay, Vice Mayor Cruz, and I heard a second from Commissioner Turkin on virtual. This is a roll call vote, so now I'm going to ask City Clerk if you could begin the roll call.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Turkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. The second ordinance before us is proposed ordinance number 23-006. May I have a motion to make that approval?
So moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hay. I heard a second from
If I
Commissioner
can, if we could
Kelly.
please clarify that the motion is to approve with an amended condition of approval that reads, works with the adjacent property owners for the abandonment request. And so consent.
Commissioner Hay has now confirmed that is indeed the motion. Commissioner Kelly, do you confirm your second on? Excellent. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Turkin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hay.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cruz.
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
All right, thank you. On the advice of council, I'd like to seek a motion to approve the tabling of items 8E through H.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Cruz and a second from Commissioner Hay. This does not require a roll call, but all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously, and this item is tabled, all those items to the next meeting, which is March 9th.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, I see a hand from Vice Mayor Cruz. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
May I request a 10-minute break, please?
Actually, I was going to request the exact same thing.
Thank
We're
you.
going to take a 10-minute recess. We're going to get a stretch break, a bathroom break. They'll energize us for the next major item. Thank you, everybody. The next items on our agenda are items 8I through M, which we will address simultaneously. These are all items pertaining to time equities. I'm going to turn now to our counsel, who will read into the record proposed ordinance number 23-004. It is a second reading, and also swear in the relevant parties. Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, as you indicated, items, what's it, 8I through M all relate to this project, Boynton Beach Town Center Apartments. Just for the record, I is a major master plan modification. J is a temporary parking easement agreements. K is a resolution approving continuing parking lease agreements. L is to approve the escrow agreement, which relates to the documents that are being approved, and this all relates to their transaction with the current landowner. And then M is the second reading and public hearing regarding the development agreement. Items A and I and M are quasi judicial, so I would like to swear everybody in, but like we did in the last application, we'll hear single presentations by the applicant and staff and the public, and then you'll vote individually on these items, ask questions on any of these items as you deem appropriate as we move forward. So what I'd like to do at this point is I'll read the ordinance title into the record. Ordinance title 23004, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to enter into a development agreement with Boynton Beach Town Center Apartments LLC, an affiliate of Time Equities Inc., and providing for an effective date. At this time, anybody who tends to speak or give testimony on this application, please raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in at this time. Again, if you tend to speak or give testimony, do you swear affirm the statements or testimony you give this evening should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. And Mr. Mayor, usually during the quasi-judicial items, you would hear from the applicant first. My understanding is that there is a presentation by staff and legal on these items to go first, then we can go into the process, much like you did for the last application.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'll turn now to our city manager to open up the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. I know everyone's most likely tired. We've been here for quite a long time, but this project is the largest in the city's history. It's close to $500 million. I can honestly tell you, since I came up here, I want to say it was October 1st. I've been fortunate to be a part of the discussions. I know we've had probably about over 100, 200 hours. I know, Catherine, you probably give me a more accurate number as far as hours are concerned. But I can't say enough of how hard the staff has worked, how diligent they've been staying on task. The scope of this project is so great, and the potential for it is equally as great as far as the city's future. Some people I want to recognize is Catherine Rosmel, the attorney, Adam Temple, Amanda Radigan, Andrew Mack, all the planners. You guys, like, words can't express how proud I am of you. I know I say that, and it's really it's almost an honor seeing how much hard work and dedication you guys put into your job. I know a lot of us have families that we take time away from, so it definitely doesn't go unnoticed. I know this we started this probably back in 2017. I've been in the city since 2004. I've seen this city make mistake after mistake when it comes to development projects. Just a few of them, it would be trade winds. I know Commissioner Hay, you most likely remember that. I know we've had opportunities to bring baseball stadiums in this city. We've had opportunities to bring Bass Pro Shops into the city. I can remember it being decades of them trying to decide how to take the asbestos out of the old high school. And indecision after indecision, whether it's mistakes of the mind or mistakes of the heart, stuff didn't get done. And then when we finally had hope that the Town Square project was going to get off the ground, to the last commission, we unfortunately weren't able to do that. So tonight represents an opportunity to move forward. Jim Stables, who was my predecessor, he was here. He always used to say, there's a reason why the windshield is bigger than the rear view mirror. So it's important we look forward. I live in this city just like most of you here. I got emotional when I heard what happened because I'm a taxpayer just like everyone else. And tonight represents an opportunity for a truly elegant solution to this issue. So without further ado, I want to give it over to Catherine Rosmell.
Good evening, Commissioners. Catherine Rossmell of Lewis, Longman and Walker here acting as your special counsel for certain matters related to land use in Town Square. Let me also just say thank you very much for those kind words. It's an absolute privilege to work for the city and work with your excellent staff and each of you. So I appreciate the opportunity. That said, you're going to see me jump up and down here a couple of times tonight, and I'm going to be a lawyer talking to you about a parking lease. So I'm going to apologize in advance that we're starting at 11:36, but I'll do my best to keep it moving. Because this is the second hearing and we've previously presented on the development agreement, it is not my intention to run back through the slides that we already did, but I do want to take this opportunity to kind of orient in time where we are. And what this development means in terms of the history of this project site and what it means moving forward. So as you recall, the Town Square property was originally part of a P3 agreement. It was originally largely in city ownership. It was let out to a request for qualifications. A developer was selected to successfully complete this phase one. Unfortunately, the private portions of that proposed project were not completed. Those are referred to as phase two and phase three. And so that has led to some litigation. The city is currently in that litigation with entities generally referred to as the JKM entities. That litigation remains active, although the city has executed a settlement agreement. That settlement agreement is contingent on other things, including approval of a development agreement. The reason for that, as we articulated last time, is it's for the city's protection that it always have some form of agreement with the landowner. And so that settlement agreement will not become effective until a development agreement is approved. If no development agreement is approved, the settlement agreement can be dissolved and the litigation can continue. With that, I'm not going to take up too much of your time at this moment unless you have any particular questions on that, and I will come back to talk you through the particulars of some of the agreements after Amanda runs you through the master plan.
I have a favorite microphone. I wouldn't be able to do my job from that one. Amanda Radigan, Planning and Zoning Director. So I'm going to take you through the overview of the master plan and also the public portions of the master plan. And then after we get through that, I believe Bradley Miller will be coming up to talk about the master plan modification, which contains the private portions. So in 2017, you can actually see this old aerial that shows what it used to look like here. That is the old City Hall fronting Boynton Beach Boulevard. And then you have the old library along Seacrest. This makes up 4 city blocks. The 4 blocks are approximately 15.5 acres. In 2017, they were rezoned to mixed use medium was the land use, and the zoning was MU3. MU3's by right allocations are 50 dwelling units to the acre, 75 feet in height, and then they have a 3.0 floor area ratio. These parcels are eligible to take part in the workforce housing program. With participation in that program, they change the maximums to 62 dwelling units per acre, an additional 12 or 24 feet, depending on where you are. And then as of today, 3.5 FAR, floor area ratio. So like was previously said, there are 4 different phases. Phases is another word for site plans. These are 4 different site plans that are contained within this master plan, 2 of which are public and 2 of which are private. The first phase is this government campus that we are currently in. It was built. It contained a 114,000 square foot city hall and library, the rehab of KPOC Park, Centennial Park and the amphitheater, the playground to the children's schoolhouse, a chilled water plant, a major renovation to our cultural center, the historic high school, and 64 surface parking spaces and additional utility work that was done. Phase 4 is another mixed-use building that will contain 15,000 square feet of commercial space, plus a hotel with a maximum of 144 hotel rooms. These 2 phases or site plans will remain in city ownership until the city changes that. So phase 4 will be the portion that the city will need to make decisions on how to move forward with. Phase 1 is already completed. So phase 2 and phase 3 are the private portions of this master plan. Phase 2, the current proposal, does propose 441 residential units, 7,000 square feet of commercial space, and a parking garage that accommodates both the parking for the private uses and the public uses. It's proposed at 85 feet in height with a maximum FAR of 3.5. Phase 3 is very similar, but does have slightly more units at 457 and over 16,000 square feet of commercial space. Again, a garage that has both parking spaces for the private uses and the public uses. Again, 85 feet in height and 3.5 FAR. It is also important to note that this is the first project that we are proposing that is actually coming under the new LDR requirements of requiring 70% commercial frontage on our main roads. They have changed their plans, which Brad may talk about later, from approximately 10,000 square feet of commercial space to 23,000 square feet of commercial space, plus the 15 within the public portions. So to orient yourself, to your left is Boynton Beach Boulevard. The 2 middle blocks are essentially the public portions of the project. And then the 2 outer blocks are the 2 private portions of the project. They're numbered by phases. So again, you can see phase 1 is the city portion. Phase 4, that gray box, is the proposed hotel site. And then 2 and 3 flank the public portions. So the master plan for phase 4, it is subject to that land exchange or the land swap. It did move the location from the corner of Boynton and Seacrest to fronting on Ocean. I want to stress that this does remain in city ownership and is not under the agreements with Time Equities. And again, 15,000 square feet of commercial and 144 hotel rooms are the limits of that master plan. So lastly, this is phase 1 that was constructed. Very big change from the other aerial. You could see the constructed city hall and the additional parks and the amphitheater have already been done. The only portion of phase 1 that was not completed was the garage, which has moved into the private phases, which is why we are seeing these continuing lease agreements associated with this proposal. So next, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bradley Miller to review the private portions of the master plan.
Thanks, Amanda. And I was was thinking I was going to come up here and say good morning instead of good evening. But for the record, my name's Bradley Miller with Urban Design Studio from West Palm Beach, and I'm here representing Time Equities, who, as you know, are the contract purchasers of the private portions of the development here. And just wanted to step you through a little bit. Time Equities was founded by Francis Greenberger, who's on the screen there. He started into this business when he was 15 years old, and he was here last week. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it tonight. Robert Cantor is also a partner in the deal here and an officer. And then Robert Singer, who you've all met, is Director of Development Services, and he is here tonight, and we'll say a few words here in a moment. But Time Equities, I think I've mentioned this before. This is sort of one of the most prominent developers I've had the honor of working with. They're the real deal. This slide is showing that they've been in business over 5 decades now. They've got 38 million square feet of square footage, not only here in the United States in different cities, but also in different countries. They have 190 employees. They've got total assets of $6 billion. That's a lot of zeros. They're the real deal. They're the type of company that you want to partner with. They have the financial means. They have the experience. You've seen in prior presentations experiences around the country. I just wanted to touch on the one that's here close by in West Palm Beach called Casa Mara. Similar situation where it's residential and commercial mixed use development. Took an old property and turned it into a very successful project. I think most of you have already been by there and have seen that development. So we wanted to kind of explain how this all came about with Time Equities. There was no seeking out. They actually got notice of the listing from Newmark, which is one of the largest real estate brokers around. And they threw their hat in the ring and were able to come out with a deal with JKM. So I think their involvement here in West Palm Beach got them a little closer to Boynton, saw this as an opportunity, and here we are. As we got into it, one of the first things we looked at is the current master plan that's on the screen. And we started looking at it. I'm going to say we, but it was mainly Mr. Singer. Give credit where credit's due to see some of the issues that was with the master plan. You can see on the left-hand side there, again, like Amanda's slides, Boynton Beach is to the left-hand side, Seacrest is to the bottom. But the northern parcel, which is actually phase 3, there's this large gray box, which was planned out to be the parking garage. If you look at it closely, it was cantilevering over Northeast First Avenue, which was a little strange. And then you look at it and those purple boxes are actually the residential components that are looking right into a parking garage. That's their views, not only on the north side of it, but the smaller parcel on the south of the garage. So then we started thinking, well, what's that yellow box? Well, the yellow box is the city parcel. That's just a hair over 1 acre that has been designated for a hotel. And we started thinking, well, wait a minute, if that moves over to Ocean Avenue, where you want more pedestrian oriented, more commercial retail space, that would really help. So we started digging deeper into, this is actually the presentation of that JKM gave, and you can right in the middle in the bottom left-hand corner there of that photograph or that rendering shows how all the buildings are looking right into that garage. It's really not marketable. It's not feasible. Just not the best design. But then when we looked into it even tighter, whoop, I was changing the slide, sorry about that. The slides or the photos on the right-hand side are the views from the street, the views from the park that's behind the cultural center. The views are the parking garage. Didn't feel like that's the most optimistic, optimized way of developing the site. So we said, all right, well, what if we relocated that hotel parcel down to Ocean and First Street and reconfigured the north parcel, and from the get-go of starting to talk with staff and all the way up to the five of you, I don't think we heard one complaint about doing that, thus the land exchange or the land swap. So what that does then is it opens up, sensitive button. I asked for the button and they got me the button. Thank you, staff. So this is our proposed master plan where you can see the shift of the yellow square. The blue is the phase one of the public portion of it. And then it leaves the two parcels, the north parcel as we refer to it, and the south parcel, with the purple area being the residential massing. The green within those are courtyards that would be for the residents. Same is true on both the north and the south. And then you can see the red rectangles around where we have more than doubled the square footage of commercial space along Boynton. And then we've spread it out to be in what we feel is critical locations for that commercial space, with it not only being on Boynton Beach Boulevard, but across from the park, behind the cultural center and the children's museum. And then in the south parcel, there's commercial space across from City Hall, right out the door here, as well as right across from the amphitheater. So we think all of those are great opportunities for commercial retail space to complement the whole development. So what does it mean numbers wise? And the top part of the slide here is indicating essentially what we're allowed to do by code, which is up to 962 units with the participation in the workforce program and the overlays that are here. You can have up to 87 feet of height for the south parcel. You can have up to 99 feet in the north parcel. And then looking into what we're providing, our proposal is to have 898 residential units with 441 in the southern parcel and 457 in the north parcel. And then in the bottom right there is showing that we've increased to over 23,000 square feet of commercial space. Plus there's the 15,000 square feet in phase four that the city will have control over. So what does that mean? It means that we're complying with code. In fact, we're below code in a lot of things. We're not asking for any variances, waivers, appeals, height exceptions, which a lot of applications have those tagged onto it. So we're complying with the code. We're at 898 residential units, where 962 are allowed as the max. Our building heights are going to be around 80 feet, which is well below even with the additional height allowed by the workforce components. Both the north and the south will be at 80 feet. 23,000 square feet of the commercial space that I already mentioned. And to add to that, we figured for the 70% of the commercial frontage along Boynton Beach Boulevard, that would be about 10,000 square feet. So we've got around another 13,000 that we're adding to the development, listening to comments from P&D and residents and the conversations that we've been having to get to this point. Our setbacks, they vary as you go around the project. There's places where there's really a minimum of 18 feet that we have that is going to be sidewalk and landscape and activity areas. You've heard about the pedestrian zones that surround the project. There's areas where we've increased that, like along the south edge of the south building where we're up against residential, and we've increased that distance, added more landscaping, and showed some architectural features that I'll talk to you here about in a moment. It came up in the last application about this last item about the loading and the moving trucks. That activity sometimes spills out into the street. We've designed into the building, I'll move into the next slide here, the area in the red box at the bottom, kind of a light green area, is our back of house, or to use Rob Singer's term, is the back cave. It's the loading area, it's the FPL room, it's the trash room. All of that's going to be integrated into the project, into the building, both north and south. This is actually a floor plan of the south, and we're not into the site plan. I want to emphasize that this is master plan tonight. While I'm on that, we're already authorized to move forward with site plans, so those are coming right behind this in the next month or two to put that package together and come in. Month or two might be aggressive. Let's say 2 or 3. Or 6 months, or 6 months, 6 weeks. We're working diligently on it. These are big buildings. It's going to take a lot to put together.
Mr. Miller, I don't mean to interrupt you, but that is new information, and that's very promising information. I mean, it sounds like you are going full speed. Even if you say 6 months, you were just being conservative.
Yes, yeah. We're moving on. I've been accused or cursed of that before. But yeah, it's and not only with one parcel, we're going to be coming in with the site plans for both. So it's move it forward. So this is just really showing a kind of a typical footprint. We did add the commercial space, the dark red areas that are in the outlined around with yellow space. And we've got the courtyards in the middle. The one on the right side is about 2/3 of a football field. It's huge. The scale and the massing here tend to make it look smaller, but that's going to be the active pool area and fire pits and barbecues and fun stuff like that. I don't want to get too far into the details that we'll have to do at site plan. But then there is the other courtyard on the other side that's more of the quiet, more passive type of courtyard. Another thing I want to point out in this is the kind of the bluish area. So this is ground level. That bluish area that wraps around the pool is all amenities. There's on the upper floors, the residential look out over that courtyard, but it's club rooms, it's game rooms, it's the co-working space, all around that space. So it's really exciting for new residents to be able to move into it. Access to the parking garage is internalized. The old master plan had it coming in off of Boynton Beach Boulevard. We've flipped it around. This is coming off of Northeast First Avenue with 2 entrances. So if there's a problem with one or the other, that's resolved. That question has come up. This slide shows a typical upper floor, so you can see how the units look out into the courtyard areas or out into the cityscape. We've all had that opportunity to pick the hotel choice. Do you get the beach view or the partial beach view? These are all good views that we're coming up with here. So another question and topic that's come up through our getting to this point has been the infrastructure. Can the infrastructure handle this? And it's always been planned as part of Town Square to be able to handle the project. Through the application process, your staff, we have to provide information, staff reviews it, that confirms that we have the water and sewer capacity that the city has water and sewer capacity to serve the project. As far as smaller things, if there's smaller pipes or things like that that need to be upgraded as part of the development, that's on us. But the capacity is there to handle it from a water and sewer standpoint. Traffic has come up. We've done a couple of traffic studies. I'm going to jump to the next slide just to show. I'm not expecting you to even see what that is, but you'll get the gist that the traffic study has actually evaluated every one of the intersections of part of this project, and it's been found to be sufficient and can accommodate the project. Parking is ever since Town Square has been about and JKM not coming through with the parking garages, it's been the issue. You're parking in parking lots a block away to get here. So as part of this, we're building a parking garage in each of the buildings. There's going to be, in the end, there'll be between the two parking garages, there'll be 473 parking spaces that are in control by the city. Plus there's surface spaces on street, on properties. You've got a parking lot back here that's part of it, one over by the park that's part of those numbers. So the parking is going to be accommodated. On the parking spaces, so just to go through this quickly, the number of parking spaces required, if you apply the code for the public part, the phase one, City Hall, Cultural Center, Children's Museum, Amphitheater, is actually 433 parking spaces. As part of the original RFP, the RFP said, let's throw another 100 in there for other miscellaneous things like the fire station, Magnuson House, some of that. So that's 533 parking spaces. That's for the public component of the project. You add the residential and the commercial parcels of phase two and phase three, and you get up to 2,338 parking spaces, which we're providing through these projects. So to break that down, there's 1,540 that will be in the garage for the residential space and the commercial space of phase two and phase three. And then there's 473 in the garage for city use. And then there's 107 that's on the ground, either on street or surface parking in parking lots. So total for the city, there would be 539 parking spaces. So we're exceeding not only the 100, but we're a few more above that. So again, no variances, no waivers. I'm going to go through these pretty quickly because we're not in the site plan, but everybody wants to see the pictures. And we get excited to show them. It's this is a picture of Boynton Beach Boulevard and Seacrest, and Rob has tortured the architects and going through a lot of renditions even before we get to the site plan stage to get to this, because it is about the design. They took components of City Hall here, colors, some of the features in it, and expanded on that. These are big buildings, no doubt about it. And so they took into account these vertical modules that make it feel more like a streetscape as you're going down, with a lot of recessions and projections. There's loggias along the Boynton Beach Boulevard frontage. There's commercial, the glazing and the commercial activity on the front. We've got the street trees, on-street parking. So we're feeling really good about the architecture. That's going to be a great complement coming off of 95. Get to Seacrest, and that's what you're gonna see. Just to go around some of the others, this is the southern side of the north building. On the left-hand side of the rendering there is the park and the temporary parking. This is a good shot that shows the street trees and the canopy trees. Through there on the very left-hand side, there's the entrances to the garage, which again is 2 entrance spaces. The back of house access is there. This is a shot of the southern building. On that southern side, which is the left-hand side of the rendering, is facing residential, where we've brought the buildings farther back. We've added more landscape, and then architecturally, we've lowered some of the massing at the first level or two. So if you're in your house across the street, you're looking out your window, you're seeing roof lines instead of just a solid wall going up. So there's a lot of detail here. Again, the on-street parking, street trees, the architectural detail here is pretty impressive. This one I think is one of my favorite slides because this is Boynton Beach Boulevard, and we've talked now for since the CRA plan of engaging the street pedestrian activities with the space in the building. This is where the commercial space is going to be, and that's essentially the main entrance to the building, which is pretty spectacular. So what does this mean? Actually, we have, I saw this after putting it there of economic impact. I think I want to change that to economic benefit is a better term. As City Manager Duggar said, this is close to $500 million in investment into Boynton Beach. That's from Time Equities, which have that clout to do that. You've already approved the settlement agreement of which there's $4.5 million that's coming from JKM back to the city. There's about $75 million over 10 years of tax payments that will come back. There's with the workforce housing, if it's the payment in lieu, it's north of $5 million that would go into that housing fund. $1 million of art fee, $10 million of impact fees. The zeros just keep adding up on this. But what you get out of it is a project that I hope everybody is going to be proud of. It's just a great, much better design. The master plan, we found some of those flaws, and we feel like we've fixed them in how we're proposing the development the way it is now. So with that, Rob, did you want to say a couple words just to... And then we'll move on. And now I can say good morning.
Right, now you're saying good morning?
Now I'm saying good morning.
Okay. Commission, thank you all so much for working with us. It's been better part of a year, but more important than the commission is the staff. Joking. No, but they've been so amazing. We would be nowhere without the staff. Every crazy idea we had, they told us no when they had to say no. They told us maybe when they had to say maybe, and they told us yes when they had to say yes. And we think we have a great project here. We just, and Francis was here last week, we just understand, we really do understand after working here for a year with you, what you want this to be. You want it to be connected, walkable. You want stores, you want local businesses. You want town square, and we understand that. We are here for the long haul. We don't sell our properties. We understand that these things take time and cost money. We have the wherewithal, and all I can say is we really are excited about the opportunity and appreciate everything that everybody has done. And as Francis said, we understand it, and we're gonna make you proud.
Well, thank you so much to both of you. I want to open up the floor to questions and comments to my colleagues. And while we have Mr. Miller on the podium, and of course we have staff and legal counsel available, where shall we begin? Let's begin with Commissioner Kelly, and we'll go around the dais. After we entertain questions and comments from my colleagues, we'll go to public comments, and we'll do the reverse order just as before. Commissioner Kelly, do you have any questions for the applicant or staff?
I don't really have any questions. I just comments. I appreciate your willingness to really work with staff, work with our residents, work with us, and kind of see this through. So I just wanted to say thank you. I feel like every comment has been addressed and efficiently and with with sincerity, and so I appreciate that. So I don't necessarily have any questions. I've been talking this through and over the last couple weeks, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Turkin, if you have any questions or comments. Oh, I thought that was it. All right. Let me, I didn't hear from Commissioner Turkin. Let me ask staff. Staff, I just want to make sure, did we have another presentation from you? I wasn't sure if that was the presentation. Was there another one?
Not another one, but this one's not done. So Catherine Rosmel will continue with the parking agreements.
Okay. All right. We can do this first and then we'll do the questions after.
We're not going anywhere.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm going to play pass the remote, sorry. Okay, so this one better? There we go. Okay. As I said before, I'm not going to walk you back through all of the ins and outs of the development agreement unless you all, if there's anything in particular you would like to hear. However, there were a few minor changes between first and second reading, so I just want to draw those to your attention and answer any questions you might have. The first is that we added several exhibits, including all of the relevant parking agreements were attached as exhibits, as well as the escrow agreement. And so doing that also required some relettering of exhibits and some administrative changes, so those have been incorporated. The acreages of the parcels were updated to reflect the master plan more accurately. And as you may recall, the number of residential units were reduced and the square footage of commercial was increased in response to various city comments. So those changes were also included. The easements to be abandoned were updated in accordance with some updated information. And the utility paragraph was updated to reflect that upgrades to the infrastructure that is depicted in that exhibit are to be the responsibility of the developer. That was always the case. There was a little bit of a question about whether every piece of utility infrastructure in those drawings were going to be the responsibility of the developer. They're subject to some limitations, but that is true. So we just made that change to reflect that. And then there was a little bit of minor legal cleanup for wording consistency, but nothing substantive. If you have no questions, I will close the chapter on that and move on to parking. Okay. So parking in this is a little bit complicated because, as Amanda mentioned, it's 4 site plans, and the parking for those is kind of interrelated. For example, the building that we're sitting in now will eventually rely on parking that's in parking garages owned by the developer. And so for that reason, we have to have a series of parking agreements to secure that relationship. Parking right now is secured through a set of temporary easements that are held with JKM. Those temporary easements will be replaced by temporary parking easements with time equities and their affiliates under pretty much substantially the same terms and conditions. It's for a total of 302 spaces divided across 2 lots. At the end of the land swap agreement, assuming it closes, one of these easements will actually be unnecessary, and it will merge with the city's ownership as a matter of law. But we are creating the parking easement just in case to ensure there's no interruption of the city's ability to park. And so where the central parcel is, that's currently where 103 spaces of city parking is temporarily located. That will come into city ownership, and so the city can continue to park there. The remaining 198 spaces will be subject to a temporary parking agreement. Although it is substantially similar to what you have now, I did want to have the opportunity to just kind of run through it. The grantor can, in the course of construction, may be required to move parking spaces around within the area to accommodate various construction needs. They have the ability to do that as long as we are provided with parking, and if off-site parking is required, then they are required to provide a shuttle service if that parking is going to be more than 0.25 miles away. The city cannot assign or transfer its rights to park. If the city takes any action that causes harm or damage, the developer can fix that damage and charge the city for that. This is not an open-ended easement. This is not do whatever the city wants to do on these parcels. This is a parking easement, so it's limited in use. The owner can continue to use their property in any manner that's appropriate as long as it doesn't interfere with the city's rights to park. The city does not have from the grantor any duty to provide any particular services or a valet or anything like that. And the maintenance is limited really to what's necessary to keep the area safe and functional. Finally, the city will indemnify the grantor for any action that the city's use of the spots results, if it results in harm of any kind, personal injury or property damage, and the city will maintain insurance. Again, that's all fairly typical. The one change that's slightly different is in the event that the grantor has to take action to cure a city default and it remits an invoice to the city and the city does not pay that invoice, it will accrue interest. Moving on, the continuing parking lease agreements. These are 100-year parking agreements. So this is what secures the parking for the public portions of the project. I'm going to go through these in greater detail because they are, as we've discussed this before, this project is very much like a marriage. It's been a long process to get into. It's going to be difficult to get out of, and so everybody should just understand what's on the table. So we're going to walk through it. So I'll ask for your patience even though we're here late at night. And if you have any questions, please feel free to stop me at any time. So as the applicant represented, there will be 2 parking garages, one on the north parcel, one on the south parcel. The city will have a number of spaces in each of those garages, 237 in the north, 236 in the south. The majority of the city spaces will be exclusive city spaces, meaning the city can exercise 24-hour control over them. It can decide who parks there and when. It can allow the public to park there or not. It can park vehicles there during hurricanes. Those are really the city spaces. A smaller portion of the spaces in each garage are non-exclusive to the city. And what that means is there are the city's to control from the hours of 7:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. So practically that means the city would likely meter the spaces, right? And in exchange for the kind of reduced hours of city control, the operation and maintenance costs charged to the city, which will be discussed later, are taken down in proportion. And it's based on hours of use per week. And so it's a mathematical equation. And so in the event that the city ever adjusts the hours that it needs, there's a process to do that, and that fee would also be adjusted accordingly. So the lease, the term of the lease starts, upon execution. However, the parking ability of the city is 100 years after commencement. Commencement occurs after the last certificate of occupancy. So it's a 100-year parking agreement once the garages are constructed. The city will not pay rent. The city will pay its proportionate share of operating expenses. And I'll go through in a few minutes what that includes. And again, that's based on the city's proportionate share of the use of the spaces. So there's a formula there. It is written out in words in the agreement. We've also represented it mathematically because sometimes that's a little easier to understand, but it is in direct proportion to the city's use of the spaces. At the beginning of each year, the developer will estimate the costs for operating the garage. Those costs will be paid in 1/12 increments once per month. At the end of the year, there's a reconciliation process, and if the city has overpaid, the next year's rent will be adjusted downward so that it ends up whole. If the city's underpaid, the rent will be adjusted up. So it's an annual reconciliation process. The city also has the ability at its sole expense, but has the ability to audit that and ensure that the city did not overpay. And if it did, then again, the steps will immediately be taken to rectify that. So running through what is included in the operating expenses, and I'm going to spend a little time here because this is really the only thing that the city is going to be paying. Market rate management fees, which may include the cost of the salary of a manager, including their benefits and taxes. The normal utilities, sewer, water, electricity, pest control, rubbish removal, the cost of any supplies, tools, or materials, equipment used to maintain the garage, cost of repairing it, maintenance, alterations, painting, cleaning, landscaping, all of the common area maintenance, window cleaning, that kind of thing. The cost of capital improvements to any portion of the garage, although I'll note that there are some limits that if the city's not going to receive a benefit, if the construction were only to be to the owner controlled spaces, that would not be counted in the city's proportionate share payments. Insurance costs and other costs that may arise, in operating the garage as a typical first class parking garage. Importantly, the operating expenses don't include salary, benefits, or bonuses of the owner's employees or officers, and they do not include expenses that are not directly related to the garage. And again, any operating expenses that are associated only with the owner spaces, again, will not be included in the city's calculation for its proportionate share. So what are the city's obligations under this agreement? It has to pay. This agreement is very hard to get into. It's very hard to get out of. So the city is signing itself up for a long-term payment plan here in exchange for the parking. The city is required to maintain insurance. It can do that either through self-insurance or through third-party insurance. It will have to conform with rules and regulations that the owner may promulgate, but those rules cannot interfere with the city's user rights under the agreement, including specifically the right to park vehicles in the city's exclusive spaces during natural disasters. The city will agree to subordinate this agreement to certain other financial interests so long as the lease is not disturbed in that process. That's typically effectuated through a document known as a subordination, non-disturbance, and attornment agreement. It's called an SNDA. There is not one of those before you tonight. That would come back before the city for approval. But assuming that the city's interests were entirely protected, it would be normal to enter into one of these subordination agreements, and the city has agreed to do it. What that means is if the mortgager foreclosed on the property, it became the new owner of the property, the lease would continue to be honored, but we might have a new landlord. The city also has some rights. It can use the city spaces for employee parking or for public parking or however it sees fit. It can meter the spaces. It can tow. It can hire its own manager. Doing so won't reduce their payment to the developer, but it can hire a manager to operate any portion of its operation. So if it wanted to hire a manager to do everything, or if it wanted to hire a manager only to deal with metering or only to deal with towing or whatever aspects it wanted, it has that full ability. Again, storage of spaces, the city can install signage. The city can install signage saying violators of our hours will be towed. And it can audit, again, the owner's calculation of required payments to ensure that the city is paying the proper amount. The city cannot store hazardous waste materials in the garage. It cannot break any laws, and it cannot assign or sublease the agreement without the consent of the owner. So what does the owner have to do? The owner has to operate and maintain the garage as a first-class facility, and it has to obey the law. The owner can manage the overall garage, including the city spaces. Again, rubbish removal, payment of utilities, that kind of thing is all included in management. If there were a vehicle parked in the city spaces that were interfering with the normal use of the garage or the access to the owner's spaces, so say somebody came and parked an RV across the drive aisle, right? The developer would have the ability to tow that vehicle. It can use the non-exclusive city spaces outside of the city's control hours. So once our meters expire at 6:30 p.m., residential guests could use those as overnight parking. So there's really some benefit to the developer there as well. It may create rules and regulations, again, not that limit the city's use, but it can create some general rules and regulations. It can take actions to clean or secure any spaces in the garage, including the city spaces, if necessary. It can assign this agreement so long as it assigns the whole agreement. So again, as long as the city's interests are maintained and the lease is maintained intact, it may assign it to a subsidiary, which may happen in a development of this size. It can enter onto the city spaces and temporarily move materials there if they're necessary for work in the garage. But the city's payment will be abated if the spaces are used more than 3 days. I want to pause here to provide some comfort that if the whatever work is being done in the garage is only for the benefit of the owner spaces, our spaces would not be available to them to store materials in. So they couldn't do a project, put lumber in our spaces and leave their spaces open. Do you have any questions at this point? I can keep going, but I'm getting a couple of.
Catherine, thank
Sure.
you so much. I do have a couple of questions.
Sure.
And I want to ask them before I forget them. And before you move any further, can you talk about what is that process by setting those hours on those spaces that are limited in certain hours?
Sure. So taking a look at the city facilities operating hours, it was based on that. And so city staff comes at 8 o'clock. So 7:30 is the opening time. Most things close at 6. So 6:30 is the closing time to allow a little side on either of that. And again, it's a limited number of spaces that it applies to. So for example, we have 192 spaces in one of the garages that the city has 24-hour control over. There are 45 spaces that are limited hours. And so the thought is that when there's unlikely to be folks in those spaces, so say city employees who may not be hanging out here, it may be appropriate to allow the developer to use that for overnight parking for its guests. But in exchange for that, we don't want to pay the operating fees for that time.
On a more practical level, how would we know, will they be, maybe there will be signage. How would an employee know which spaces is which? I mean, let's say I happen to be on one of those 40 something spaces and I decide to work here very late. Am I going to have to move my car to the other? Like,
no.
How would that work out?
So, as a practical matter,
I was
going to say, as a practical matter, right, the city will probably meter the spaces, and outside of that metering hour, if it's a city employee, they may have some ability to, work with a management company. That would be a logistics question to ensure that they are not charged for that time. But afterwards, no, it isn't as if they'd be booted out.
Okay. And my other question is, rules and regulations that the owner can make. I'm glad to hear that, they can do that, but as long as it does not interfere with the city's spaces.
Right. So they could not make a rule that said no public parking. They could.
No, I got that. What I don't understand is, because I'm not a parking garage builder, what kind of rules are we talking about? Like, give me an example. What is parking like what?
Parking across like 2 lines. If you had taken up 2 spaces or something like that, there
I
rules
see.
like that come up within parking garage.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? I know that this is very exciting.
Commissioner Hay?
I do have one question. You mentioned several times about the city paying proportionately.
Yes, sir.
How is that determined? Is that collaborative between the Ganter and the
No,
city?
it's based on a mathematical formula. So the first is the percentage of spaces that the city operates 24 hours a day. We pay 100% of the operating cost for those spaces. So that's a straight mathematical calculation. 192 spaces over 1,026 spaces equals, in this case, I think it's 18.7%. So that's one. Then for the second category of spaces that are the non-exclusive city spaces, the city has operational control for 11 hours. So Monday through Friday. So that's 55 hours during a week. And so we've taken the number of hours the city has control over the number of hours in a week. And that's the city's proportion for that. That works out to 2-point-something%. So you add those 2 percentages together, I believe it brings the city to, in the South Garage, 20.67% of the operating cost of the total garage. So it's straight mathematical equation.
And those spaces would probably not be metered by either party, right?
Well, the city has the full ability to meter any spaces that it wants, the exclusive spaces and the non-exclusive spaces. It can choose to do so or not do so. It can choose to set the hours differently within those spaces if it wanted to. That's going to be up to the city to decide for the spaces that are considered the city spaces.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Vice Mayor?
I can't think anymore. It's Can you go back to the slide where it says the number of parking spots again?
Yeah, absolutely. There's the formula, Commissioner Hay, if you'd like to see it just laid out. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, one, okay, so 45 non, and then 65. So 45. 60. So 110 of the spaces in total out of the 500 and, let me see, 236. It looks like it's 473. How, the total number of city spaces are how many? 533.
533.
533.
533 in the,
Okay.
yeah, garage.
So out of those 533, there's going to be like about 100 and something.
That, I'm sorry, I think that included the 66 spaces as well. It's
Right, in the garage, there's 473 spaces.
Yes, sorry, there's 66 surface parking spaces as well that will be dedicated to city and public use.
Okay, thank you. When did that change? Like when, because when I remember seeing the original agreement, I don't remember any mention of like exclusive or non-exclusive. And so when, this was originally approved, it was the idea of, okay, yay, we're going to get all these public parking spaces with the thought that during business hours, staff would be able to utilize those. And then during non-business hours, then the public could use those for public events. And that's kind of where I saw such a positive thing. But if we're taking some parking spots away from the city after business hours, it means that we can count those as like city hall spaces. But in my mind, it's like, okay, it's not really fully, it's not an exclusive
Okay,
space
right.
anymore.
I think I understand your comment, and so let me try and answer it. And if I don't, we'll try again. So just to be clear, what we looked at before were the parking provisions in the development agreement, which are a slightly different animal. This agreement has not come before you yet, and so this has been kind of an ongoing discussion with the developer. And again, the thought being that the city wants the majority of its spaces to be under the city control. For a limited number, the way that the parking garages are arranged, there are a number of floors where residential and city parking occur in the same space. Essentially, the city parking is on the ramps and the residential parking for the units on that floor are on the same floor. And so the thought is for certain city uses, it isn't anticipated that there will be city required parking outside of certain hours, because again, the parking is not all for just general public use. It's uses, there's parking for the uses that are housed in this building, for example, that's employee parking.
Yeah.
And so for that type of parking use, it isn't necessary for the city's operations to be 24 hours.
But I guess my direct question would be like, when did we agree to have non-exclusive spaces at all? Was it like this week, last week, a month ago?
Yeah, no, it's been part of an ongoing discussion for over a year about how this was going to actually, like in practice, operate. And as Catherine's saying, there are certain floors where there's a mix of residential and city spaces, and the city was interested in sort of paying less of the overall operating expenses, and we were interested in having the possibility of having some guest spaces overnight. The important thing, I think, is that this, of the 473 spaces, the city, like by code, doesn't need those spaces overnight. About 300 of them actually, because those are dedicated to office workers who literally are not there. So what that does is it frees up. It's a marriage. I mean, it freed up technically 300 spaces, but we said, listen, we're not gonna take back 300 spaces. Give us the right to have some guests in those spaces, maybe if we want to, overnight. So it's not about, again, the parking agreement that was signed with JKM was never like recorded against the land. None of this was, so we're starting from scratch, and we said, look, let's come up with a deal that we think really works for both parties. And the idea of us taking 25% having the right, I mean, we have the right to use 25% of them on upper floors overnight when there's literally no office workers there, was something that the city and staff, I think, supported and said, look, that's a good way to reduce our expenses. And by the way, there's all, as Catherine's also said, there's also a provision there that says if it's not working, there's a mechanism for us to come back to the table and say, okay, look, you know, it turns out that this we want more, this we want less. But so it's going to be an evolving process. But does that give you any more color? I mean, it's just been a negotiation. We started from scratch. We said we want to accomplish the main goal that the city has.
And to be clear, you haven't agreed to anything until you agree to the lease, right? But this has been run through, various staff departments to determine whether or not this is reasonable based on the uses that the city anticipates needing the spaces for. And that's how this was arrived at.
Thank you for that explanation. I think the reason why I'm confused is because this is the first time in my life that I hear this. And obviously there appear to have been some sort of working on this way before. And that's, definitely before I got elected and all that information. So, I mean,
yeah, sharing parking. I mean, from the first minute we stepped into this deal, the idea, this was the big bogey in the room that we had to solve.
Yeah.
And sharing parking is a common thing that happens in mixed use projects. It happens all the time. And, that's what's kind of going on here. There's a little bit of sharing at the edges and still leaving the city with 24/7 usage of hundreds and hundreds of spaces that,
and to be clear, the non-exclusive nature of the city spaces doesn't entitle the developer to treat those as developer spaces during site planning. They're still considered city spaces during site planning. It's just as a practical matter, there may be more need for them to be used by parties that are not city employees during those hours.
I guess I was just thinking about city events and like for the commercial spaces too. I mean, are we having additional?
There's commercial spaces. The garages are parked to code on top of all of the residential and all of the city spaces. There's also fully to code parked commercial spaces.
And 44 spaces on top of that as well.
Okay.
Completely.
Thank you. Maybe I'm just thinking about something.
And just one other point of information, I also want to make clear that the exclusive city spaces are lower they're on the lower floors.
Which would make sense.
Right.
Vice Mayor, thank you. Who? I'm sorry.
I just wanted to
Andrew
make,
Mack, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment. When working with the developer, I mean, obviously we tried to get all of our spaces as low on the garages as possible. It just was not practical. It was not going to happen. The other thing is non-exclusive doesn't mean that we still don't own them, that we still can't park there. We can park there 24 hours a day. It's almost like those spaces are first come, first serve outside the reserved time. So if we had an event, they could park there.
Right.
There's nothing prevents them from parking
That's a better way to say it.
Those are our spaces. That just means they're first come, first serve.
Right. That's actually a better way to say it because they're your spaces, but if no one's there and somebody's staying overnight and one of my people uses one of them, I don't get like in trouble. That's actually a better way to say it. And by the way, since they wouldn't be metered, in the middle of the night anyway, it's kind of moot.
Sorry. And they would be marked up in some way.
Yeah. So what would happen is this is going to be a colorful garage. It's going to be a colorful garage because you're going to drive in, and you've seen this before, where like, the city spaces will be painted. What color do we like here? Blue and gold, and the residential spaces will be painted green, and the commercial spaces will be painted yellow. And there's going to be signage, and we didn't. It's just a parking garage. It's just the way things are, and we're gonna manage it. We're gonna manage it professionally. There's gonna be signage. There's gonna be a learning curve, I'm sure, when these things come online and people have to figure out where to go. And we're gonna get there. But certainly it's it's doable. There's,
And I think we could clarify if the developers consent that it's more of a first come, first serve arrangement.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and
If you're there, I have no rights to kick you out. It's just a matter of, we just negotiated for the idea that, hey, if there's literally nobody there and it's a space open, it's the middle of the night, can we park there without getting in trouble? And they said, well, they said no. And I said, please, just a few spaces. And they said, okay, fine,
Okay,
a few of them.
thank you. That's it.
I was going to ask a question, but I think that pretty much answered it. But I'll have one comment for now, which is, maybe it's a terminology that could make all the difference. Because when you say city spaces, what that really means, it sounds like to me, is not just the public as in general public, but it's also city employees.
correct.
Right?
That's
So
correct.
when you say city spaces, the employees aren't there anymore after certain hours. So, if you take a 45, I honestly, I don't care, because again, we are first priority, right? The public is first priority, city staff is first priority. And if it just so happens that no one's there.
And it is very clear in the agreement that the city can say that the general public is allowed to use all of its spaces, none of its spaces, some of its spaces. The city has the ability to arrange who gets to park in its spaces, however it would like.
All right. And Catherine, quick question for now. I assume this to be true, but I need to ask. When you guys calculated parking spaces for city employees, this is maximum employment at City Hall. How did you calculate this number of what number of spaces there are for
So
city?
I'm going to defer to your planning department on calculation of parking spaces.
Okay.
So parking for office is actually based on 1 per 300 square feet
Code.
code.
Okay. And I get that's code, but what about practical reality? I get it. We have that many vacancies we heard today, but naturally we're going to grow. And so we're going to have more employees parking there. What does that look like realistically?
We don't expect for there to be a problem. Currently, we are not using all of the parking that we currently have. So this will be almost doubling our number of parking spaces that we currently have on surface lots. So I think that there's plenty of room to grow.
All right. Understood. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Catherine and Amanda.
Problem. So I'm going to keep rolling through. If you'll give me just a moment to get back to where I was. Okay, we talked about this. Okay. The owner has the ability to install a gate to separate publicly accessible spaces from the owner-controlled spaces. At some point, if the city were to consent, which it would have to give consent to having some city spaces behind a gate, it actually may want that at some point in time. That would be expressly conditioned on the owner's inability to deny the city access to it. So if, so say, for example, you wanted to give your city manager a spot behind the gate because he's here all the time, right? So he would have a key fob to get in just like any other resident. They, again, can alter their spaces as long as they don't disturb the city spaces. They can install facilities and perform services for the benefit of the garage. The city is always charged its proportionate share of any benefit it receives. This is important to listen to. After 30 years, they have the ability to demolish the garage and rebuild if they wanted to. If they were to do that, they would be absolutely required to provide the city with alternative parking. If that alternative parking were more than a quarter mile away, they'd have to provide shuttle service not less than once per hour with a shuttle ride no longer than 15 minutes. So in the event that something happened that they needed or wanted to rebuild, they would have the ability to do that, but the city would still have a parking arrangement in place. In a 100-year lease, that's not an unusual provision because, again, we don't expect buildings to last forever. Yeah, go ahead.
Is this standard? What is this I don't understand. What is this 30 years thing? Why is this here? Is it standard practice or?
So in a lease of this length, it's reasonable to anticipate that uses may change, right? This is a 100-year lease that starts when construction is commenced. So it's parking garages, other structures, they don't last forever. And so it's reasonable to assume that some change may need to be made in the future. I mean, there may be some issue that needs to be addressed. There may just be a desire to do so. from the city's perspective, the mission critical portion of this agreement from a legal perspective is ensuring that there is parking sufficient so that the buildings that we're in right now do not become non-code compliant for lack of parking. And so this is just accounting for that possibility. The idea is to create a lease that can remain intact through a variety of circumstances. This could be one of the circumstances within 100 years. Go ahead.
Yeah, 100%. These garages can, I mean, over 30 years, over 50 years, over 80 years, you're going to have to replace a garage. That's going to happen. So what we're trying to do here is build in stuff that protects the city for the practical reality that, and that at some point this will have to be partially or fully rebuilt. So that's all this is, very standard.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on. So things the owner cannot do, they cannot make any improvement or alteration to the city spaces that would impact our use unless, of course, the city consents. Any impact that, or any change that impacts only the owner's spaces or use would not, again, be charged to the city. And this is really critical here. The city cannot terminate this agreement. I'm going to go into that in greater detail, but that is very important. And so I'm going to flag that and I'm going to talk about it twice. Okay, so what happens if the owner defaults? So the city is waiving claims against the owner that result from occurrences in the garage, rain, wind, hurricane flooding, fire, hail, casualty, vandalism, assault, battery, a list of bad things, except it is not waiving claims that are not covered by insurance or are intentional or negligent on the part of the owner. Again, this is typical. Many of these things would typically be covered by insurance. If it's not covered by insurance and it's the owner's intentional fault or fault through negligence, then this waiver does not apply. If the owner does not perform its obligations, the city has the ability to terminate the agreement. They can seek damages or specific performance. I don't know if you recall from last meeting, specific performance is essentially seeking a court order that everyone has to perform just in the manner required by the agreement. And they can exercise rights or remedies available under the law. The owner will indemnify the city for acts of negligence or intentional misconduct by the owners or agents. So if something happens and the city as a parking space owner gets sued, it's the owner's fault. It's due to negligence or intentional misconduct. The owner would pay back the city for that. If the city defaults, which can include trying to assign this agreement without their consent, failing to pay, having some other violation, and failing to cure it after notice. The owner could bring a lawsuit to recover monies owed. It could seek an appointment of a receiver. It could go after revenue generated by the meters. It could bring a lawsuit. It could remove the city property. It could take all of the parking meters and put them in a warehouse, and it wouldn't have to provide a security guard or safeguard them in any way like that. And they can force place insurance on the city if the city failed to buy insurance and then list the city as an insured and charge the city back for that. The city, again, will indemnify the owner for acts related to the city's use of the city spaces. I'll note later that the city does not waive its sovereign immunity in this agreement, but this is really critical. It's expressly understood by both parties that in the event the city defaults, the damages, the remedy that the owner can seek is damages or equitable relief, which means specific performance or money, but it cannot terminate the agreement. So this is the only way that legally I feel like this agreement is protective of the city. Without this clause, it would be very difficult to recommend this because, again, it's an unusual situation. The original vision for Town Square is involved parking for some uses on someone else's site. And that's exactly what's happening here. So it's important that the owner not have the ability to just terminate the agreement because that would render these buildings non-code compliant. So this is a big ask of the developer. They have done it. Again, this is the only way that I feel like this agreement is protective of the city. So this is a really important clause.
Catherine, can you say that one more time, that the city would be non-code compliant? Us ourselves.
The city building needs parking,
right,
to meet code. If the agreement were to be terminated, the city would have no parking. Thus, the city's buildings could be considered out of code. This prevents that from happening. Okay, assignment and liability. So the owner can, There we go. Okay. The owner can assign the lease as long as whoever they assign the lease to takes the place of the owner. Again, the city's interest here is to have continuous use of the garage. If the owner defaults, I'm going to talk about this a little bit. The city can only look to the owners of the underlying property for damages. And there's actually a change to this I'm going to talk you through in a minute. And the city, the city's ability to seek damages would be subject to an SNDA, like we talked about before. The terms of that would be worked out in that particular agreement. Now, there is some late breaking news. So in later discussions with the developer that occurred today, there's a change that I need to walk on before you and walk you guys through. It is a change that I do recommend. And so I think it is in the city's best interest to make this change. I think it works based on what we now understand to be the developer's intentions for the property, which may be to involve a lease of certain portions of the property. So there's a paragraph in here that is described as a limitation of liability. That paragraph essentially states that in the event that the city is seeking damages for a default, the city can really only go after the owners of the property. We don't go to Chicago, right? We don't pierce the corporate veil. We can seek a judgment against the land. We can seek a judgment against the assets of the entities that own the property, but that's sort of our limit. That is a little unusual, but in a sense where our interest is in the property, it's in our ability to park. It's not out of line, subject to a few conditions that we've added. But in recognition of the owner's representation that they may be using a lease, there is a change that needs to be made to this paragraph to be protective of the city. So I'm going to read that into the record now. So if you're looking at the limitation of liability paragraph, City Attorney, I don't know if you prefer that I read the whole thing as it would be amended, or if you want me to just talk through the specific strike through underline. Do you have a preference?
I think just talk about the changes that were
Okay.
made.
So in the agreement before you, section 28 says, I'm going to pick up on what I think is maybe the third line. It says that which term owner, so this is describing who is considered an owner for purposes of this paragraph, meaning who the city can look to for damages. It says which term the owner for the purposes of the section 28 only includes any party with a real property interest in any portion of the property, including a leasehold interest. So the words including a leasehold interest would be added, and in and to the garage would be stricken. Moving down, there are two references to garage that would be changed to the word property to be clear that it is the entire property, meaning the entire north or south parcel, depending on which property the garage is located on. So those changes would be made starting starting after the phrase, the relationship of the owner and the city, or the city's use of the city spaces shall be limited to such estate and property of the owner in and to the, instead of garage, we would substitute in the word property. Continuing on, no property or assets of the owner other than the estate and property of the owner in and to the, again, not garage property, and no property owned by any affiliate of any member or owner. So those are the changes. In addition, there would be a change to the first paragraph, again, in response to some later conversations, that would amend the first whereas clause. That would just make clear that when we say the word property, we mean the property and all improvements thereon, including the garage. What I just read sounded very technical. What it results in is that the city's ability to seek damages applies to parties with an ownership interest in the property. It was a long way to say that because that's what lawyers do, but that's what it means.
The focus is on the real estate.
The focus is on the real estate, right? It is a limitation of liability, and that's something you need to understand. It does, but again, where our interest on behalf of the city is in the property itself, not necessarily a value of it, but the use of it, this type of clause is not inappropriate.
And this is something you recommend, just to be clear?
I recommend the changes that I just read to you. Yes, absolutely. And I've discussed them with the city attorney as well.
And you believe this increases our level of protection?
I believe that it does because, again, it expands by making the changes to the whereas clause and to these terms garage and property by swapping them out, it potentially expands the number of parties that the city could seek damages from. And in recognition of the fact that what may happen on the ground, there may be a leasehold interest, it only provides clarity to say that that is a party that we could seek damages from. So I think that it is a benefit. Yes, sir.
Excellent. If it improves our security, then absolutely.
So thank you for bearing with me. It is my sincere hope that was the least interesting part of this presentation. All right. So moving on. Additional legal terms. The city retains its sovereign immunity and protection up to the amount specified in Florida statutes. The leases will be recorded in the public records, and so they will be discoverable to anybody looking for the land. The parties waive the right to a jury trial, which in a agreement of this nature is something that we recommend. And the failure of either party to insist that the other party perform as required is not considered a waiver. So if they let us get away with bad behavior for a little while and then decide they have to stop, they haven't waived their ability to do that. If we let them get away with bad behavior for a little while and we decide we don't want to do that anymore, we haven't waived that right. Okay, so that was the parking agreements. I will pause there to see if there's any additional questions. Okay. Good, because now we're getting to the easy stuff. There's also an escrow agreement before you tonight. As we previously discussed, the development agreement, the temporary parking agreements, the continuing parking agreements, all of this is subject to Time Equities actually acquiring the land. And so the way to process this is to have everything approved and executed, put it in an escrow, which is essentially a lockbox. It will be maintained by your city attorney. And then upon all of the puzzle pieces falling into place, that lockbox is opened. The development agreement becomes effective. The continuing parking lease becomes effective, although the parking term doesn't start for 100 until the garage is actually commenced, and the temporary parking easements can be recorded. So with that, that is all of the legal items. Unless you have any questions, I'd like to talk about the next steps for the evening, just to clarify that after the many, many words you've heard tonight.
Before we proceed, are there any questions from my colleagues?
Oh. No.
All right.
Hearing none.
All right, Captain, thank you.
Okay, so.
If anything goes wrong, we'll blame you. So it's all your
Noted.
responsibility.
Noted, understood. My address is public
Just
record.
making it clear.
Yeah,
because
understood.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I understand. I do appreciate your patience. I know that was a long presentation. Again, given the importance to the city, I did want to go through it with you and make sure that I had the ability to answer any questions that you might have. So I appreciate it, especially this late at night or early in the morning, depending on how you think about it. Okay, so next steps tonight would be to, assuming that everything that you hear is something that you are willing to agree to, it would be to approve the master plan. It would be to approve both temporary parking easement agreements. It would be to approve both continuing parking lease agreements with the modifications I discussed earlier, both to the limitation of liability clause, the first whereas clause, and to clarify that the non-exclusive spaces are on a first come, first served basis. To approve the escrow agreement, and finally, when all of the other things are in place, to approve the development agreement. Then after that, I'll let Amanda come talk about what would happen after that, assuming you approve all of that, just to give you some clarity on how the process would continue moving forward.
Yeah, so after tonight is done and everything gets approved, possibly, the next steps for the project to come to fruition would be site plan approval for phase 2, site plan approval for phase 3, and they would have to go through the normal process, going through DART review, P&D, and the City Commission for approval. After that, the projects would need to go through permitting and then commence construction. And that's it. That's the end of the presentation. We're all available for any questions to any portion of that presentation.
All right, thank you. Who would like to begin? I just want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to speak and ask their questions. Commissioner Kelly, did you have any questions for now?
I do not.
All right, Commissioner Turkin.
Commissioner, I'll just note that counsel for the applicant would also like the opportunity to say a few words.
All right, and then let's have that first and we'll finish going through the dais. Go ahead, sir.
Evening, Commission. I'll be very brief. it's 1 o'clock in the morning and nothing more exciting than more of a technical presentation. As part of the development agreement, we have to bear in mind that there's going to be a construction lender that's going to, facilitate and provide the financing. That lender is going to require, we had talked about in the parking lease agreement and SNDA, where the lease is going to be subordinate to the financing as long as the lease will remain uninterrupted. In that same vein, the lender is going to want the development agreement to be subordinate to the construction financing. It's kind of the vagaries of priorities and recording law, but the construction lender is going to want to maintain their priority over the development agreement, provided that the development agreement cannot be foreclosed out by the lender. And so that's something that city attorney and I are going to continue discussing. It's not something that's in the agreement right now, but I wanted to get it onto the record because it is something that's going to have to be possibly brought for consideration by the commission in the future.
Under the condition that leases are uninterrupted, is that right?
Correct.
So
Correct.
if I can offer some clarity there, there's two different things we're talking about. The clauses that I discussed with you earlier pertain to the lease. What the applicant's attorney, Mr. Lynn, is saying is that the development agreement, as a recorded agreement, may also raise some eyebrows with their financing. In that case, they would come to the city with a request for a similar agreement, a subordination, non-disturbance and attornment agreement, that would essentially say the development agreement is subordinate to their request. Now, we would consider that at the time. However, I'll note that the development agreement does not provide any possessory interest in land. And so in legal terms, I think that we would be able to reach an agreement without entering. There is nothing in the development agreement about that at this moment. If you would like, you may by consensus direct your staff and legal to say that any presentation of such agreement that's brought to the city staff would be considered on an expedited basis, which is what we're doing for the lease agreement. Again, he is marking that there may be cases in the future where they have to come request this agreement to be considered by the city. This is a long-term marriage arrangement. We're going to make requests of each other.
That's fine. I mean, listen,
no
you're
commitment
just
tonight.
giving us the notification. It's
Thank
not
you.
before us.
Just raising it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Wouldn't be approved through this vote.
Absolutely. This is just a notification on their part.
Right.
All right. So is that truly the conclusion of staff? Because every time I think it is, it's not quite. All right. Let me finish going around the dais for any questions while Catherine is up here. Vice Mayor, Commissioner Hay, in that order.
Question for staff. Is it possible under any circumstance that after approving a master plan, the developer could come back and say, I want more units?
I will answer that from the planning standpoint, and then I'll refer to Catherine for anything that covers the development agreement. Yes. So master plans do have processes for modification, both in minor and major capacities. Minor capacities are usually limited to 5% increases or decreases. Anything above that would require a major revision and have to come back before the city commission. If I remember the terms of the agreement correctly, minor would be administratively done and the development agreement wouldn't have to be amended. Any process that it comes through the major process would require amendments of the development agreement as well.
That's correct.
So with the number of units, how many units in a theoretical sense could any developer request of?
962. That is the maximum allowed under its density if they are using workforce housing.
Right. And then you mentioned that if the change was greater than 5%, then it would need to come back to the commission. What is 5% of the current units that they have? Is it 890? Is it 898?
898. Did you do that math for me? So it'll be rounding down. So 44 units.
Okay. All right. So I The
And
reason
if I
why
can make just one clarification, it would be probably per site plan. So we would probably do that per phase, not as a total. So if each site plan is changing, that may be able to come back also. So 20 units within each phase, because remember, we're talking about 4 different site plans.
Right, okay. Okay, the reason why I asked is because I have spoken to Inca over the weekend and they mentioned that they would feel very comfortable if we were to create a deed of restricted covenant, kind of what we did today with Leisureville, but with this land to specifically limit the number of units that the developer would build to basically what they have already agreed to, but just in a way of having an additional insurance to making sure that the number of units would stay the same in the future. But I was just asking like if that's something that could potentially be done.
I'm going to refer
Or-
to legal, and I do not believe that we can request limitations based on restrictive covenants or development agreements if by right they're allowed to do so.
Okay.
But I will defer to either Catherine or Mike.
No, I mean, that is, certainly I suppose that they could agree to it, but I can't imagine that they would. And again, under your code, you're allowed modifications, under contract law, you're allowed modifications. So yeah, I would say that would be a very unusual path to take and certainly not something that we could impose on anyone tonight.
Okay, yep, just one, just one. Thank you.
Agree. I agree
Okay.
with
All right, I'm just asking because I was asked, so just to be a fair person, I figure I'll throw it out there. It's been a long night. I have no further questions.
All right, Commissioner Hay?
You read a long list of do's and don'ts and all that good stuff, and it's been great. All I have to say at this point of the game is that, hey, owners, do you accept city? City, do you accept owners? Let's move on to the site plan. I'm done.
Was that a blessing of sorts?
I think now's when you say I do.
I do. I do.
All right, thank you so much to my colleagues. Let's open now this item for public comments. If there's nothing else, if you'd like to speak on this item, now is the time to approach the podium. Let me switch this to the timer. And please state your name for the record and begin when you're ready.
Before I begin, excuse me, Mayor, may I pass to
Yes, to the city clerk over here.
the city clerk?
And if you have multiple copies, we can pass it down.
Yes, I have multiple copies with each of your names addressed. Apologies to council, but I think there's an additional blank one in the back for you if you'd like. Before I begin my 3 minutes, I do want the council to understand that I was born in Boynton Beach. I went to Galaxy Elementary School, and my parents moved us away when I was about 6 years old. And I can still remember going to the public library here that instilled in me a love of reading. And if you would have told me at that age that I would be back here as a colonel in the United States Army and as a lawyer briefing the city council, I wouldn't have believed it. But here we are.
All right, thank you.
So Mayor Pinzgara, Vice Mayor Cruz, Commissioner Hay, Commissioner Turkin, I hope you feel better soon, Commissioner Kelly, and then City Manager Duggar. Good morning. This is in regards to item number 8, specifically subsections L and K on the agenda. My name is Corey Gray of the Boy Schiller Law Firm, and I'm here as counsel for E2L Real Estate Solutions. Here with me this morning are Mark and Kelly Heffron, who have sat with me in the front row since early yesterday evening. Many folks in this room know them because they've worked with this community over the years, not just to develop projects, but also to develop this incredible building that we're meeting in right now. also for their philanthropic commitments to this community and the relationships they've built. And it's their sincere intent to communicate this sentiment and statement to the commission and to the residents of Boynton Beach, for whom they care deeply. This body elected and approved E2L as the master developer for the entire Boynton Beach Town Square project, as one of the very first public-private partnerships in the state of Florida. E2L was proud of its selection and worked hand in hand with public officials and concerned residents throughout the entire process. E2L provided on budget and on time delivery of an award-winning best-in-class project, which includes this city hall, the new public library complex, the art and culture center, fire station, district and energy plant, a police station. And during the process, citizens became an integral part of defining the public spaces, including the public artwork, the amphitheater, and 2 children's playgrounds, all of which E2L managed and included in its approved master plan. In addition, Mark and Kelly have made substantial personal contributions to the city through the Children's Museum, the library, the City Hall, the Art and Cultural Center, which all reflect not only their values, but the values of the company, E2L. So what happened? Despite E2L's exceptional performance, the city entered into a separate and unsolicited agreement with a member of E2L's development team. It did so at a critical time in the project. That agreement failed, and with it, so did the remaining private sector portion of the project. Mark and Kelly want this body to know, as well as the citizens of Boynton Beach to know, that none of this was caused by E2L. The balance of the questions are left there in this statement that I've provided to you, the council. Mark and Kelly and E2L ask that you continue to follow up on these questions. And one last parting note, it was mentioned that there's an ongoing litigation with JKM, but there's also ongoing litigation with this with the city, with E2L. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment speakers? Now is the time to approach the podium.
Hello, Cortland McQuire, 506 Whispering Pines, member of the Planning and Development Board, also the Arts Board. Okay, so a lot's been said. I mean, basically, what we're being told is some members of the previous commission and management of the city got us into this cockroach in the corner situation. And we're not really given the tools as a community, even on planning and development, to really understand exactly how screwed up the situation is. Because, you know, I come from a different kind of business mind. I fight, you know, to the end. I'm not scared of litigation. I own a 5 a.m. nightclub in Miami. I own 2 advertising agencies, one in Orlando, one here in Boynton. You know, are we getting the best? And you can always squeeze more juice out of an orange. And, you know, they came before planning and development. To their credit, you know, they did squeeze a tiny bit, but barely over what minimum was required, in my opinion. You know, I said this before, it didn't raise any eyebrows with the members here. Is this the downtown the community's been talking about? This is going to define your term. This is going to define you as a commissioner, as a mayor, et cetera. So I think when this is built and you got 1,000 or whatever it ends up being, high density rental apartments, not a lot of people are going to look favorable about this. Not a grocery store. There's not, you know, there's a total of 23,000 square feet that they're putting together here. There's no real setbacks of anything to mention. There's no pocket parks. There's really no engagement areas. It's high density housing, and it's just more rentals in Boynton Beach, virtually what we've been building for the last decade. They could have thrown condo on a quarter of this and have some opportunity for home ownership. That would have been a nice thing. That was recommended. Planning and Development did not vote in favor of this project. We're not privy to the cockroach in the corner situation that you all are, and very, very excited to get out of this deal. So, you know, you might have the right decision. It might be the only way to go. But for me, I always feel like there's more opportunity. And I just don't think that members of the council here today have been pushing hard enough for it, because what I see and what our Planning and Development Board is recommending no, you're recommending yes. I'm getting that vibe. So I wish you luck, and I hope it works out best for the community, but I think it's too dense.
Thank you. Next person, please approach the podium. Begin when you're ready.
Good morning. I wasn't going to speak because I didn't know I could put words together this early in the morning. You guys got to ask yourself, do you need more lawyers? Do you need a builder? That's where you're at. The water's under the bridge. It's not going to come back. We are where we are. You've got a competent, reputable builder here. Salvage the situation. I have done workouts on large projects, and I wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole because they're twice as much work as just doing it from scratch. So I think you got a deal here that goes forward. I know everybody wants condos. Just for the record, in the United States last year, 5.4% of all construction was condos. And you can go back to 09 and 08 when they changed FEMA and Fannie and all that stuff up in Washington. It makes it all impossible to finance and build condos. And that's not going to change in our lifetime. So you can't do much about condos. Would I like that all to be condos? Yeah, that'd be great. It's not going to happen, unless they've got a money printing machine. So, I mean, you got to ask yourself, do we need more lawyers? Do we need more years of litigation? And where does that end? And how does it end? Because you don't know what the future is. Or do you take the deal you got now? The water's under the bridge. You're not bringing it back. We can dream about condos. We can dream about whatever the hell you want to dream about. But what you got is what you got here in front of you. I think it's pretty obvious this outfit knows what they're doing. They got the financing. They got the experience. And they're here in Boynton. This is probably one of the better developers that I've seen come through here. And I've been here watching this for 30, 40 years, longer than I can remember. Not too often at 2 in the morning. Anyhow, thanks.
Can you please state your
Oh,
name?
did I give you my name? Harry Woodworth. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for in-person public comments.
Hi, Ernest George McNally, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach, Florida. So it's clear that the first project wound up in incredible litigation with big problems with the planning, with the contracts, over and over again, costing the taxpayers probably millions in legal fees. These projects, when the city has its annual budget meeting and it comes up about legal fees and how much money the city is paying the lawyers to deal with all these deals that are falling through, flipping over, turning around. Everybody's looking to sue everybody. And ultimately, all those legal fees and everything comes back to who? No one really in this room except homeowners like me, because taxpayers, we get the bill for everything that's being done wrong here. And we can't come in and say, oh, the commission, you shouldn't do that, or the attorney shouldn't do that, or you do what you want to do. And then when it falls through, it always comes back on the homeowner. And then what happens is you come up with projects that almost nobody in this town or city wants. And then you say, well, no, everybody wants it. Well, nobody that comes in here wants this. But then you say, well, we have to do it because we messed up the last deal. Well, you know what? It sounds like you're messing up this deal too. And it's just going to be endless litigation again and again. And I don't get it, why the public is always excluded. I mean, we can't ask questions. We can't get Oprah information. We can't make comments when there's an actual meeting. You say, well, you have to come back in 3 weeks and talk about something 6 weeks ago. So you keep putting it out there that this is a great project. It's great for the city. And I haven't spoken to anyone in this city who thinks this is a great project. And it just seems like you're opening up more and more litigation, because that's how this whole thing was conceived. It was conceived with a lot of people that are in this room, not strangers. And now you think, well, we're making good, but actually you're the ones that messed it up the first time. And it sounds like you're going to mess it up the second time, but there's nothing that the public can say to taper anything down here, except that everybody seems to make money at the taxpayer's expense. And not to mention, all these projects, when you think about it, are not going to be paying any school tax. Most of them are pilot programs where they don't pay into school tax. A lot of the
Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you for your time. Seeing no other in-person public speakers, we're going to go to those online. Mani, does anybody have their digital hands raised?
Mr. Mayor, I have 2 hands raised.
All right. Who are they?
Our first speaker is Mark Meyer. Mark, you've been unmuted. Thank you.
All right.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Mark Meyer, 633 Ocean Inlet Drive, current president of Inca, and I'm going to apologize in advance if I do sound a little monotone. I think I've been up for about 21 hours now, give or take. I certainly commend all of you commissioners, vice mayor, mayor, and staff for being there this this early. But I'll try to keep it brief. All I'm going to say is that I would like to encourage the commission to entertain some metric or discussion for a condition of approval to somehow limit the density to what's being proposed. From a lot of the public's eyes and a lot of the concerns that I've heard, they're seeing it as it's a double of density. And I think it's an opportunity where we might be able to have a limit on that density, or at least some hurdle that would have to be crossed for a future commission or future staff or future developer. Again, I'd like to thank Mr. Singer for his time to address our concerns, and we certainly look forward to working with him and city staff on the final site plans. So the first things that came to mind were for limitations of that were the declaration of restrictive covenant to limit density, or some type of super majority vote, or just some type of metric to limit that density to the 898 units. That's all I have for now. If you have any questions, I'll be on here till it's over. Thanks again, and have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mani, who is our next speaker?
Our next speaker is Michael Wilson. Michael, you've been unmuted. You're self-muted. Please click the microphone. Thank you. Michael.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Michael Wilson, 1224 Isle Court. I had a bit of a laundry list to try to pack in for 3 minutes, but I'll make this brief if you don't mind. First off, I do like the setbacks. That to me is a great thing. I appreciate the on-street parking. I would agree that the density is a bit on the high side. That could be looked at, would be appreciated. I do appreciate Mr. Singer the other night leading that Zoom meeting. That was very informative. Another thing I do like about this project, 2 things. Number one, it's not what I would call Boynton bland. And what I mean by that is most of the mixed use projects that are either occupied now or in P&D are basically very bland. Here's your mixed use project. Here's your 5,000 square feet of retail. Have a nice day. This project actually packed in quite a bit of architectural design into it. So I'm kind of liking the design. Again, I would ask if we could maybe minimize the density, especially with the South Tower. This is much better than JKM, but the JKM project on the South Tower, or the South Building, was down to, if I recall correctly, about 4 stories. What's across the street to the south is 1-story residential. I'd also like to, and I appreciate Time Equity adding to the retail. I really think that we need a downtown with foot traffic, and that will help greatly. I would like to see some retail on Seacrest. The reason I say that, the post office, as we all know, will probably be sold. That land will be sold. The CRA has the RFQ out for another location. The two buildings south of that are for sale as well. When that comes up, that will be probably some sort of mixed use project as well.
30 seconds.
Retail on that side. So if we can, a little bit of retail on the Seacrest side. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Managed to double check that was indeed our last speaker.
Yes, sir.
All right, public comments on this item is now closed. Now I would like to bring back staff and followed by the applicant if there's any final responses, comments, and also any questions from my colleagues. I want to just thank you all for still being here and pushing it through and being patient. I know it's not easy. Colleagues, do you have anything for staff while they're available? Yes, Commissioner.
I do like the idea of considering setting some type of metric for the density. If we could, what is the impact of such a metric? If we were to say it, can we do that? I guess that's a question for legal, maybe. Can we set that now and just kind of keep it? Because that's been the biggest pushback that I've had is the density. And someone brought it up and I sort of like that idea. So can somebody help me out here?
One second.
I would refer to legal. What I would say is that the 62 units per acre is by right. So my thought is that it would have to be a voluntary thing that they kind of self-impose onto themselves, because by right, it would be contrary to what code allows and modifications. There are processes set forth to allow for changes to a master plan. And I'm not sure legally how the city can cap any of the densities if they are by right, and a process for attaining or not attaining changes to that.
Well, let's hear from council.
I would agree with that. The developer is actually asking for less in this master plan than they have by right. And so the city wouldn't have a forcing mechanism to have them limit that anyway. It's their ability to do so. It is set by their code.
But the implication is that, I mean, we're applying for 898. The implication is that we're going to show up next week and ask for 906 or 950. We're not going to. You have our commitment. We're not going to, I mean, we're not going to do that. You can say no.
And I'm glad to hear that, but you must understand outside of it.
Yeah, I mean, look,
we're somewhat paranoid because we've been bit before.
There's 64 units that we're not applying for that we would technically be allowed for. There's 64 of them out of, we're not applying for them. We won't do it. That's all I can tell you. Well, don't burn the legal dollars trying to write some document, rewrite the code. We were asked to go to 898. We're at 898. We're at 898.
All right, we have your commitment on public record.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Cruz, I saw your hand was up.
So with the commitment that was just made by Mr. Singer, thank you for that, by the way. I think it really helps with public trust because people are concerned. I mean, we have seen projects in the past that come in with a number, and then when it comes down to site plan approval, let's be honest, they bring that number up if they're able to. So if maybe we could add a line, we don't have to change the code or anything. We're getting a commitment from Mr. Singer. Could we add a simple line in the document saying the developer has agreed to maintain the units at 898 maximum for this plan, or
Again, it would have to be entirely voluntary on their part because it is something that they are entitled to do by right. And the development agreement does allow a little flexibility in the site planning process.
It does make it more comfortable for a lot. Well, I would say for myself, I know Commissioner Hay just mentioned that. And we have a lot of communities on the east side of the city that are concerned with that, that are, maybe a little scarred with the previous town square, and that would feel a lot more comfortable. And I would feel a lot more comfortable myself to be able to say, okay, like we're good, we're done with this. Obviously, you gave us our commitment. Can we put it in writing, a simple sentence? It's not going to kill anybody. It's not going to take a ton of legal dollars to do. Is that something that you're willing to do?
Yeah, we just talked, I mean, where do you want to write it down? Like in the developer agreement? I don't know.
Catherine, what is your recommendation?
Well, so again, so it would be by site plan, not entirely master plan, because that's not how it's set out in the development agreement.
I'm not sure that a condition of approval on the master plan would be can actually waive rights that are built into the code for site plan. So I'm not sure where.
I think what we're saying here is not necessarily what that agreement is, whether it's the master plan or the site plan. If it's a site plan, then that's where you do it. But I think you understand what we're saying. You've agreed to do it.
I've agreed
We've
to it.
agreed to do it. And we just want to just add a little statement. If it's a site plan, then so be it.
Well, that's what staff is trying to figure out.
So I'm going to stop you right there. So the site plan is not before you tonight, so we're not making any decisions about the site plan tonight, right? Okay. So if we wanted to put a cap in the total development agreement, it would be entirely voluntary on your part. You have the right to say no. Again, it's a right under the master plan that you have to increase that. If you want to voluntarily do it, we could work a cap into the development agreement. But
then that would change. I mean, I don't like doing it on the fly like this in the middle, like on the stage with, with something we're going to vote on. All I can say is we're doing 898. We're not doing more. The building doesn't even, it's just, that's what we've agreed to. I'd hate to hold up the whole thing over this one sentence, but we showed up a year ago. We said, we met with everyone a year ago. We said, we're going to honor the parking. We're going to fix the situation. We're going to take a hard, we've done every single thing that we said we were going to do. And I guess what I would say is, we're building less density than we're allowed, a lot less height. We're doing, a lot of things that, and I guess I would say that, have some, we're getting married here. We got to have a little trust, but, if you can figure out a simple place to put this, maybe at the site plan application, as you're saying, but then again, I mean, we're applying for a site plan, that's going to lock in, that would dictate how many units we're allowed to build. I don't know.
Okay, that might be a solution, Catherine.
Is that the correct case, Amanda? It would lock them in?
I mean, unless I ask for an.
The site plan does need to be consistent with the master plan. If there were changes to intensity or density in the site plan, the master plan would need to be amended first.
And then they'd have to approve that,
Then
right?
it would have to come back to us for voting, which, okay.
Well, you would be able to say no.
Depending on the parameters of the changes, yes.
Understood.
And there is a whereas clause in the development agreement that identifies the number of units, 441 in the north and 457 in the south already.
So it's already.
It's in the developer agreement. It's in the master
agreement.
plan. It's going to be in the site plans. I'd be here begging you for 15 more units. I mean, we're not going to.
For those reasons that have been stated, it's already in these agreements, these numbers. I'm comfortable with that, because if these were going to be changed in the future, all of this would have to come back to us for amendments. Is that correct?
no, to be clear, if it were a minor amendment under a certain percentage, it would not have to come back before you. But the numbers are set out in the master plan and the development agreement. But there is some flexibility for minor modifications, which is a process that exists in your current code.
even then, couldn't the staff say no if someone asked for a minor modification? Like you don't automatically get a minor modification.
No. So like we had said, the development agreement would not change if the changes were minor. It would be reviewed, minor amendments are reviewed administratively by staff, and they have to meet their review criteria and be within code limitations of what is minor. Anything above the minor criteria would have to go through the major process. And again, the development agreements and all of these agreements would have to come back to you. More units does also require more parking. It would be a pretty large undertaking.
So an increase in units would not be a minor that could be approved by administratively by staff. It would have to go through the process.
It would
based on-
depend on how many units.
Well, what's being said here is any change needs approval, right?
Any change does need approval. It's just the difference would be there are processes for site plan also. Some changes are minor and some changes are major.
All right, so I mean, this is really a staff question, right? Where is the best place to make this happen? Give us some options.
Make what happen?
What
If
they're
two-
suggesting is if there's any increases, that it would come back to us.
We could put a line in the development agreement if that said minor modifications other than changes to the number of residential units are treated as they are in the code. Any change to that would have to come back before. That would be the development agreement.
Bradley,
can't
we're coming
be-
in for a site plan in a couple of months. I'm either going to apply, if it doesn't say 898, you're going to know it. It's going to, and then if it says if it says something else, you'd say no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly,
That's
fine.
it. I mean,
At the end
it
of the
has to
day,
match the master plan. It has to,
Yeah.
you have
fine
those.
with
and,
this.
and you
fine
just
with
made a public commitment on the record saying that you're going to do the 898, which I think it makes everyone feel more comfortable. So,
We're going to show up with site plans.
Right.
They will either say 898 or they won't. If
Right.
they say more than that, you'll say no.
Exactly.
I understand.
I'm good.
All right, we have heard from staff. We have heard from the applicant. Council, is there anything else before we proceed? Either council, is there anything else you want to add before we proceed to voting on the individual items?
If you have any further questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
All right. I'm hearing no other questions from my colleagues, and so we're going to address each of these items sequentially, beginning with item 8I. This is the approval of the major master plan modification for Boynton Beach Town Square. May I have a motion to approve item 8I?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hay. Is there a second for 8I?
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those who oppose say no. The ayes have.
Perkins still on?
Commissioner Turkin?
Going to sleep.
He's not muted, is he?
I don't know. Commissioner Turkin, if you can hear us, please let it be known.
This is Manny. I'll just let you know Commissioner Turkin is self-muted, not by us.
Okay. So, council, do we record this as Commissioner Turkin is absent at this time?
And well, I can't tell if he's present.
Neither can I.
IT can tell us he's present, but I don't know how we could record his vote without hearing it.
Right.
So it would
In
be
general, no response is
Yeah.
generally considered to be an affirmative. But we don't want to assume that. So Commissioner Turkin, if you could hear us, please unmute yourself.
Does he have a phone number you could call?
Staff, could we have somebody reach out to him?
Give him a call.
It'd be important to know he was
Mm-hmm.
pending or not.
Precisely. But at least we have the motion and a second, and I'll wait to call the vote.
I have to assume he was not part of this, and we'll take votes accordingly with the 4 of you here.
All right. Council, do you have a recommendation? Should we do a roll call vote? I mean, this is not an ordinance, but.
Well, it's your prerogative. You're only required to do the roll call vote.
Right, for ordinances. All right, so we have a motion before us and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes with all 4 of us present. All right. Moving on to the next item. This is 8J, proposed resolution number R23-022. May I have a motion to approve this resolution? We have a motion from Vice Mayor Cruz and a second from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, again, by the 4 that are present in the chambers. Moving on to item 8K, proposed resolution number R23-023. May I have a motion to approve that resolution?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hay and a second from Vice Mayor Cruz. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those who oppose say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes with all 4 present in the chambers. Moving on to item 8L, proposed resolution number R23-0224. May I have that motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right. The motion again is from Commissioner Hay. The second is from Vice Mayor Cruz. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those who oppose say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes with all 4 of those in present. Final item. This is item 8M, proposed ordinance number 23-004. All those, may I have a motion to approve this proposed ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
I heard a motion from Commissioner Kelly. I heard a second from Commissioner Hay. Let's begin the roll call, please.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Turkin, not responding. Commissioner Hay,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Pensurga,
Yes.
and a roll call vote, the motion passed 4-0.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much. That concludes all items pertaining to time equities. Before we adjourn for the evening, are there any final comments from my colleagues?
Thank you all for
Thank
your
you.
patience.
Yes, thank you to everyone's patience.
To everyone who's here now, and it's been a long time, long meeting, and thank you, extra thanks to staff. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
This meeting is adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.